broad daylight. Feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy. Dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS, I no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so.
I've been If all that it's saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. Counting up coins for a soda can, and there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tans.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it.
Come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. He's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Headshots from Leslie.
Well, over the past week, we've been qualifying the next generation of top rising talents in to the biggest league in Counter-Strike. As the ESL Pro League Season 22 qualifiers roll on, we kick off with the first day of South America. Here on Channel D, my name is Channel J, and I'm joined by my broadcast colleague, Dweg, as per usual, as we kick off with our preliminary matches. How are you doing today, man?
Well, I'm looking and reflecting on the last few days, especially through the European qualifier, and thinking, geez, Liquid went out, OG, Fnatic, ENCE, and I'm starting to think here about South America. Could we potentially get one of the big dogs going down? Could we see a Legacy, maybe an Imperial getting eliminated? Because this is a cutthroat qualifier. 20 teams for one spot. I love it, mates.
Indeed, yeah. As I said before, all the best of the rising squads, and only a handful of spots up for grabs across the regions, only one available in South America, and also it's going to be a cutthroat competition as we kick things off. And again, we've got a number of matches. We've got our preliminary stage 1 games and the round 2 games as well coming up over the course of the day. You can see some of the matches that we'll have here on stream, or here on the D stream as well. And of course, we'll be kicking things off with Keed Stars versus Glories as our first matchup. Later on today as well, we'll be taking a quick look at LP versus Elevate in our first half. And then later on, of course, we're going to move to that stage 2 matchups where Dusty Roots will be in action. So plenty of action to come here just on this channel alongside our main stream as well. Let's start by talking about this Key Stars versus Glories matchup, Blake, because I'd say there is one key favourite in this competition, at least in terms of this match.
Indeed there is, and it's nice to see the Keedstar banner still being represented in 2025. I mean, I remember back 10 years ago when they picked up the Kaboom roster, which was all Fallen and Fur and Steel and Bolts, and yet 10 years later, you're still trying to push local talent, up-and-coming young players into basically a pedigree of getting the taste of what it's like to play on an international level and play at the Tier 1 atmosphere.
Well, for the organisation themselves, they've been on a bit of a break in Counter-Strike. Only on June 4th, they signed the core squad that was known as Swingers, that now, of course, represent the Keed Stars organisation. Last time they had a lineup was all the way back in 2021. So, look, for them, obviously, there's a lot of experience behind themselves. And again, I sort of rate them as favourites coming into this matchup, the way we seem like we're almost ready to get started with the game itself. So let's talk vetoes here.
Well, we know that Anubis is always going to get banned out by Keed Stars. We know that Train is always going to get banned out by the opposition. In terms of the picks, it's normally a lot of Mirage and a lot of Inferno. Surprised to see the Nuke. Nuke doesn't often come through in this sort of series just because of the way that Mirage and Inferno is liked by the two. But we start off with even Dust 2 as a decider, and I look at that from Keed Stars. They play a lot of it, Jay. They also don't win a lot of it in recent history.
I mean, that might be one small little positive factor for the Glory side, but I rate them as the key underdogs in this matchup because really they haven't been playing in a whole lot of high-level tournaments as of late. We've been sort of tracking their progress in the unranked circuit, and basically, except for the open qualifier for this competition in the ESL Pro League, they've basically been playing nothing but unranked tournaments across the board. So nothing quite to the level of their opponents here today. So even though Dust 2 statistically feels like it's going to be the one sort of factor of Glories and whether they can make it to out of this series based on that, you have to get through maps 1 and 2, which is where the sort of next big question and next big conversations to come up about how this series can play out.
Well, I saw that Glories were playing a match last night in one of the Gamers Club July tournament, one of the elimination games in the group stage. They took on a team in which they won the first map of Mirage 13-10. They just lost out in Inferno, and then Nuke came in as the decider, and they got themselves a 13-7. So it's always nice when you could have a series yesterday and then going into the next day where you're playing repeated maps, you're going up against teams that at least you're familiar with in the circuit. But I think that's the big caveat for Glories is they've, played 3 best of 3s on HLTV in the last 3 months. They've struggled to push themselves up on the VRS, and 2 of those best of 3s are basically on the edge of 3 months ago. These guys just aren't playing on HLTV.
Yeah, and it's like, just in general, when you think about the names on the rosters themselves, and it's like Keedstar's got a little bit more of their representation in some elements versus really the only couple of guys that people might recognize if you're really in tune with the South American scene is probably Pepe and Allison, right? Everybody else very much an inexperienced element on the Gallery side.
Well, just to give you an idea, Allison's got about 450 maps played on HLTV. The next player down is Pepe at 129, and then it keeps dropping even further. Divine at 108, Cads at 37, back at 37. That's not many officials. That's not many even tournaments being played. So you can understand that they're going to have a tough time in the majority of comps that they played. They did get themselves a top 3 when it came to Open last season in ESEA, but all the Gamer Club events that they played, they were able to win one just on the verge of 3 months ago in April, but May was only a top 8, June was only a top 8. They're still struggling to get out of the group stage here in July. I will say, though, that their Open qualifier run looked quite good. Look at that best of 3 that they took on against the Argentinians of R2. Inferno got picked in the best of 3. Anubis was the decider. They had some whitewashing scorelines, 13-8 and 13-4 on map 1 and map 3.
Look, credit to them for that, but you'd also be forgiven for taking a look at their recent history on HLTV and thinking that Glories are actually an unranked team, because that's one of 3 matches they have on record within the last 3 months. Now, they are ranked, fortunately for them, but really not that high. We're talking like 262 and 83 on like the global and regional VRS rankings according to HLTV this morning. It's like you're not talking about a high competing level squad overall. So I wouldn't be shocked to see Glories drop out very quickly here in the bracket.
It's probably the right case, and it's an unfortunate nature for the VRS system when you're quite low down. Doesn't matter what region you're in, you're just not getting invites into any tournaments. You get quite lucky here that you can have an open qualifier run, but if you are Glories and you are this organization that's been together from, the start of the year? I mean, they all signed on the 16th of January. They brought up some players from the academy. You want to sort of push on in this second half of the year, and perhaps you need to take every opportunity it comes. Perhaps you need to look at this game against Keedstars as the underdog and say, right, we need to get a win under our belt. We need to push on. We need to at least be in a conversation that we could make stage 2. Now, not to qualify to Pro League, but at least get out of this first stage of the qualifier.
Well, look, when you are this far down the VRS rankings, any victories that you would take for Glories is going to give you a very significant boost, right? You're going to get the bounty points that you'll get off the individual victories, so you won't get much in terms of the prize money, obviously, at this stage, but you will have a chance to sort of start working your way up. So you're right about them looking at this situation and saying, right, we need to take victories, we need to take something, we need to look decent as we can try and get some sort of run out of this competition. But that's from their perspective. From the perspective of an analyst, I could very easily see Keedstars rolling over the opposition just because of the level at which they're playing at by comparison. We talk about the unranked tournaments of Glories, but Keedstars playing in the CCTs and the Thunder picks, and those aren't necessarily the best runs in the world of any of the teams that played throughout those competitions, but they are all ranked competitions, which is, I think, again, the key differentiating factor between both of these teams here today.
Well, if we're just going to look at the ESEA circuit, you've got Glories that played in Open last season versus Keedstars that were in ECL, and that was a team that had a very comfortable regular season. They got themselves into the playoffs. They were able to beat Red Canids, but couldn't quite push on even further, ended up getting a top 6 there. So for Keedstars, they play on HLTV a lot more frequently. I mean, even if we just look at the last 3 months, it's 3 best of 3s for Glories and then 11 for the sides of Keedstars. Now, in that 11, there has been some uncomfortable territory. There's been quite a lot of red, quite a lot of 0-2 losses, but they have been against some of the better teams in the region. We're talking about the 9Zs, we're talking about the Sharks. So that is something to consider about the overall level of form. I mean, how much confidence can you have going into a tough bracket when you've only won 4 out of the past 11 best of 3s on HLTV?
Yeah, I definitely see Keedstars' key struggles coming later down the pipe, right? I think that this might well be allowed. The victor of the series takes on Sharks in round number 2, and that might be where you start looking at things and saying, right, that's where Keedstars probably could have a few more difficulties, but I could see this getting wrapped up in 2-0 fashion. I think the fact that the third map is the one sticking point, you look at the pool that Keedstars have and say that's the one sort of awkward factor, makes me sort of look at Mirage and Nuke and say that, well, what are the chances now of the 2-0 possibilities for Keedstars?
Well, it might come down to someone like Leo DRK, because I remember when he was playing in ESL Pro League Season 7, Season 8, and Season 10 LAN finals with Sharks way back in 2018 and 2019. That's a long time since you've even been in the conversation of getting into Season 22. So if you are someone like him that had a lot of experience early on in your career with the Sharks organization, with MIBR, playing with guys like Cold Zero and Taco on 00 Nation, you want to try and bring as much of that experience of what you learned at the top end of the scene and bring it with some of these young and inexperienced guys and just help them along the way. Now, I know that Keydstars won't be a favorite in any conversation as being a team that could qualify to Pro League, but the further that you go deeper in these tournaments, the better the opportunities are going to lie. I mean, what, around 100 or so on the VRS right now? A good few wins in Stage 1. Mate, you probably cracked the top 100 within only a couple of days.
I mean, it's very possible. You're right about that. I mean, there's so much up for grabs when you're this far down the pecking order, right? But in terms of the Keydstars squad, right, like the experience of Leo, is that going to be an invaluable asset to them, or are there other elements you want to look at more?
Well, you've got Desh that's on the big green. I'm sort of looking at him and how he's been able to perform recently, especially when I look at maps like Mirage. He seems to be doing quite well. Venabeast is also a rifler that I've been able to see a little bit. I remember watching a few of his games when he's out there on the Flamingo organization before he eventually went over towards Hype. So I would say that the core three of Desh, Venabeast, and Leo is probably the guys you want to watch out for the most. I also want to keep an eye on Flash because this guy has not played at a pro level previously. He's only 20 years old. This is his first real taste of getting HLTV officials under his belt. I mean, he's only got 56 maps played on HLTV, and over 20 of them have been with Keydstars. All of the ones before have sort of been with mixers or not really playing at the top end of the scene. So I'd like to see what a young rookie like him is going to be like in an important qualifier.
Well, players like him are the reason why people are calling South America one of the more exciting regions right now in Counter-Strike, because there are so many players that are coming out of the woodwork, they're making their way up to some decent level competitions and getting recognized. And so you kind of look at guys like Flash, see, well, can you prove it against some of your teammates, some of your opposition? Certainly you hope that they do well against Glories. But in this context, I'll take a look at the stats pages for Keydstars. It's like Desh is the guy that's standing out as the only green numbers on the ratings. Is that accurate to how we could expect his performance to look here?
Look, you always need to remember when a team is underperforming or at least struggling in terms of results, the AWPer is always going to have good stats, aren't they? Because the way that you play, how much more saving is being involved, how much less risk there is, and a lot of duels. So we know that someone like Desh is always going to be performing better than others when you've only won 4 out of your past 11 best of 3s. I think the next contextuous aspect is, can he perform against those stronger teams? Because I think you have a look at a lot of those series and see that the numbers across everyone has been struggling against those top teams in the region. But in terms of the weaker teams, I think everyone's going to be farming on this side of Keydstars.
Well, most certainly looking at them as being the key favourites in this matchup. Glories have a lot of work to do if they want to try and get this series under their control, if they want to have any sort of contention right now in this kind of best of 3. So I think I was told a moment ago that we're actually going to head towards a short break because I don't know if this match is quite ready to get started. So when we come back, we will be diving in. Our first map up being Mirage, that's picked by the Glory side. It might be the only chance to get started here in the ESL Pro League qualifiers.
go to broad daylight. Feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy. Dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS, I no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so.
every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
What
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
My ears are ringing and my eyes are blurred. It feels so absurd. Lost all control and my speech is slurred. I can't find the words, the ones that make you turn around and tell me it's alright. A little bit more to keep me going. Feels like my feet have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down. There's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. And if I can't be with you, take my heart. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along. I tried to disappear. You can't find me. You can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. You always keep me on my toes.
And welcome back. Apologies for the delay, but we are ready to get into things between Vivo Keydstars and Glories. We are rating the Keydstars as heavy favourites. Dwayne, you're going to go 2-0 or 2-1 in this series?
I'm going to go 2-1. Give the benefit of a doubt, but at least a third mapper affair.
I'm going to go 2-0 to the Keydstars side, but I would be pleasantly surprised if we're going to throw up a fair out of this one. It's time to kick things off here in the South American qualifier for the ESL Pro League. Pistols are alive, and Venabeast is taking point at the Palace entrance, where 3 players are going to pop out, part of the set-piece execution. 3 defenders on site, and 1 man also closing in towards the connector jungle stairs. Smokes, Flash, draws first blood against Allison. Good trade from Cads in the back, but he's lost his teammates. Now he's completely surrounded. Does escape with 1 more kill. So a 3-on-2 that favours Keydstars.
That's an excellent hold there from the back of Triple, and it gives the chance of the round ever so slightly. You've got a returning kill from Spawn, Flash around the corner. Now the T just need to try and waste time, and they're doing a very good job of that, playing out towards Firebox and from Triple without over-peaking.
And back leads them in, trying to spot that player at Tetris. 2-on-2, of course, seeing Neo DRK tap away, get nothing. Both players completely fail on the Keydstars defense, and Glories can take the pistol.
Well, I think you can say there for Cads, he was the only reason that there was a chance in the round. Everybody else was getting overwhelmed quite quickly. You've got the double smokes out towards the top of jungle and of stairs, the molly to underbaug. The entry attempts look pretty good from the players flying out of ramp and palace, but the P2K getting 2 just generates a chance in the round. Now, if you are Keydstars, 3 kills, bomb down, got options to lightly buy, force buy up, look to get the rifles in into round 3. And it's up to them to make the decision on what they want to do in round 2.
Just a deco for the Keydstars camp, so no major force invests. They'll be happy to see if they can take some heads out of the equation, maybe and keep the economy state limited for the Glory side. And nothing that should cost them anything going into the first gun round, which will be out for round number 3. It's a positive start for the underdogs here.
Yeah, Keydstars with 3 wins and 5 losses when it comes to Mirage in the last 3 months. And this is an organisation that don't pick it, but they'll be happy to play it against some of the better teams in the region. And Flash just trying to see if he can clear all these cubby angles out towards A main. If they can just get 1 or 2 picks with these upgraded digs, I think they'll be satisfied with the economy.
And there's 1 shot to the back of the head. Epi's down. The rotations of the Keydstars camp will start to make moves up towards that B bomb site if that seems to be the end goal here. Ninja's going to stick around. Another headshot would be even better for them, but the hits most are going to focus down this apartment's take. You've got Back and Allison, the 2 defenders.
Well, Back just needs to tuck for as long as possible out here towards jail. Let Allison take the majority of the brunt. Let him take the majority of that defensive line. Bring all the attention towards that M4 rather than the FAMAS.
They quickly make their way out as Allison dips back into harder cover. Misses the mark on the first player. Second one does go down, though. That's drawing attention as that jail individual springs the trap that they're looking for. Allison and Divine will clean house on the rest of them. And Ninja's FAMAS, best to go down from here to get the money bonus. We'll take 1 more player out, so it becomes a little bit expensive for Glories. But nothing that will make major impact. Again, to be a 2-0 stance, Glories will reinvest and Keydstars will be able to buy.
Now, an intriguing dynamic that we can look at quite obviously in these first couple of rounds is that why is the T side being picked? This is a map pick for Glories. You're going into Mirage, and Keydstars have decided that they want to go on the T side. Now, that might be something in terms of the first few gun rounds that we get a bit more of a vibe of how they want to play, what sort of timings they're trying to exploit, what sort of overall pacing. But I would say this is a little bit unorthodox to start on the T side.
Especially when you consider some of their head-to-heads in recent times have not been all that T favourable for Keydstars. Still going to make it work in that first pick, though. Leo starting things off well enough. Upgrading that FAMAS into an M4 for Ninjas, so Divine next up to task, hearing those footsteps. There's a player, close player, and the back line's also adjusted towards well on the spray transfer. The headshot secure with the HP advantage. Divine's on 12, so might not last too much longer. His teammate out for the sight, unable to control the spray. So Flash can get a trade back to a 3-on-3, and Back's going to hear them going back with the bomb. So he'll know the rotation, he'll know the information that's happening.
Oh, that's a real missed opportunity for me there, Jay. No extension from Back. He a little bit almost afraid in that duel. I would have loved to have seen an extension. That would have been the bomb being dropped, the round completely over. And now, unfortunately for the CTs, with the low HP Divine, with the lack of util for the other two, Alison's going to have a lot of faith in himself that he's probably the only difference that can attempt a retake. Try and give them some success here.
Well, HE does nothing there to the bomb plant position. The T-side able to get themselves away. Back starts leaning forward for first contact and the kill on Flash. Vinner's going to get seen close, but the AK picks up his kill. Divine's low. His teammates distracting out of the info on both individuals. Divine needs to go down though. Vinnerbeast has no idea how low he is. Down to 6 points of health with that kill coming in. Allison truly in a 1 versus 2, so truly got to get out the full-blown clutch. But with no kit, there's no time. And Vinner makes it a triple for the first round of Keystars.
And now we just see that the economy is in a very awkward state here for Glories. They're on double eco for a few players. They'll have to buy it up in round 4, but this is going to be the momentum shift. This should be where Keystars not only tie up the score at 2-2, but press it to a 3-2. And just look at some of the whiffed attempts that were coming out there from the CT line. We've got a player quite aggressive in bottom con. Peppy doesn't really get much out of it. Divine can at least hold weight, and then the A-side anchor out there to the back of triple with the Famar should at least be getting 1, maybe 2. That's not a good sign for the underdogs in the early stage of Mirage.
And tactical timeout called in just the first 4 rounds. Keystars should be able to convert upon this round victory, because their buy state is going to be looking far superior here for round number 4, and certainly for round number 5 if they win it. A bit of a must-steal situation in terms of the early goings for Glories.
Well, it has to be an aggro A main or aggro palace play. You can't take mid because there's a lack of util and you don't have a single rifle. But at the same time, you've got to be active. I think if you sit back and play very defensively on the bomb sites, you'll just have no chance of winning this round if you're the CTs.
Well, 2 players will push in towards short to try and look for a boost defensive, so there is no major overly aggressive stuff from the Glories side. No pushes out for the apartments or ramp, most certainly. Even mid-control, they're not actively taking it. So unfortunately, you don't get really what you would hope for out of these boys here.
Well, for Glories, you have to look at the MP9s and you think it's going to have to be a swing on contact setup. When you're playing 2 in top con and 2 out there towards short, as soon as either the short individuals or con is taking the advantage, that's when everyone is just going to swing en masse. And if you're Keystars, you'd like to think that you need to keep prodding around until you can work out if there's a stack in play. Now, you know that mid has been quite easily unprotected. The lurk outside of A, Veto-Beast, he's been watching Palace entrance, he's been watching A ramp, he sees nothing. So it's just going to be a group and an exec. So this is quite easy for Keystars to get that exec towards the A bomb site now.
And plenty enough for the set piece. That smoke used towards Palace coming a little bit early for the Glory side, so utility sent in spite of it being up. Get the jungle instead, blocked away. Rotations will come in quickly from the Glory side, but no one's going to get towards CT in time. Try and clear out those common pre-fire angles at Firebox. Dark goes unchecked for now, but that's no problem because no one's there. Blind fire from Cads does get away with 1 decent pick, and Back is expecting overextensions towards CT spawn, but the bomb is going to go down. And really, the onus is on Glories here.
Yeah, they've used all the util on basically the site hit. There is nothing left for the T side on this post plant. This could get slightly awkward towards spawn now.
Flashbang sent forward, not going to catch anybody in the CT side, but or the T side rather, but they will hear those footsteps. Kill onto Peppy, and everybody else starts falling just as quickly after that between Veto-Beast and Dash. Mine will do its best to get the kill, but even the damage will not compound against Flash. So go 2 all on the board.
Yeah, fundamentally, the mistake there from Glories was there's just no info play in the entire round. You go into what, late time on the clock, and it's not even a gamble stack. You've kind of got 2 players on A, 3 players on B. You don't know what's going on. Against the site hit, what can you do? You need really 3, 4 players on A, and you need them in the bomb site. You need them out there to the back of triple, out there at default, under balk, sandwich. You need guys that are going to be in close range positions. And that is always going to be the factor. If you're not making info plays, you're not getting reads on rounds. And if you're Keystars, you're thinking, okay, it may have been a poor start from not converting pistol, but right now we look comfortable.
Yeah, their 2 rounds have looked far more confident than Glory's 2. And it should extend into a lead right here with only pistols available again. Money's not compounding, so Basics, zero investment at all for the CT side. And Glory's going to rethink their approach to this matchup, because you said during the start of that forced buy round, the previous one, that they need to get aggro, they need to go aggressive. And didn't see that from the start. Locked out of sight, easy pickings. It just very exploitable by the Keydstars camp. A bomb plant secured on B. No opportunities at a retake. Maybe might isolate this one exit frag here in Vinibeast. And his back goes down. The other three players are too scattered to compound that damage.
There's going to be a lot of importance in terms of preparation from the Glory's coaching staff into not only this matchup, but this entire qualifier. I'm looking at their head coach, used to coach the Portuguese out there on FTW. Their analyst used to be a semi-professional player in the local scene, also coached Peak Academy and the Glory's Academy before getting the promotion. This is going to be a real step up. You've been playing in the Gamers Club tournaments, you've been playing in the Open Qualifier to this season of Pro League, you're playing in ESL Open. You need to look at this one best of 3 and say, okay, we need to show in, the 6 months that we've been together that we can actually push a decent result, that we can actually get a good win under our belt. And if we're not playing on HLTV regularly, we need to at least be striving for map wins, let alone series wins. And right now, I'm looking at their Mirage with how frequently it's being picked on those off of HLTV tournaments, and I'm thinking, right, what am I going to see from them? What fundamentals are going to be sound? Where are they going to get their advantages from?
Big green gun out for Divine here on Glories. Swings up, takes a spray, Kevin back turn, and Pepe unable to get a kill back. His back was turned himself. He turned to the second pick, at least with the trade game going the way of the CT side. But now, Keystars are acting. Desh just got a kill in from mid. Going to get that bomb out towards the A bomb site. The AWPer making a bit of noise towards shore, but Allison's just sat pretty and waiting back on this A play for that plant to be secured. They're going to Molotov the back. Desh to put it down. AK watching out for Palace. Allison can get that kill. Desh may be in trouble. The flashbang doesn't assist. The AK of Flash is all that remains. And he's picked up by Divine for Glories to spring the trap once again.
It just gets a little bit lazy in that round for Keydstars. No flash for Connector. They peek in dry. It's a good opening attempt. And then from that point onwards, it just gets a bit brawly, doesn't it? Pepe gets a couple of kills out there in top con. You then have players coming out of A ramp. The trade's decent from Desh, but it's a lazy clearance of the bomb site. They don't check out towards Firebox. They're hoping and at least holding on that reverse CT barrels position that you can look up there on Palace in case there is a swing from the A player of Allison. They're not quite ready for him at Firebox. That might just be one of those next cases for Keydstars, is when we take a bomb site, rather than even tapping or getting the bomb down straight away, let's just make sure that we're clearing as much coverage as possible.
Standard open rifle setups on both sides. Glory's going to try and bounce back with the money injection, but the 2 kills against Keydstars puts them on the back foot real quick. Desh is also low. AK swinging forward for Leo, trying to get that reloading player, but Pepe able to support him this time. The AWP does connect nothing there towards this connector angle. Instead, it's Ninjas trying to bail out his squad mates. 2 kills. Adjustment to the third is read so well, but does he have a clue of the fourth man? He single-handedly brought us into a 2 versus 2, but Keydstars not out of the woods yet.
Well, he knows that Pepe's aggressive in A main, and he knows that the B player should have over-rotated. With how much impact he generates out there from Connector, B should be open. This is a really good pos now for Ninjas, because he can then force the rotation out from Connector towards short.
Smoke up. The footsteps. The man's head is turned away. Ninjas now with no presence on the bomb site. No way at fending them off. Can hear Pepe making his moves up. He'll try and make his way quickly back around, but bomb's not even planted for him. It was open towards short, so smoke up, tapped once. He's at least abusing the time right here, but Back's now going to get back onto it. Backs are turned. Kill off the first man, but it's not the right man overall. The round will go the way of the Glory side. The Ninjas will just about stay alive.
But that's just a bit of a shame. He needs Desh to stay alive there, doesn't he? Yeah. Ninjas knows that he can have the backstab. He can get out towards Con. He can play up there towards short even and plant it for him. He just needs Desh to get out there towards the apartments and stay alive. And even with the resmoke down towards Market, there's a bit more of an aggro play off of it. From Keydstars' perspective, though, that was a 2v5. There was almost nothing going for them in the round, and they've pulled off a near miracle. So that's a positive sign from that regard.
shot on for the first man of Divine here in round number 8. And Glory really spooling up their opening frag potential here. Oh, what a swing from Leo. The veteran still got it. Divine gets taken out. Cad's forced to use the smoke there. The Molotov sent towards the Palace balcony. HE sent in from both sides. Damage attempted to get done by the CT forces. Allison gets flash in the end. And Pepe known behind that smoke. They're still trying to get the bomb back out here. Allison's getting Molotov. There's all sorts of engagements going down. And Leo finally gets that jungle player to drop. Bomb could be exposed. They're wary of backstabs. Exposed towards some CT somewhere as Leo gets his kill in. Allison traded back by Desh. And Cads is in a 1-on-2.
Yeah, Cads is just completely out of the conversation of the round. I mean, 1v2, doesn't know if the bomb's going A or B. He's going to try and backtrack his way out towards the apartments. Now, if he gets the kill against Desh quickly, with a kit, he could just dive onto the bomb. The factor is, though, does Desh even get into a position in which he can drop fast on this bomb site?
And does he have the read that it's only one man here? Gonna make noise. That will adjust all the T-side attention towards him as Desh will close it. And Keedstars go back to evens over galleries.
Well, I think we realised that Keedstars are doing a pretty poor job of flashing the AWPer off of angles. We're getting a lot of opening attempts from Divine, whether it be out in Palace, whether it be out in Stairs, in which he's just getting freebies. He's not even being jiggled in a lot of these swings. However, the trading's been very good in the mid to late round. I mean, Leo and co, they're just brute forcing, aren't they? The way that they're taking fights down there towards spawn, it feels very dry. They're using a huge lack of utility when it comes to some of those flashbangs.
Force bought for the Glory side now leaves them with just pistols alone, trying their best to steal one back. Keedstars, 1-for-1 and the trade's back. Divine at least doing what he can with the USP damage combining, but Desh removes him and the backline's been cleared out. So bomb plant should be secured. And Glory's maybe one more exit if they can find ninjas, but that'll be about it.
It's another one of those cases where this time they do a bit more to give themselves the best chance possible in the force buy than what they've done previously. They just have a pretty heavy gamble out there to be, and you've got a lot of players that are all tucking on crossfires. They're just not quite getting enough damage to send themselves in for the retake. And now you start thinking about the score. It's going to be 5-4, then 6-4. And look at Mirage and say, I mean, only one map on record for Glories in the last 3 months. It was a map that they picked against MIBR Academy. They had themselves a hell of a T-side where they went 11-1 in the first half. So we know that their T-side is adequate, but how good is it against a different level of competition? The Flash and the boys are just trying to make these exit kills happen, so nothing is being saved into the next.
And the few upgrade pistols will be a non-factor for Glories. The straight basics on the USPs and nothing more than that. That should leave Keedstars up on number 6 at the very least. Enable the half advantage to be taken away from the Glories side at the very most. Leo, first man out with the AK in hand. Got Molotovs being sent down as well. Pepe's wary of pushes of the Molotovs will be able to block for now, but not forever.
He's done well to get out of there and to even be in a position where you don't have the ego to keep on fighting. He realizes that that's a trap, that there's a lot of players and it's uncomfortable. Don't give away a free AK. Don't give the CT something they can work with in the round. Just try and back off. Use the util to try and slow him down. And for Flash, you don't want to be too aggressive on this lurk out in B. I mean, now that Vinnerbeast has got 2, you might think about walking, thinking about the stack being very heavy towards that A-bomb side. So I don't really expect anything getting gained here from the CTs.
The wishful thinking for a double dink in the USPs, and Leo's like, just not having any of it. Straight bursting headshots, triple for him, pad the stats. And keep all 5 rifles in it. So the economy is well bolstered for the closing couple of rounds of this half. Not the same can be said for Glories, though. Down to the hundreds of dollars, no cash in spare for 3 individuals. So, needless to say, the CT side kind of need to win this round.
Indeed they do. And Peppy is going to go a little bit more aggressive than what we've seen previously. Smoke off underpass, try and see if they can watch out from mid itself. And you've got a lot of util being thrown here from Leo towards Con, but it's going to be a quicker play out to the apartments from the T side going into B.
Back there to resist them. Molotov's going to send him. Spray damage will be good enough onto 2 players. Eventually they'll get those kills between Allison and Back. Draw all the attention from the CT side as well towards the B play. Closest found a quick pop forward of the smoke, going to get that kill on the first. Not wary of the second though. Cads will trade, and at least Vinabee's going to catch back streaking in towards him. And seeing the shadow of that second player, are they wary of the third man? The attention from Vinabee has been drawn all 3 players back, but Divine starts to think better of it. The AWP back towards CT spawn. Look on towards mid, but he's going to be completely covered off. The timing's awkward against Desh, who walks out of ramp, gets the kill in and turns it into a 2v2. Bomb plant secured and all, but both T-side players are cut off from each other.
Desh just needs to stay alive. We saw previously him being caught. Now, Cads has made noise out there towards Yarchers. He's watching, but the timing is awful. And this has got to be another round in which Glories have had mass man advantages and have just not been able to close the round at all.
1v1 with Peppy taking back Vinabeast, but needs to add to bit 2 more quickly, and he just doesn't have the time for it. Desh will hold his nerve, as will Peppy hold his position, and Vivo Keedstars will have the half.
It's going to be frustration for a lot of the gun rounds here from Glories, because they know that they should be on 6, even 7 CT rounds. And unfortunately, the scoreline shows that they're getting slapped about a bit. They haven't been able to strengthen their economy at all. They've struggled to string rounds in a row. They've had 2 opportunities of 5v3s that they haven't quite closed down. And it's just a lack of tactical timeouts to try and reflect, to try and slow the game down. To me, it feels like the momentum's just not only shifted completely, but that they're here and contesting, but they're not good enough to win on Mirage. That's the feeling I get in this first half.
Fortunately, I have to concur. Stars. Walking into this series as the clear defined favourites for very good reason, and we're seeing it on display. The comparison between the 2 sides is very much non-comparable here. Talk about the struggles that teams have to rise up the VRS rankings. Glories being one of those key examples because of how much they're not playing on VRS ranked tournaments, and we're starting to see a little bit of why that's the case here.
And maybe it comes down to just how many Academy players are on one side versus the other. I mean, for Keedstars, you've only got 1 ex-Academy player in Ninjas that previously played on Furia Academy, whereas if you look at the Galores team, you've got Cads that played on their Academy system, Bax that was there too, Peppy that played on Sharks Youngsters, Divine that was out there on 9Z Academy. So you've got 4 out of 5 players that have all played on Academy systems, and that tells you the youth, that tells you the lack of experience. I mean, you've got Bax that's, what, 17 years old, Peppy that's only 19. It's been a tough running for them in the last few months, and you now look at this really important best-of-3 series to try and push on, at least win your map pick, give yourself a chance going into that decider of Dust 2. But right now, they will look at things and say, we've performed a lot better in some of these Gamer Club events than how we've been performing today in this best-of-3.
Is no short order. And Glories will already know about that. Had to go through the open qualifier to get to this tournament. Keedstars, they got an invite.
Well, I want to ask you, Jay, who do you think's got the best chance of qualifying to Pro League?
Jesus Christ. Well, out of South America?
Just South America, yeah, because...
Yeah, no, yeah, that's a difficult question to answer even still.
Because, I mean, obviously, with what Legacy was able to achieve at the Major, I think they're the front runners. I think they are the #1 team. However, we've seen a few other squads make some changes recently. I mean, I'd like to see what this new looking Imperial team is going to be made of, because you've still got, what, the core of No Way, Avini and Tri, but then Cello, he's come back to Imperial. SHR, that's been playing out with Saw in Europe, he's come over. I don't really see anybody else. I don't really see Odic being too much of a threat. Sharks, Bestia, Red Kennids, I mean, the new 9Z. I think it's only Legacy or Imperial for me.
The question is the toss-up of who do we think is the more superior of those two sides, though. Like, that's where it gets difficult for me personally.
Yeah.
Oh, nice leg shot and Heichi combo. And Glory is unfortunately not in the conversation, at least not right now. And perhaps not ever to qualify for Pro League this season. Man down of Cads and a lot more work to be done. Try and bring it back. Scout shot at Divine at least does find Ninja with a pretty simple shot and a good flick on Leo as well to look even better. But 2 tags, no kills. And just that one man to defend over towards the A-bomb site. Pepe's caught off one of the extremities with Desh going down. Bomb will try and find a safe angle of crossing. And none of the second smoke they can use there. Have to do dry face past the boxes and into the plant position.
It's really tough positioning from the CT line. They're trying to get the bomb plant open for short, and they've got a player out in con that has some level of protection. The factor is, though, that Ninja was not holding for the cross, and now Allison has got himself in and the team in a really good position in the 4v2 with the bomb being dropped.
With both those players, they got tagged up by the scout. Now Ninjas is all that remains. A clutch that he cannot win. So Glorious might not have the half, but they should go out on a high note right here. 25 seconds to clutch for casualties. You're not looking at the bomb plant from this, and indeed, Allison shuts it down. But 2 rounds to lead for Keed Stars as they go to the CT side.
When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving.
2 rounds to the good. Keed Stars lead the charge as they move towards their CT side. Dwayne, do you see any way the Glories can try and pull something back here?
It might come down to a few key rounds, and that will being pistol, first gun round, a couple of clutches here and there. I think they weren't outclassed by a country mile, were they? I think they had some very good chances. My issue is the lack of quality in the mid to late round from them. And now moving over to the T side, I think, especially on Mirage, you've got to be really disciplined in post plants and how you can work mid round where you've got low utility or low time. And I think from just a quality perspective, I haven't quite seen enough for them to take this map, but I have seen enough for them to at least compete and have a decent scoreline when it comes to the second half.
Well, the one map they have on record on HLTV did have them winning a 11-1 T-side half, but against MIBR Academy, so certainly might see a competitive half, but you're still looking at Keed Stars being the overall favourites on this map.
It looks like we might have a pretty similar pistol round setup. I mean, the first pistol round we saw was just a simple set piece towards A, wasn't it? Molly down there towards Underbalk, Smoke it towards Connector and Stairs. You've got almost the exact same util being thrown by the T-side now.
And Julie set on Dash to try and fend them off on the ASI execution. 2 players to hold. Third man back at CT spawn. Deal damage be done. First couple kills come in very quickly for the CT side. A triple sequence between those 2 players. Linda also gets involved for the 4th man. And Divine is suddenly all alone. 1 on 4, 1 on 5 if you count his first kill. And certainly one man that will not be winning this clutch. Vivo Keed Stars for the pistol win.
Good old Vita Beast as the B anchor probably looks at that one and says, well done, lads. I'm just sitting out there jump spotting Van. I've got some util at the ready. It's up to you to hold that crossfire, and that's exactly what was punished. I mean, you don't often see Sandwich being held on a pistol round. It's normally one of those rare positions that gets held in a gun round or an anti-force buy. But right there, I mean, just the driving setup. The Julies are underbout, Leo out there, Sandwich, and they just couldn't catch a break. They just struggled to get any entry attempts.
Keed Stars already finding that first kill with the SMG for Flash, been the only real man to break ranks and not be part of the double-digit club on that side. SMG taking point to farm the cash and give Glories no real chance. Didn't get a bomb plant bonus, so there'll be no options for a true heavy force buy here, so they're going to save their guns and save their money into the next round. Bring out the rifles from there and try and contest, similar to what Vivo Keed Stars did on their T side as well. Without that little extra cash injection. Vinabeast will support Flash as best he can with the SMG up close. Vinabeast will pick up the kill steal against the back. Seeing a man inside of that corner here, back up, can also make his way up real quick. Incendio will just block to make sure there is no threat generated by these pistols. And, well, there isn't.
And we always know that when you get these regional matchups, these domestic derbies, there's going to be some parallels, some teammates that used to play with one another. Desh and Allison played nearly 200 maps together on HLTV from late 2021 to late 2024 on both the Meta and recently the Bad News Chickens mixed squad that was being represented in a lot of CCT tournaments last year. And you just feel that when you've got ex-teammates going up against one another, especially in a bracket like this, where every game is so important, there's so much on the line, you do want a fairly close game where it doesn't feel like there's much in it. And unfortunately, that's just not the case with how Mirage has been going down.
And there's the difference in the caliber of the sides, unfortunately. Glory's picked into this map for, well, a decent reason, but Keed Stars minus a couple of small blimps in the pistol losses of the first half, and even scorelines the Glories were able to fend off. It has basically just been them on in full control mostly.
Well, this is a conversation where I want to talk about the VRS system, Jay, because obviously I've definitely been on the side that there's a lot to poke at it. There's a lot of things wrong with it. If we're just taking a team like Glories as an example, right? They're not getting invites to VRS tournaments because their ranking is too low. But then you go into an open qualifier, you get into a ranked tournament, but then because you're the worst seed, you get placed against a much better team. Like, how are you meant to improve your VRS? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. But I just kind of feel for a lot of these teams that constantly go into tournaments having a really poor seed because of their rank, especially in a single elim like we have in Stage 1. And I just think, well, what chances do Glories have from the now player break moving into the second half of the year to being played on HLTV more often, to being involved in these kind of tournaments?
So I do sympathise with that argument in general. I will say that this case probably isn't the best example of that, though, because you've got, well, Keedstar is actually one of the more lower-ranked teams in terms of the invites that got into this this qualifier. And remember, this is the preliminary stage of Stage 1. Round 2 is the one was the big teams like Odic and Legacy and Sharks and 9Z and Bounty Hunters, all those teams, and Bestia, you know, all those squads will be involved in the second matches today. So, in principle, I understand your perspective. Probably isn't the best example, I don't think, to show it off, because unfortunately, you know, Glories have had some flashes over the course of this map-up, but nothing that, again, is matched up to what Keedstars have done so far.
And it does make it quite difficult, and I think we certainly are noticing it a lot more in the outer region squads, like your South America, like your North America, unlike what we've got in Europe, in which there just isn't a huge amount to play in terms of the ranked tournaments, unless you're a much more, what I would say, stronger squad. I think there's a very deep LAN circuit that you've got in Brazil and South America in particular. We see a lot of LAN tournaments being held, but a lot of them are all sort of featuring the high-end Tier 1 squads or even Tier 2 Brazilian squads, and then not down there on the pecking order. So I can imagine a lot of these squads, like your Glories, your La Champion Liga squad that came in the open qualifiers, your Shendin, your Dusty Roots, even your Elevate that we've got being played up in the next best of 3, I think it's going to be very difficult. I think these next few months are going to be a very tough from an organization perspective to keep funding the project, to keep it alive. And maybe that puts a bit more turmoil, a bit more pressure on the coaching staff and the in-game leader to say, look, you do need to push for results. You do need to get a move on. You can't afford to go into these tournaments, even as a weak seed, and to be going out in last place. You've got to at least be getting 1, maybe even 2 wins under your belt in every single tournament that you play.
To go back to that whole thing we were saying earlier, is that even though we don't expect Glories to find much success here in the qualifier, if you're Glories, both organizationally and as a team perspective, you're looking at this opportunity saying, this is where we need to farm some points.
Definitely.
Right? This is where we need to build something up and get some sort of upwards movement on the VRS system. And so an opportunity like this to be wasted would certainly be a bit of a waste right here for the Glory side. So a lot of emphasis on them and their performances and how far they... And as well as that, should note as well, obviously brutal format for Stage 1 because it's one loss and you're done. There's no double elim system, so it needs to be in this game, and unfortunately I'm just not quite seeing enough to see them past this game.
Yeah, it definitely is a brutal format, and I think it's very entertaining from an audience perspective. But if you are a team, you've got to look at just how the Tier 1 LAN circuit has looked in 2025 and just say, well, where are the open qualifiers? I mean, they're just not being run. There's so many tournaments where open qualifiers are only basically going into Tier 2 and Tier 3 tournaments. So there's even more on the line here because we kind of saw it recently with Snappy's team out there of what they were able to do on NIP, where they got through a single open qualifier, they had a decent crack at a LAN, and then that kind of pushed them really far up, and then you're in that circuit. If you're any of these South American teams, especially the top ones like your Legacies and your Imperial, you just know that this is the pathway to getting back to LAN, and that's the pathway of keeping a stronger and more stable VRS rank.
Well, I will say that this is one of those examples where you do have an open qualifier, and there's a theoretical path in which a team like a Glories, for instance, one of the 4 teams that came from the open qualifier, can make that run into Prime League. Whether it will happen in practice is obviously a completely different conversation, but it just, again, goes to emphasize what we're saying. These opportunities for this team come few and far between, so you have to make the best of that. And right now, they aren't quite doing that because, well, Keedstars are doing Keedstars things. So I think a lot of praises to go towards the favourites in this context, because outside of those, again, those blips in the system, right, where they've had a lead loss to a pistol or a good conversion swing, it's been them pretty dominant thus far.
And I think for Keedstars, they'll probably look at just the overall landscape recently and say, we're probably not even satisfied with a lot of our tournament runs. I mean, the ECL top 6 was okay. At the Odyssey Cup, they made it to the quarters, but went out straight away. CCT got to the playoffs because they got invited, went out straight away. The Circuito event, they were getting close towards qualifying to the LAN finals, but they couldn't quite do it. Thunderpick, they couldn't make the playoffs either. So it's not as if they're going out in last place, and they're certainly getting a few wins under their belt, but they're just not pushing on enough. And I think this is the series and the layup that you're hoping for. Get yourself some good confidence in this opening matchup. Look to strive on. Look to see if you can get into stage 2, because now coming out of the player break, if you are Keydstars, you want to just sort of one-up what you've been able to achieve previously.
Well, Keydstars right now are looking to play up to their opponent's map pick and take that away in this series. Unfortunately, we are facing some more pretty significant tech issues, unfortunately. So we're going to take another, hopefully, very quick break. And when we come back, we can see whether Glories can try and return fire and resurge on Mirage. Short break. A short break is exactly what it was. 9-5. We're back into it. Glories. The rifles set. The AWPs in for Desh on the Keydstars side. Their first chance in this half to try and bounce back on the T-side basis of things. They do lose that first pick, but they return with 2 good trades. B being the target. Leo not been given enough time to set that backstab up, so the bomb will go down from here.
They might as well just attempt the retake. If Leo can get a kill quickly into the apartments, I think there's room in the round. Otherwise, you're pretty much just looking for exits and you're looking to save.
Doesn't get it, so yeah, these last 2 players will immediately turn their heads, tuck their tails, and run for it. Although Cad's maybe in for a couple of hunts if he's good enough, if he's quick enough. The timing's on for him, which doesn't seem like it will be, so... Number 6 for Glories at least.
Pretty poor in terms of the B defense. The protocol, you've got a van player and a player out there towards short. I mean, the arch individual is just util in the open rather than having your weapon drawn. As soon as you get an opening kill and you know that it's heavy out there on B, you should be able to synchronize off of each other. I mean, that's going to be a wake-up call and maybe a chance for the in-game leader, the likes of Ninjas, to sort of reel the troops in a little bit, make sure that communication's good. At least they're holding on to a couple, so the buyback is not going to have too many limitations. But if you are Glories, you've got to look at that last one and say, okay, we're getting close towards a reset. We know that they can't have a huge amount of money in the reserve. Their loss bonus isn't really here. We snap into action now, we make this a one-round game. So we need to put our foot down here in round 16.
Quickly out into the set piece on the A-bomb side. Glories wasting no time trying to claim some map space over the Keydstars side. Bomb plant should be secured. The retake shouldn't come in all that easily. Bats up with those HEs. Divine is trying to hold the back line, spot out Leo and get that kill in. Start things off on the right foot for the Glories side. Flashbangs to move them forward. Ninjas will blind spray, but Back's going to get away with the kill. Allison lines up to the M4, and Glories have full control.
Well, that's just really unfortunate. You've got yourself a situation where you probably lost a round you shouldn't have lost. You go into the next, and you know there's a bit of pressure on the line. You try and take mid as 3. So everyone's coming out from con, they're coming out window. And what are you up against? Not even a default. It's a quicker maneuver into a pop setup towards A. No A defense. I mean, really, the plug probably should have got pulled as soon as they took top mid and realized that A was being taken. They sort of search around for a little bit too long. I think when Leo gets caught on the flank out there towards T-Spawn, that's where you just save it with 4 alive. Instead, they just keep brute forcing numbers out there towards the CT spawn. They try and flash around the corner. It's not successful, and there is now, even though it's a slimmer, a bit of hope, a bit of opportunity for the T's.
Indeed, there is. First chance to answer back and get involved in the second half, but could have easily turned the way of the Keydstars side in terms of this map had they lost it. So a very important round for Glories to take, forcing the first tactical timeout out of the opposition.
And this might be the real only chance you're going to get on Mirage in terms of generating a round streak, putting pressure on the favorites, getting your economy in a good order. They just haven't had these previous opportunities.
Upgrade pistols only for the Keystars side. Out into mid for Cads, will try and lead them. Dash and his AWP is standing by to receive. The only weapon of worth for Keystars in this setup. You're looking at him to be the basis of a steal round if it comes to it all.
Well, it's fairly gambly towards A, and they leave the AWP out on that B bomb side. So if Dash can get a contact, if you can drive distraction, then you hope to pull as many of those T side players into A as possible.
Shot missed, the man goes down. And that's all the potential wiped out for Keystars in this round. And Glories will close the gap on what was looking like it's going to be a bit of a one-sided end for the Keystars side. Looks like it might get a lot more close than even that.
Even the lurk attempt isn't too important, but look, they don't know what else has been reinvested. They don't know how much armor has been bought down by the CTs. So get yourself in a position where you can just create a little bit of impact towards the end of the round. And Divine out here in top mid has not quite caught the timing against the Jiggler. He's seen one. Bob's going to get planted towards A, and Glories are going to get an easy 8th.
Not quite going to hunt Divine either, so no damage against the Glory side. Be nice if Vinabes could try and recover a rifle from here, but just too many players, so they just seem so impossible. And the gap will close. 9-8 will be the scoreline. Doesn't even get away with that kill, and Allison felt like the headshot was perfectly placed for him, but inaccuracies are going to come back to bite you. Keystars on the reinvestment. Desh immediately in with the AWP, and the M4s for everybody else. I'm not seeing a kit, though.
Keystars have already attempted a heavy mid-take, so we probably won't see that again from them in a little while. We could see Desh getting a bit more aggressive, maybe getting a fast boost towards the apartments with the orb, getting in there towards A main, just having a little bit more impact at the start of the round. And Leo has got the AWP out there towards the stairs, so Ninjas and Desh want to put some offensive down.
Shot on for Desh, lands on Pepe. Ninjas did go down first up though, so it's still a 4 versus 4. Acting out real quick, but Desh isn't done in the open. He doesn't land that third. Divine's AWP can return. Leo's backed up. Cads starting towards connector. Turns quickly, 180 for the double. As Vinabes goes down as well. And Flash has got to dash right out of there. Hold on to his gun. Glories might even hunt him down. Cads is on the move.
You wonder how that's happened. So you've got a fantastic display from the AWP. Divine probably shouldn't have even been in a position to get to. He's standing tall. He's creating a chance in the round. And then somehow, some way, short player is aggressive. Leo is in top con. And yet there's a T-side lurk coming up connector undetected. So it's have to be a pretty crazy timing for that to happen. But that's just more frustration there. How has that happened? How has that exploitation been gained? We're seeing a lot more pace from Glories on their T-side than what we saw from Keystars on their first half. And now in a position on a 9-9 score. The buy-up won't be here. Flash can drop another M4 to make it a hero. Maybe get some MP9 and armor down, but we shouldn't see a full buy.
They put themselves in a dire spot. And you're right, upgrade pistols only for the CT forces. Glories will look to take the lead here. The first lead that they've had since they were up 4-3 the first half. Flash will do well to get 1 kill, but no more than that. So many players up there in top mids, and the trade comes in thick and fast. Allison might get threatened by the player over at Palace on the balcony, but back to put his back. Allison will follow it up anyway. So Desh alone. Keystars wiped out. Glories at number 10.
And I do know that when we have the lower level squads, we do get a lot less tactical timeouts than what we get with the more disciplined tier 1 or even high-end tier 2 teams. But I'm looking at this scenario and I'm thinking Keystars have been up 9-5. Looked as if they were going to wrap the map up pretty quickly, go 1-0 up, go into their map pick. They're now down by 1. I think you need to start calling in the tax and just slowing this game down. You need to be able to deal with some of these fast, aggressive moves towards A, because at the moment, pace seems to be the way forward. It seems to be the success avenue.
At least the M4 stays for Dash. Small something to carry over.
Terrorists win.
Max loss bonus means that Keedstars will be buying regardless. Pass that weapon off by the orb. And similar story as well for Divine over on the Glory side. Big green gun in his hands. And a pivotal moment in their game here. They built up their economy state, but this could swing momentum truly to their favour for a 12-9 advantage. And last second resurgence into their own map pick here. Keedstars. 2 players to watch out from mid. One of them's already gone down to the orb. Divine will be well known about. The T-side players move in towards the connected control. Vinnabeast is forced to use an interior block away from potential aggression. Ninjas is tucked away and he's waiting for contact. They're inbound from 2 angles. Bomb carrier and all. Looks one way as the player peeks into the other. Cads will take him and immediately Keedstars are saving.
Well, I'm not really sure why Dash has just left him CT. Dash was out there in spawn and he just rotates away to hold the jungle sight line. I know they're worried about Connector, but right there, I don't know what they expect Ninjas to do. They're coming up con, they're A-splitting, and he's in, what, an off-angle top balk. Bro, the best that you're going to get there is 2, and that's even a stretch. I mean, 1.5 kills you'd be happy with. There's just no way that you can stay alive. There's no repos. There's no way you can slow the round down in that position. He needed distraction, needed that player out in ticket to get out there and force a fight towards either A ramp or Connector. Glories just feel as if they've come into the second half and Keedstars have just collapsed. They're just not shown that same level of quality at all.
Pistol and conversion rounds been it for the Vivo Keedstars. Two rounds to the good on the underdog's favour. Tacticals need to get called in by Keedstars, and that's what they'll do.
But they're just missing shots. I mean, I look at Leo out there in top con. He flashes himself. He peeks against the Orpa, who's half blinded, and the M4 just doesn't win that opening duel. You then have the short player that's struggling to even find a connection against those con individuals running up. Gets lucky to evade the AWP, but I think just in terms of firepower and individually, we're just not seeing the connections being landed that Keedstars need in this second half.
Individually based. Complete collapse. Glories have a lot of work they had to do now being done. A lot of potential now capitalized upon. The Keedstars will need to find something greater. Quick peek in from Leo towards mid. Does not extend towards Pepe's position. HE lands on Cads to do him for a quarter.
A little bit slower here from Glories than what we've seen previously. Vax is only just starting to come in towards Underpass. You got a player out there towards Chair, but not really much of an overfight. Now the CTs could retake mid. You got Ninjas out in con, Vinnabeast short, and then a third player in window. That's exactly what they're going to do.
AK swing from Pepe gets his kill. Divine lands on Leo as well. Keedstars desperate to make plays, desperate to make differences, but just nothing is coming up their way. The Molotov from Flash does find a player up towards the top mid angle. The main player in that corner using that smoke. They know that he's still there. Flash bangs in to blind off both CT mid defenders. And they'll both have to back off.
And Ninjas can re-smoke bottom con, but Flash needs his kill on B. And at the moment, Bax isn't giving him much of a chance. It's just a little bit of an attempt of util, drive rotations over. Now, Desh is still very disciplined out here towards CT ticket. He is not moving with that orb.
They're going to start to rotate Ninjas towards the site, or will Flash have to do this on his lonesome? Not just the one killing apps anymore, it's all four of them. Flash is over, backup has arrived, M4 engages the bomb carrier at the 12-second marker as well. Back's got to go back and pick it up, or you've got to see someone lunge forward. It's Pepe that tries to do so, but Ninjas gets the kill in 5 seconds now. There's no time, they're going to hunt for all these kills, but not everyone's on the bomb site. And as it hits 0 back, we'll realise that Glory's best chance to close out the map point has just slipped out of their fingertips. Keystars are still in the game.
I don't even think Glories have made a big mistake in that round. It's a 4v3. They group together. They all exec out the apartments. The unfortunate nature is that it's a pretty good read by the CTs. I mean, not only have you got 2 players on there at B, but notice how they give themselves that little lurk smoke out there towards jail. So that just drives more distraction behind that smoke. And Vitabeast aggressively trying to get himself out towards ladder. Could this be the return? Could we start seeing a little bit of a streak from the CTs now?
Nice HE on 3 men. Pepe, Back, and Cads all being tagged up, but Leo's the first casualty on Keystars again. A frag found for the Glory side. Now Flash alone on the B side, much quicker on the hit this time. We're going to isolate the one pick, put that smoke down to block any further vision, but where's the backup? It's slow to rotate. One man trapped here at the ladder room. Cads, check for it, get that headshot in. Keystars down a man again, down 2 men here as Divine picks up Flash. And Desh will be waiting for some sort of miracle to come his way. The M4 and Ninjas can find one pick. Second one, not even possible. Cads at 9 points of health, lands his head. And now they're going to rotate to A. They know where Desh was. They know he's on the AWP. They know a retake for him. It's going to be difficult.
And Cads has had a pretty poor map overall, but that is one hell of a round. He has brought so much individual impact. Sharp kills out towards both ladder and then towards connector. Not easy. Might even be able to end it on a triple kill. Not quite. NWP from Desh should not even go for this. With where the money sits and it being a 1v2, I think you save the AWP and you play for overtime.
He's hesitant here. He's starting to move up. And Bomb could get caught on timing, but I think Divine's just now going to lock out jungle angle, so... Yep. Shots connect. Desh to go down, and a 12-10 for Glories now. 2 map points. Only 1 for the win.
What a disappointing second half this has been from Keystars' perspective. With what they showed in the first, you've really only won a single gun round, and that's been it. And when you're a squad that is looking at this best-of-3 series as a little bit of a layup, you're going into the next one thinking that's going to be where the real challenge is, you shouldn't really be getting tested like this.
Straight kill from Pepe's, just domed Leo in an instant. As Glories look to take their map pick away in a situation when we thought that they weren't actually going to do it. But this second half resurgence has come true.
Especially from 9-5. And that's a scoreline in MR12 that is very difficult to come back from.
Took the advantage without letting Keystars get any more rounds from that scoreline. And as soon as they did, Glories took the map point. Now they're up by a man in the 23rd round. Set for a B execution, where once again it's only Desh with no rotation support available to him. They'll prod out mid, but his AWP, glass cannon I might add. The Flash also involved towards that short angle. This is going to be a tough ask for Keystars on the retake.
Even the late lurk in top mid should be able to just be the finishing ticket. Really good clearance of the bomb site here from Glories too, making sure they clear all of their cubby angles. For Flash, he's just desperate. He's trying to make a play. He doesn't even have a teammate inside to help him out there at short.
Ninjas, Desh, and Vinabeast. 3 men that will save Keystars or stand by, stand guard as their chances on Mirage die out. Back with one, Desh with a trade, Ninjas with a follow-up. But quickly he loses his teammate and he loses himself. 13-10, Glories will take map 1 of Mirage.
And fair play to the underdogs. That was an uncomfortable map number 1 where they had a lot of 5v3s in the first half. They couldn't quite convert. Thought tactically they didn't quite have that quality, but they come into the second half when there's a lot of pressure against them in terms of the scoreline. And they beat them by pace. They keep it very simple, very default heavy, very exec heavy, not too many fakes, not too many, what I would say, manipulations in the late round in terms of forcing over rotations. They just played a simple game. And individually, I think they started to really cook towards the end, didn't they? They were getting a lot of opening fights. Individually, they were looking really sharp. So definitely a positive spin when it comes to the end of Mirage for them.
Especially as Key Star started to fall apart a little bit, their own individual basis letting themselves down. So they're unable to take their own opponent's map pick, but at least they go to their pick next up. It's Nuke after this very short break. So, with the first map of Mirage down, we move towards Nuke, where Keydstars will get to home territory. But the question on the forefront of my mind, Dwayne, is that individual collapse from that second half going to come back to bite them, or was that just a blip on the radar for Keydstars?
I think it's a blip on the radar. I think it's a wake-up call, and they'll have to realign themselves going into map 2 and eventually into map 3, but I'm pretty confident that Keydstars should be able to take their map quite easily, and then moving into the decider, I think it's going to be the same sort of question.
Well, Glorious will at least start things off on the CT side of their opponent's map, pick an expected choice for a map like Nuke, and now quickly going to face the fire of the Keydstars side. Leo's immediately down into the vent dive, the flashbang smoke support, but he's going to stick around on the upper levels because they're going for an A hit. Epic struggling to stabilize his taps of the Julies. Vinabeast and Dash can get those kills together as a result. 4 on 3 right now for the Keydstars' favor. Allison has just evened it up, and the back lines are going to get picked up, however. Back still involved at the rafters. He finds the bomb carrier as well. Ninjas is down as Vinabeast alone in the 1v2 clutch, spotting that player. Looking for the second. Decent damage being done to Divine, but back is the big threat. He's moving closer, jump facing, trying to spot these individuals out, trying to look for the heads that he's requiring for this round to come together for Keydstars here. They swing together, they move. Vinabeast trying to isolate Divine, but unable to hit the kill shot yet.
Yeah, it's all about getting both players individually, and Divine might give him that one chance. The Glock can't quite transfer out there towards the top of HUD. I will say for Keydstars, that was a very creative pistol. Now, oftentimes on a pistol round, if you've got a lurk door smoke and you get down in the vent, that means that you've got a lower player that's going to plant the bomb basically straight away, and it's going to be a ramp take for everybody else. Instead, Leo drops into the vent making noise, comes up on the top side, and from first contact, it looked quite good. I mean, Peppy struggles massively with the Julies. Problem was, Jay, they just couldn't get the bomb down straight away, could they? And they had to keep fighting against those rotators out in heaven.
Actually, they took control of the rafters in general, and no safe areas to plant when you've got that much on the CT side. Vivo Keydstars, once again, early back foot, lost the opening pistol in the last map, and the same sort of scenario here for Nuke. This time they have forced the issue on the investment, not saving to go for early guns. You have Mac 10s and Tech 9s, which will dive straight into the upper bomb site again. Allison's there for 2, goes down to Ninjas for 1. And once again, Divine protecting from heaven. Cad's involved with his SMG here towards the hut entrance, spotting those players. Back will eventually come up with a couple, and actually Ninjas gets 2 more. Peppy has traded it to 1v1, so it becomes expensive, at least for galleries. But will they close out the clutch?
Yeah, this is probably the best player that you want in a clutch is Leo DRK. Now, he's got so many options here. He can go down hell towards A, he can go ramp to B. And if you're Peppy, you've got to know that he's not going to have the best of weaponry, a pistol, maybe an upgraded SMG somewhere from one of the players that had fallen. So much time left on the clock. This is anybody's round. Now, I would say for Leo, knowing the idea that you've got an MP9 and an incendiary, you've got to hope that you're going into the bomb site that's not being protected, whether that be A or whether that be B.
And the worst part about this is that you won't know until you take contact. Even right now, as he looks over the rafters, there could be hidden back in lobby or the site. I think he got a successful silent drop.
Definitely did.
15 seconds.
Real.
Plant that bomb, which will indicate what's going on. Peppy's going to start to move.
Yeah, just quickly, Jay, really good open plant there. So it gives Peppy a real lack of idea of where he's repositioned to after that bomb's gone down.
He's going to start to search. Leo tucked in the corner, starts to move himself, and the M4 gets caught. Literally the most perfect timing you could ask for. And Keydstars will respond.
Well, if I'm Allison, I am absolutely fuming. I am the door player in which I've got 2 kills, I've stayed alive, and I've given you all the info that it's an A-site take. He's done more than enough to allow that round to get 1. All he needs is that his default player goes 1 for 1, that the heaven rotation does quite well, and instead, individually, they just let themselves down. That's a great clutch to come out of Keydstars, and it's just the worst outcome possible now losing the anti-force buy.
Because you're countering that with a force buy of your own, except very, very weak. Even one player still on a USP. Divine hasn't invested at all, in fact. 5-7s for 3 others. SMG on Allison. Outside control already being taken in whole for the Keydstars side, but no CTs to meet them, at least not directly.
I don't think I can ever understand the AWPers always trying to save money for a big green when you're going on an anti-force buy rounds. To me, it just always gives the feeling that you're doing it because it's the principle and that you have to, but you actually don't believe in the round. You don't believe that even if I go down to a Deagle armor or a 5-7 armor, we've got a chance of winning it. And instead, you end up gamble stacking on B, and the round is just basically over. All of that threat that was generated from the pistol has now disappeared completely.
I think given the circumstances that you just lost to a force buy and you're on a single stage loss bonus, though, you have a lot less to work with in this kind of context of a force buy. You are right, though. It does telegraph that galleries were looking more just to do damage if they got a chance rather than taking a round or stealing anything back, and even that's a stretch considering how early the save call was called in.
Well, if they keep on to 4 alive, which they should, it probably needs to be a lobby crunch or even a heavy outside. I think you probably don't play 2 back-to-back defensive rounds where you're holding on to upgrades.
Certainly wouldn't disagree there. Unfortunately, 2 do go down to the bomb blast.
Yeah, that is a terrible case.
At least they recover the SMG plus a 5-7, which they can pass it to Peppy, but the Kevlar would really have helped in that lobby crunch. Regardless, there will be no investment from Glories. They will just take this one on the chin and look towards the gun buy in the next. But Divine can, of course, bring his big green out as the rest of the rifles also come to the fold. Quickly into the vent side, they look to go, and actually it's worked out pretty nicely for them because they're getting caught up there on the T side. Only Desh got down the vent, and Allison's going to find another kill as well. A 5-on-3, potentially drop rifles as well. Desh is going to fall back at half HP. They just lost Flash elsewhere, and the full eco may get a lot more done than the force buy. Only 1 casualty as Ninja strikes back onto Pepe, but now needs to clutch a full-blown ace. And AK next up, Allison with 3-4 kills in the round. And a hell of a steal for Glories.
To be able to do that up against Desh, up against your old teammate, is probably a great feeling. But for Keydstars, I think we actually probably see it a little bit too much in some of the semi-pro level Counter-Strike. Just how frequently players get caught trying to drop vents, and then they get caught in the util. They're blocking one another. They're not getting down. It's a surprising call to make when you know that you're up against a limited buy. Oftentimes you see vent drops when it comes to gun rounds and not when it comes to limited investments. That gets really awkward out on the door side.
No doubt about that. Keydstars. I think she's on the cross. Peppy. Try and engage against Leo with the Incendiary, then misses out there towards the red box smoke, so instant kills to start for Glories' side. 1 man down through towards Secret has avoided the smoke. Allison might not be suspecting anyone down on the B side, but what can they do with it here, Keydstars?
Well, the double ramp play is basically a locked deal. There should be no way that they can get down to B now.
Flashes on Divine's AWP, misses its flick, and that might be the opening, but Pepe, 12 points of health. Molotov going to drive him back. He can't stick around there because he's got no HP to tank it. And back. Will hold back in the corner. Not able to deal with it for Vinner. Second player around the corner. HE down. Desh will eventually get his kill in, and Allison is up to task. But you still got that man in at the vents. He's undetected. He can't deal with Allison. The AWPer with his back turn. AK spray turns up towards the bomb planter, but he can't stabilize it. So 2v2, another chance for Kaz to deny, but it's backside this time for Flash.
And Ninjas needs to help out his teammate because Flash is going to go down pretty quickly. Kaz is walking up quickly.
And for Burst, second player, the AK's been hurting and they have no reason to stick around. Quick pop out for Ninjas, distracts enough so Flash can get that kill in. And Peppy, again, 12 points of health, knows that he can't win any of these fights, so he'll back off and hold on to the AK as Keydstars do recover from the eco steal.
I actually have no idea how Galores have not been able to win that round. I mean, let's just look at that ramp setup. You've got the AWP, another rifler, a third rifler. Yeah, okay, it's a low HP player out there towards Hell. Divine should just at least be getting one. He gets caught on util, it's a tough flick, whatever, you can create the excuse. That's one moment in the round. The next one, how does Allison not get 2 there? The trigger discipline is perfect. It's a free kill on the first. It's a free kill on the second. You're against a planter. He's got to get off of the bomb, draw his weapon, and hold down mouse 1. That is 2 critical moments in the space of what? 20, 25 seconds. Just been completely whiffed by the CT line.
I don't think Keystars are too happy with the way things have just gone out. Tactical pause taken. Even with that round win, so many casualties, so economy is not going to be all that well fleshed out after you see the final buyers come forward. Glorious can recognize that at their own right. So even though this buy will also look pretty disastrous, you're still going to look at a chance to counter the reset. If you could do it with USPs, and you can do it with SMGs and a 5.7. And yeah, take their opportunities, as is their theme for this entire tournament.
Well, I'd love to see Keystars do a little bit more on the outside. I think at the moment they've been quite cautious towards that area of the map. You've got a couple of rounds where they're playing up in silo, the top main, back T-red, but they're not really getting players into main splits. They're not getting players into garage. At any time there's been a lower take, it's either been a vent drop or it's been out towards ramp. So you'd expect a little bit more contention towards that area.
Outside for two individuals of the Keystars squad. Diagonal smokes. Molotov towards Secret. No one at Heaven can try and look down upon them. Divine does find a shot onto Vinabeast. So there's your star, but that was all the way in lobby. So start to take lobby control on Allison's part, but no more from the CT side.
A good rotation here from Divine down towards the lower bomb site in from the vent. That allows all the Secret players to basically get caught. Peppy struggling on the outside for a 1-for-1. Still doesn't see the mass players, so doesn't quite have a read on the round just yet.
And the man up for the gallery side.
They need to try and bait this AWPer somehow. If they cross him dry, they'll just lose the round insta.
Back in Divine. Finding the kill on the boosting player for the SMG. The AWPer still waiting. Unaccounted for, but he misses his shot and Flash punishes instantly. Advantage still stays here with Glorious, and Back is still involved as he gets back to the rafters, and the catwalk kill for his double. AK leaning forward for the triple to deny. Flash doesn't know exactly where to aim, and he gets caught off by Back. Wonderful positioning adjustments from him. Keystars just didn't know where to look.
Right now, I'd actually probably prefer to see Divine on a rifle than a big green. This is 2 rounds in a row. He's just missing sitters. He's just getting completely overwhelmed. And I think with where the economy sits, with how it's been a fairly tight game, I think it's better to just get him on an SMG or a rifle as quickly as possible, get him on one of those MP9s or even an M4. And Keystars will look to buy it up because of the economical damage that's coming in. Both teams are just trying to heavily reset one another.
Certainly not been the best of times for Divine in this map. I've been pretty good on the first one, but you're right about his performance thus far. Forced buy-in for the Keystars side, and it's looking a lot more like a harsher eco. Back and Allison dealing with them as appropriately. The AK does get overwhelmed by a Tech 9, but Divine's not done. He's caught his second kill. About 2 men on the Keystars camp overall. They're still working on this Hellman, so they will get that one more pick back, but no more than that. And Glories are in the lead.
And when I think back to the Nuke official they had last night of the 13-7, what they had behind them was a pretty good first half. Now, I'm looking at the 4-3 scoreline that we've got in front of us, and I'm saying, if you are Glories, you're probably looking at 8, aren't you? You're probably realistically thinking 8 would be a good marker. If we can get ourselves to 8-4, we have a chance of threatening a 2-0 in this series. We have a chance to make it uncomfortable for the favorites.
Imagine how big of a load it would be for Glorious to take a 2-0 over the Keystars. Not impossible given the way things are working up in terms of this early half. He's certainly looking at a CT side where Keystars can try and answer back from here. The momentum certainly feels with them. They look like they're a lights out unit here. They seem to have that confident flair about the way that they're playing their match. Even if the numbers don't always support it, you still got Allison top fragging in the server at 12-3.
As the door player too, not something that you see often. Normally the higher rated players or even the players that are going to generate a bit more impact is your Heaven Rotate, which is your AWPer, or your outside individual. So good to see that your A site anchor is 12-3. Very important to limiting those top site leans, but then also being there in vent rotations. Divine going for an aggressive duel. Doesn't see anything out from door though.
Back doesn't see anything from Ram. That's the smoke is in the way, and the flashbang as well to blind and force him back. It's in the area to block the aggressive forces of Keed Stars. Ninjas will try and lead them into the B site slowly but surely. The CT squad players, only 2 of them are down here. They're about to receive.
Try and get that util to block off the glass. Flash is smoking off the double doors. This is going to force the CTs to swing.
Back takes the spray and fight. Kill gets found. Flash is down. Allison not going to make a move until absolutely necessary here. Hear that player moving up on the rafters. They check out Toxic. No, they don't. He gets his kill win. Can't get that second, though. Desh makes it a 3-on-3.
You've got a quick rotation from Peppy, and Ninjas is on low HP. Late alert coming through from the vent. Keep an eye on that one.
Divine just shut it down, and the low HP player at his back turned to Peppy. Dash now in a 1 versus 3 with that first pick isolated. Divine, nobody down in the corridors. Hold the bomb, or peeks, and picks him up. So not even a bomb plant bonus here for Keed Stars.
Well, it's going to be quite frustrating from a T-side line because you feel fundamentally in that round, you've been able to take ramp. You haven't given too much of an indication that you're going to go down towards lower. There should still be some confusion that you can either try and take hell or go back into lobby. And instead, you commit to the lower play, and there's already 2 CTs there. You've got one on the mini ramp. You've got another player out there towards Old Toxic. Rotates are very quick. And then even when Leo gets in himself a good late round position of rotating down into the vent, he's just being watched by the AWPer. Things are going wrong, and rounds are going correctly here for the CTs.
How much Cal's going to make his move up here. He's M4, wraps the corner, sees one. Vinabeast takes him. Ninja's found the first pick on Allison in the meantime, so 5-on-3 this time for the Keed Stars camp. Divine has traded one back though, so only 1 rifle in the hands of the T's.
It's getting a bit scary though, because you're all a bit separated. You've got the Heaven Rotate that's trying to hold out on the A defense. You've got your outside player at Peppy who's just trying to work some sort of info. And then your deep ramp player. A resmoke can go down towards door. Now, Keed Stars, they just need to pack. No matter what they do, whether it's door explode, walk out hut, go back towards outside, they just need to group as 4. If they do that, they give themselves the best chance of winning this round.
Bavian is back against the wall there to the upper bomb site. Incendiary's in his hand. The AWP of Divine watching. Flashed off as he dives back down to the lower ground on the bomb site. There's 2 more flashes to use for Desh and Flash. Shoulder bait attempted. Divine missing the shot more permanently. Exposed towards Mini. Peppy at the closed vent corner. Was he seen? He certainly has been now as they stagger their approach and Keed Stars overwhelm all of Glories.
It's just another one there for Divine. He just gets baited by a jiggle. There's no flashbang. There's no util that makes it uncomfortable. Oftentimes as a backside player, it's when that molly comes in that makes it really uneasy. You get forced out into the open. And then, I mean, as soon as he takes a shot, he's just in the open. There's just no real reason for him to be that wide. His teammate is in the closed vent corner, so can't protect him from main. It's another big individual mistake, and I think that's probably the biggest hindrance right now is how Divine is playing. And if you are Glorious, I think from an in-game leading perspective, you just need to try and work out how you can use him differently, how you can slow down these exploitations. I mean, there was not much in this round at all. There wasn't even a lot of armor to go across the board. That's just a few upgraded pistols, a little bit of util. At most for Keed Stars, you're thinking a couple of kills, maybe a bomb plant. You're not thinking a round victory, and especially getting free weapons from the opposition.
Perhaps nice to give Glorious a bit of a taste of their own medicine, because they did the exact same thing to Keed Stars at the opening stages of this map up. Big steel rounds came out of them. They make their way in towards the upper bomb site. Vinabeast and Flash with their kills much more confidently held this time. Glorious overwhelmed in an instant after rethinking their approach towards this round. A save call seems to be the best option for them, but even back has gone down. And these last 2 men holding over towards Spawn and back at Secret. And you have to wonder if the Secret player may even survive if they continue to press on. Doesn't seem to be the case for the Keystars. Keep a couple of rifles into the next, which will be the last round of the half.
It's a really well played round there from the T side because it's completely different than what we've seen previously. They've been quite slow, they've been quite passive on a lot of their defaults, and then instantly, it's not even a top site pop, it's a top site contact. There's just no util being used at all. Excellent entries, great pre-aims. Peppy trying to do everything to survive out here from Spawn, but there's just no way that he's going to be able to live. I say that, I mean, even the USP somehow comes out against Ninjas. So they do hold on to one, and that means that another M4 can get dropped. But for Keystars, things were looking very uncomfortable to the start of this T side, and now from what, 3-6 down, you win an eco, you should be able to tie up the score at 6 apiece.
Excellent momentum swings on the Keystars camp. Because you're all right. Glorious were thinking about 8-4, 9-3 at the turn of the half. Both were rather realistic scorelines. 8-4 may have been a target. 7-5 is the best thing that you can do. And not even Keystars could win from that advantage in the last map. 2 rifles to work for Peppy and Allison. Orp of death towards the outside. Sees one, takes him. That's one of the riflers dead already. None of the pistol players in position to pick it back up. Pepe's going to have to wait and hold his nerve, hold it offensive, and even that doesn't work against Dash. The Orp lands his second kill. Third man round the corner won't be revealed just yet, but Keystars, they're in all sorts of control now.
Yeah, they're just scaling on the outside, and Dash should be able to get another kill out here towards main against the rifler. It's a lag shot, and then they can just start spamming through the smokes. Look at how much patience there is. I mean, a minute on the clock, 5v3, they're not rushing down Secret, they're not trying to get the round done as quickly as possible. You've even got a late player in T-Spawn that's waiting for the CTs to lobby crunch and to take space away.
I'm going to start pushing on this lobby position. Divine with the M4 is out there. The backline player as well, so if the backstab continues to complete, then once again you'd be at least losing the rifle. Needs to be a longer play from the likes of Innerbeast though. Bomb will try to get towards Bomb's site. Flashbangs sent in with smokes as well with the CT side. They try and take site access away, but the Bomb knows it can take the backside. Over to the upstairs angle instead. Ninjas with 1 pick, 2 come back from back, but third player involved. Vinnerbeast also gets his head taken off, so Back's doing decent work here, but needs the full ace to clutch the round.
He can pick up a rifle, but no matter where he goes, he's going to be making noise, and the T's are going to be able to just attribute that quite easily. I mean, 19 HP, not only is it a miracle, but you need headshots on first contact. That's the only way you can win this 1v2.
This will be the most miraculous clutch of the day. Noise made. Re-smoke. 10 seconds to the stick though, and that's the big concern. Not even directly smoke on the bomb. Dash gets caught in the quadra. HE's back. The spray does not come through, but either way, Back was out of time. And we're close to half at 6-all. 6-all, no clear leaners as we go to the second half of Nuke, at least in terms of the scoreline for Nuke. Glories still have a map in tow. Can they close out in 2-0 fashion? Keystars on CT side might have something to say about that.
Probably not now with a 6-6 when you were in a position that you could have driven for a lot more. And this pistol round's going to be very important. Now they've got themselves a main smoke, a molly, and a couple of flashbangs. It looks to be a top side lean in terms of a double main split. The problem is the split might not even come in because outside they're being controlled.
Leo's called that first. Him and Desh taking a lot of damage to get that far, though. Into the upper bomb site, Glory's going to look to go. Divine has picked up one on the way out of the round. And still down by a man here on the CT side. Bomb hasn't committed. They did enter into the open bomb site, but I'm going to reconsider a wrap back. Down into vent, Allison's going to go. Cads will open up the squeak door. And there's also a ramp wrap coming in from back who just got caught off guard. So as Venombeast picks up that kill, Keedstar start accounting for the B-bomb sites.
At least you can get the bomb down, but what can you really do from here? Now, Allison might get one. Cads needs to stay alive, and he's got a couple of flashbangs. That's the only way that they can try and deal with these ramp players.
Well, that's a cash bonus for Allison at the very least, plus the bomb plant and all. Low HP for Leo. First man in. Not quite going down. Cad's going to get pressured from all sides. Allison get one kill back on the defuse. Leo's going to look to go. Full 10-second stick, and he's covered off as well. Quick swing block. Cannot get Vinner. He does get him down. Oh, and he just runs out of ammo. As Leo just about has enough time for the defuse, it will just about be a retake for Vivo Keystars.
Oh, that's a tight one. Allison's been playing really well out here on Nuke. We saw some very good defenses from him out in the first half when it came to the door side of A. We're now seeing just some of the X factor that he can bring in around. I mean, it's got nothing going for it, does it? You're in a 2v4 where even your bomb site player doesn't have armor. You got to just do everything by yourself. Now, that cash injection, that does really help. But if you're Keystars, I mean, they're getting an AWP up in round 14. You very rarely see that.
The power of a knife kill on pistol round. Dash is up. Set towards the red cross. The smokes are in the way, so he can't abuse it. He still finds Pepe, though. Now the 4 remaining T-side players to move on towards ramp, where Venombeast is holding solo. Rotation to be a little bit slow from the likes of Desh. Vinnan's going to get right back down the van and a ramp, I should say, and into the B-bomb site. Desh does reposition quick, and Beck's going to get caught for it. Venombeast turns down towards Cads, and Allison will trade him. 3-on-2 still favourable towards Keystars. Glorious are so concerned about a backline pushing from ramp. Decon unaccounted for, so Flash will take down Divine, and Allison will get caught on a quick trade to Leo. Keystars will continue the streak.
AWP just about gets recovered too. Get that back into the hands of Dash. So he got, what, a kill on the outside? He then repositions out there towards what looked like the hell entrance and got another one. So before you've even got the T's contesting the lower bomb site, the AWP is just generating so much impact. And now for Glories, you've gone from 6-3 to now 6-8 down. Not only is this a tidy streak of rounds from Keystars, but I just feel that on any map, once you give a favorite an opportunity to start generating more than 3 rounds in a row, they just start changing the complexion of the game. They put their foot down massively, something that you're not able to do.
Guys like Dash hitting shots like that. And you have reasons to be concerned if you're a Glories fan. Couple of smokes they can put towards red box. HE's for Leo immediately going to pop it open. Dex takes that chance to take one player down. Second man gets away just about. Allison, not so much. 5-on-2 and Ninja, the smoke down against the Molotov will block any further progress from Glories. Not looking at a bomb plant given these circumstances. They're going to have to find their way out of a corner.
One of my biggest concerns at the moment is got to be Cad's individual form. I mentioned it out there on Mirage when he had a pretty good 2K sequence out there on the B bomb site and said he had a poor map, but it was a good round from him. That's one round in which he sparked interest. That's one round that we saw a defining play that made a difference. He finished Mirage on just 11 kills. He's now come out here onto Nuke. We're going into round 15. He's 1-11. I just don't know how that's possible.
Difficult to justify when your team's now down by 3 rounds.
Especially when the rounds have been tight. I don't think there's been too many whitewashing rounds. There's been some good chances for Glories in the first half, and I mean, even the clutch that could have come through from the likes of Allison in the second. you just know that you need a bit more muscle, a bit more backing.
We've got the rifles, the firepower's here for this round. They need to make good on it. Keydstars could well go up 11-6. 13-6, but they're really getting unlucky. SMG stands for attention first. Flash takes the first kill on the M4 instead. Doubles up on Cads as well, who continues to struggle. As are the rest of the Glory side in this round. Divine just lined up to... Does that make it manageable? Still 3-on-2 for Keydstars here.
What a hold on the A side defense, and I don't think there's any better feeling than that, where your anchors are just locking out the bomb site. They're just giving the entry pathers nothing. The best that they can hope for is a double spam kill from Divine. But I'm looking at this round, and it might be a hot take, but I just think safe. I just don't see what is legitimately possible. I mean, we've now got separation between the two players. Divine should start thinking about the save now.
And a 1-on-3, you're looking at very few possibilities here. The SMG from a range now just swapped out to the AWP. Dash does miss that kill, so chance for Divine now to go down to the vent. They would have heard that drop, so Beast sticking around just in case. Has let him cross towards site though, so a plant will be secured. The HE will keep him at half points of health though. Flashbang into him, also make sure the man's blinded. 10 points health to the first fire and none to the second. Keydstars will make light work of the Glory side again. A decent effort to bring back those 2 picks in from Divine, but need again a little bit more.
Well, I can respect the idea that they're not even trying to drop him before the bomb goes down. I think right there, you can get yourself into a really bad mindset, can't you? Where Beast goes aggressively, goes out towards the rafters or the mini ramp, and then he ends up getting caught by the decon player, and it's now a 1v2, which is somewhat winnable. Yes, you give the opportunity of another buy-up, and you give yourself the chance now of basically going up against a strong investment. I respect that. I think that's the right way to play the 3v1.
Glory's going to figure out the best way to play out a half buy now. A steal at this stage would be lovely. Glories have done it with worse before. They just need to do it here and now, and it matters most. Keydstars stand to gain a lot out of this scoreline in the next if they can take this one. Already Leo's taken down the first. Pepe did get the initial dink off, but with the AK in the hands of the CT side player, it means that Leo is going to get away with the pick instead. Even do more damage on towards Cads. Allison and back can't do anything to their own. Walk out towards the top end of the squeaky door. Triple in for Beast. And one more kill for Desh for the road. 11-6, 2 more to go.
And you'll never know exactly how to pinpoint certain rounds and ramifications, because you're always going into the fantasy conversation, the what if. But if you were 6-3 up and you lost it against a full buy, you could kind of give it a bit of stock, couldn't you? Say, okay, we lost it to a full buy, whatever. The fact that you were 6-3 up and lost it to a legitimate Tech 9 low investment round and then haven't won a single round from that point onwards, just a bit of an embarrassment, really. I know it's not your map pick and it's a weak map in the pool, but I just don't think there's excuses for it.
As much as like that will cost Glory's any chance here. I mean, they haven't gained a single round of the half, meaning that they really haven't contested anything in realistic terms, very intangible terms.
I think the only round was probably the Allison 2v4 that then went into a 1v3. I mean, that was almost a miracle for him to try and win that round.
Dash lands on Pepe and on Divine, and he is hitting some serious shots now. Top fragger of his side. Allison leading in the server overall, which makes you just sort of contrast those high fraggers of the Glory side and then the low single-digit numbers of Divine at 8, Cads at 1, not been their game, and you sort of look at that and you think maybe if Allison had a bit more help, then maybe Glories would be in a far better position than this, at least.
Yeah, if Divine could just hit an AWP shot and Cads could just get any kill, no matter on any weapon possible, you'd probably bang on. It's been slamming. And it's maybe a good discussion to have about what we think about the AWPers moving into Dust too, because I think Dash has been quite consistent, whereas Divine, I mean, he's just been sleeping on sitters. It's not been a great map for him by any stretch.
We're back, we'll recover Leo and the bomb. Got Allison lurking upstairs. Ninja's going to be ready for this man. Or is he more focused on that vent uptake? Back and Allison just got a couple of kills, 2 versus 2. Possibilities are abound. Bomb plant will be secured on A. Allison needs to be the one to make the play though. Back is so low.
Well, Back just needs to not die because Allison's going to get out here towards heaven. So if Back gets out to lobby, hut, door, wherever it is, as long as he stays alive, the chance of winning this round's pretty high.
Allison heard that man making noise there. Dash's Back's turn. Kill gets found. Venabeast is all that remains. And it looks like they stumbled across a miracle. Venabeast will upgrade to that AK. Kit's in play. No smoke for him, though. He knows the player's out towards heaven. Just got tapped in the shoulder. Taps that bomb. In the meantime, Allison moves. And Venabeast gets the kill, but has he got enough time for it? It'll be damn close. But it's not enough. Glories fend off map points.
If you are Kid Stars, you're still thinking that we're in a banging position. Everyone dropped, which means the buy state's going to look really weak. You're not going to have AKs out for everybody. You're certainly not going to have a big green for Divine. So a tactical timeout comes through because, yeah, of course, you break the streak. You finally get your first round up on the board. And Allison does very well to be able to not only catch the timing of the door player, but get out there to main, get himself out towards heaven, strike immediately, and then just about waste enough time to make sure that that round is not being stolen. 21 and 13. He has played incredibly well out here on Nuke.
It might come down to him being the only reason why Glories would make this map look decent. And I mean, it's a stretch to say this, but to take Nuke at this juncture.
But then in that case, would you not give the AK to him? I mean, it's in the hands of Back right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was going to get onto my point about. It's like, give him the best weapon so he can have the most impact. But no, it's a Galil instead. Allison has been the impact man. Made the difference in that last round, or made a difference across this map. Certainly provided quite a lot of tangibility for Glories during the last map as well. A 1.37 is his rating. Venabeast gets forced up in the Molotov, does take down Pepe to start. Cads will trade him for his second kill of the game in round 19.
It's good info on the outside. They know that it's quite heavy. Now, the door player is not dropped, and the vent player is not dropped. Leo's got a really good timing against Back that was deep there on the outside. And now down towards Secret. There's no resistance. So you'd expect at some point that Desh is going to go down with the big green, or one of the vent players will drop. Otherwise, they could just keep it quite heavy and play retake because of the man up.
Should be noted that the casualty Back's taken has lost the AK as well for the T side. Allison is moving close to his position. He does look to grab that AK real quick. Making noise out here, though, just being a lurk element. Taken away from his teammates, get the kill onto Ninjas. Tag to 28, though. Any more attention might end up costing him his life. The Orb's watching downstairs. Cads has snuck towards the back lines of the corridors, and Allison has finally dropped to an engagement against Flash. 3-on-2. Keen Stars mostly unscathed. Dash heard the decon door open, the smokes are in, HE's come down, Cads will evade the kill damage, and you know it'll be close. Molotovs and incendiaries respond back, 6 seconds on the clock. Bomb plant will not be denied, it's inside the smoke, but Divine is still low HP here. Cads needs to get aggressive, he isolates one player on the missed AWP shot. Now Divine, a 1v2, only 8 kills found thus far. The window's popped open, but they're walking their way through the rafters. They're walking their way past the catwalk. Divine has no idea about the man. Flash was just seen. 10 seconds for the stick of the defuse. Divine gets his pick in. The second player drops right up to the man. And somehow, some way, a miracle is gained for Glories.
It has happened again, and there seems to be very few times on this T side that they've looked as if they were going to win a round, and yet it's happened twice in the space of only a couple where they've been able to come out on top with just some really strange late round action. It's always difficult clearing the lower bomb site. There's so many places. Could have gone out there towards the glass. Could have gone out there to the double doors, out towards dark. You don't have a huge amount of time, don't have a huge amount of util. And you are right. That is a pure miracle to be able to win that 1v2.
See, the Keed Stars were hoping for a hero AWP play into this round. That might change. The tech pause has been called in. But a 1v2 with a player that coming into that round had single digits on his kill counts. Never expect that at all. The transfer and opportunity offered up by the second player on the catwalk. And regardless of what Keed Stars opt to do from here, be it hero AWP or hero other rifle or half buy, they won't be able to afford the full set of weapons. So it's a miracle that leads into a serious opportunity now for the T side. 3 to the good on the favourites.
And this is now for the T-side line where you've got to lock in because it could be a 2-0. It's just you're going to have to work really hard for it. You're going to have to take all of your advantages, and it starts with opening picks. That's something that they've lacked. A bit quicker with the inner play. A lot of topside util to A.
Pepe leans in, gets Leo to fall down real quick. The AWP does strike back with one frag on the Keed Star side. Look at him. He's going real quick up and aggressive, but through the smoke back will just detect him. AK on Ninja's picked up. Going to go their way towards ramp now. Desh is in a world of hurt here. He does isolate the first man. He's got smokes down from his opposition who will back away. Glory's having to rethink their strategies. Ninja's taking that opportunity to reposition.
And the issue that the in-game leader has here of Ninja's no armor. So yes, you've been able to pick up an AK and it's a 2v3, so it's a winnable situation, but the aim punch is just going to hurt him massively. So this is where you want to try and search, and you've got to hope to try and catch a T-side player looking the other way, maybe with their knife pulled out, maybe with util. You've got to have the element of surprise here.
Tries to go for an aggressive peek and loses his life. The AWP roughly known there towards ramp, but they won't know if he's repositioned towards the bomb site, towards heaven. Whether he's stuck around. Little search coming in from Cads will confirm the info for them. And thus the plant will be secured. Glories move to number 9. Desh can only hold on to the AWP from here. And even that will be denied by back. Recover on AWP instead for the T side. Keed Stars, however, cash is built up. They will be buying regardless.
And this is where I think we're going to get a change up from the CT line in terms of the positions. I reckon we're going to get the AWP starting lower. I think Desh is going to go out there towards ramp, drop into the lower corridors and play secret. And these are the kind of rounds where pressure starts building. You've given them a little bit of a streak. You just want to change tack ever so slightly. You want to try and use a slightly different maneuver to work an opening kill.
Quick down the vents from one player of Glory. Ninja tries to give chase, but he missed the opening through the smoke. Vinabe's going to try and account for the man, and indeed he does. Allison is down. That top fragger again. They use it to his teammates to work more miracles. And they're going to find nothing there. Divine down. The lobby push from 2 individuals. Make it a 5-on-3 now for Keed Stars.
It's a real gimmicky round there from Keed Stars. The way that they fight against the lower player, I mean, you can see the confusion with Ninjas of the MP9 out there against the vent drop. But that one fight was so key. And then normally, Jay, we always say man advantage, CT side, you play the man up, don't you? You sit back, you hold defensively, you play good crossfires. They get on the front foot and they catch what the AWP, tunnel vision, scope in towards door. Now you sit back and you hold crosses. Now you sit back and you play defensively. The T's have just got to clear out so much of lobby, and it's going to take so long. I think they just save it. I really don't think there's even a point attempting this round.
I feel like Glorious might agree with you, yeah. They're falling back. No further surge forward from the Keyed Stars side. They're wary there might be a late execution. The round is over and they will be on map point at 12-9. Exactly the same circumstances that Glories were on their own map pick.
Counter-terrorists win.
Weapons will get dropped and rebought. There will be limitations for the Glory side, and really not the best case for them, given that they need to kind of win these next 3 rounds to stay alive in this map up. At least they've already got one under their belts. They won't be eliminated with losing out Nuke. Those 2-0 opportunities may have already fallen by the wayside here.
Leo going really aggressive on the outside, working around the one smoke, and it is just cat and mouse out here of who catches each other first. It looks as if Peppy should be able to get the jump, and yes, that is what happens.
Just seeing that body fade through the smoke. Peppy starting things off for the Glory side. Keyed Stars. 2 men on the upper bomb site. 2 men from ramp starting to press on the ramp access. The Orb of Divine is watching for it. He was. He's got other riflers that will look to try and take charge. The Orpa unaccounted for. Shot rings in. Venebeast drops the bomb. That's all important towards the Keyed Stars side, because now Glories have to retake this position of the map to get it back. And Divine just hit 2 Orb shots elsewhere, so that might turn attention back here. The last 2 men are the 2 ones defending the bomb.
They've got time that they can play off of this. They've still got 2 HEs. And they're worried about the backstab now. Venebeast needs to try and catch this Heaven player. Needs to try and get a good timing.
Check lockers and the Hell entrance. The Heaven angle unaccounted for yet. Desh and his Orp. Turns to attention and loses the Orp battle. Venebeast in back towards Mini, hoping to catch rotations. He'll get that kill together and immediately dive down the vents, try and focus on the B bomb site, but recognizing there's still a 1 versus 3, you need an ace clutch to get this round, and with them being grouped, with his HP being less than 40, he wants to hold on to his weapon. As Glories will stay alive.
And it should be noted, it's been a pretty poor series overall from Leo DRK. This is a guy that's played at 2 Pro League finals on LAN. This is a guy that's played at a Tier 1 level, yet it be years ago. You do expect a pretty consistent game from him, and he drops, what, 12 and 18 out on map 1, and he's 12 and 16 on map 2. When you're the most experienced player on server by quite a distance, I do expect a lot more from him. Especially the role. I mean, the outside player on the city side of Nuke, you should be frying. You should be a guy that's always involved in action. And he was the opening casualty. He was the reason that that round collapsed.
It's 1 out of 3. The Glories need to take us to OT. The second one should be easy. Only rifle being on Venebeast. Everybody else onto upgrade pistols alone. Struggle to get that first fight together, but Allison does manage to do so. Venebeast is down. CT's going to go for the lobby crunch, even lose a second player to that AK, but Leo keeps control. And the man advantage stays with the T side.
And now the players are scaling down to lower. Now Leo might be able to get 2. If he gets himself in a good position, he's given himself a real off angle. Normally you play up there towards the rafters where you're blocked by the silo against the single door. Instead he's trying to hold on to the glass at the observation window.
Well, both of the doors are closed, so the one angle you can get a jump upon them or to just give yourself information instead. He does end up to a more standardized angle just in case ramp is a point of contention. No one else is watching that for the CT side, at least not from the lobby entrance. Noise is being made, smokes are coming down. Keedstars, pistol player's not going to rotate too quickly. The AK now revealed and dealt with. So Glories will take us the full 24-round distance on Keedstars' map pick. They're giving this a good old college try. Giving Keedstars a run for their money.
And this is an excellent shift. It's not easy from the scoreline of where they were at to be able to kind of hang on, to feel as if you do at least have something left in this matchup. So I'm now looking at things and, I mean, all the pressure's on Keedstars, isn't it? All the pressure is on the favorites to make sure that they convert. I mean, Ninjas can have a quick little go to hope to try and drive economy, try and drive players down towards a bomb blast, but even that's not happening.
Nice try, but not to be. You have to ask that question whether Keedstars are dealing with the pressure well in this series, because remember, it's not the first time they've had a commanding lead over Glories and still not been able to close out as proficiently. It was 9-5 on map 1 when Glories brought it back 6 in a row to go to the lead and eventually close out that map. And here on T side, from a 6-all stance to an 11-6 deficit, and now teetering on the edge of overtime as Keedstars have been teetering on the edge of winning this map for the last 2 rounds. Their third and final chance at closing out Nuke and taking us to Dust 2. Glories want to play on.
You just start wondering what the action is going to be to dealing with Allison. Because I get the vibe here in round 24. He's going to be another critical player, isn't he? He's going to be the player that is going to make the difference to try and force this into OT.
Kills on Leo immediately into his first couple of kills on Back and Cads. And just like that, Glories may have had the wind taken right out of their sails. Pepping on 26, the fast plays of the T side have gone awry. He might find Dinner Beast. Oh, but he misses his chance. Kills found at 2. Now 1 man that remains on the Glory side. They fought valiantly. They brought a hell of a comeback and brought a hell of a T side, but it seems to all be in vain for them as Keedstars at the 11th hour will push us to a 3rd map.
And you really can't reflect to say at 6-3, if they won that anti-eco against the Tech 9s, they probably win this map. It's one of those situations of the what-ifs and pinpointing individual rounds. A shame on the last in regulation that you try and run outdoor and you're just being spammed instantly. I mean, Leo, the outside player, catches 2 individuals just trying to rotate down the vent, just trying to drop towards that lower bomb side. So a good effort there from the underdogs. I think it might hurt that you didn't close in 2. I always get the feeling, Jay, that when you are an underdog in a really important series, if the 2-0 chance was there, you need to take it. Because when you get to the 3rd, you might not have that opportunity again.
I will say that obviously Dust 2 being what it is for the Keedstars side in terms of their recent history and their lack of wins, it isn't the worst situation in the world, but you are right about how the momentum looks because you just managed to usurp them as they had a very commanding opportunity to win a map. You've just tried to do the exact same thing on the second map. So, as I said before, wind out of your sails if you're the Glory side. A 2-0 series right here could have been pivotal to their run, but it comes down to a 3rd map instead. Dust 2 after the break.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Glories missed their chance to close out into overtime on Nuke. Two stellar comebacks from the underdogs so far in this series. And whilst they might have missed a chance to play on, have they missed a chance at this series victory? Dust 2 will be the final battleground between them and Keed Stars. Dweg, who do you think has played the stronger game so far today?
I don't think either squad has, because if that was the case, I think Keed Stars would have been able to close at 9-5 and 11-6 a lot easier, right? And I think if you do look at the Glory side, they probably should have been able to compete a bit more in the first half and at least give themselves a bit more of a scoreline diff in terms of the long distance. So I think it's probably quite even at the moment. I do look at Dust 2 as a decider and think it's a pretty awful track record on HLTV. However, they are a team that still compete at this level a lot more frequently. They still have a hell of a lot more officials under their belt. So I've still got a lot of faith in Keed Stars to go to the decider.
Well, certainly on paper, you'd expect them to have this series. I even predicted it to be 2-0. That's how confident I was in it. And very clearly, I was very wrong to have had such an assessment. But similar situation towards what Mirage looks like, right? Because one victory out of the 5 that they played on that map up, and still, Glories took that map away from them when push came to shove. And where you got 1 out of the last 6 Keed Stars have played in terms of victories against 2 game, and Glories took that map at the exact same time. So I think there are some other intangible elements that we're not 100% wary of that might actually factor into this final game.
Well, I do look at Dust 2 as a map, and I think statistically it's one of Leo DRK's better maps in the pool. Now, he had a very good round 24 to close it down, where he started on the outside, went towards main, got the double spam of them dropping into the vents, but it has been a quiet series for him. So I think we'll expect a little bit more of an increase in performance from him. I think Desh on the big green looks pretty comfortable. I think he's had a pretty good series overall. On the other hand, for Divine, I mean, he's just either looking okay or he's looking awful. And that's not a good look going into a map like Dust 2, which is so AWP-driven, so AWP-heavy. I do look at Allison, though, and think, well, he might be the only reason. If we are going to pinpoint players that can make a difference to converting a series into a win, I think he might be the only reason that Glories could be able to win this series.
I mean, it was the only reason why, well, part of the only reason why it was even held together enough so they can generate a comeback during that second map. So for him, I mean, look, it's certainly frustrating when you got him ranking within the top 2 players within both of those map ups and your teammates aren't necessarily joining you up there. I know that Divine did have a 1.5 rating on that Mirage, but definitely not for that Nuke. So if there's one guy I want to look at the most in terms of him continuing to perform for the Glory side, it would be Allison. But does it have to come down to Divine performing for them to truly step up and get the maps that they're looking for?
It does on Dust 2 when you're an AWPer. I think what also is going to make the difference is how many clutches being won. I mean, let's just consider for a moment, Glories were able to win 3 1vx's, and yet that still was not enough to get them over the line. I would say on a regular occurrence on any map, you should be able to win 1 or 2 clutches. Any more than 2, and you are pushing the boundary for something that's not going to be consistent. So to win 3 clutches and to go as far as you did and still not win the map, maybe isn't the best of signs in terms of consistency in the gun rounds, in what to expect in the first half, and then translating over to the second. It might even just come down to who's more hungry, who really wants it, who really wants to come out to Dust 2 and make a statement between the 2.
And then the question comes up to that is, who is more hungry then, Like, Keed Stars, they've got a lot behind them, but Glories, they've got only so many chances to make it into the VRS. It's a key question that we'll have to answer when we come back from this break. Because unfortunately, we are facing more technical problems, but don't worry, because when we come back, it will kick off with Dust 2, our final map of this best of 3.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city.
All right, it's time to get this started. The final map of the best of three, Glories and Vivo Keed Stars. Keed Stars have just pushed us this far. Can they finish the job that they started? All Glories finally at the series win to push on in the South American Pro League qualifier. We've got Julie set to back and utility for Ninjas.
They're looking to contest long quite heavily for the CT side, bringing 4 players out to start. Got yourself an early re-smoke from the B side anchor and quick into mid up towards short. This is going to get heard pretty quickly by the CT line rotating out to spawn.
And push on towards that longhouse position to set the backstab in, but it might come in a little bit too late. Divine, good shot on. Second kill for Pepe as well as Desh goes falling the same. And Keed Stars locked out the initial stance of things. Allison is going to get traded finally as the backline players do push on. Ninja gets a double out of the sequence actually, but exposed towards the mid-to-B individuals, gives back his kill. And a bomb plant that Keed Stars need to secure now, down by a man.
Yeah, Flash needs to fight because he is alone on the bomb site. Looks like Leo wants to backstab out towards short. This is very risky because it means that for Flash, he needs to stay alive for a good 15-20 seconds out here at ramp.
They're creeping in quick though. Here's those footsteps, takes a fight, drawing attention away from that short flank. They drop in against him, he finally goes down, but Leo's taking his chance to strike against the first man. Second edge shot doesn't come quite as easily as back takes him and will hold the defuse. A triple in the round for the Julies and a pistol win for Glories.
Well, it's well done from the B-side anchor of back. I mean, it gets into a position where you don't even expect much success being landed by the T-side. They're basically completely trapped out there on the mid doors. They can't go spawn. They're trying to go B. You got flankers out there from the longhouse. You've got players on B directly, and yet somehow, some way, they get themselves out of trouble slightly. Ninjas gets a couple of kills. They shift that bomb up. They get it planted, so they will look to be force buying into round 2. You've got yourself quite a few M4s on the investment for both the B player and for Pepe, just to look at things and say, we might be up against the force, so let's make sure we're not investing into too many SMGs. Oh, missed Osmo.
Scout missing out from Divine as well. Allison's good for one pick at least into the back lines, but they will overwhelm the outside of sight players. Bomb carrier gets caught out towards Car though, so back to the first banner into the works here for the T side line. Desh needs this deagle shot or to smoke off the man. And you're going to push forward that SMG. Finally overwhelmed players looking for Pepe caught one. Leo with one pick. He's traded very quickly after that. Defuse successful, retake successful, 2-0 for Glories.
And it doesn't matter if Dust 2 is a map that you play very infrequently or even a map that you pick. When you are playing Dust 2 in a best of 3 in a Pro League qualifier, you can't afford to have sloppy util. I mean, how you are missing that door smoke, I couldn't tell you. That is a simple piece of util that is basically riding on the entire round, isn't it? I mean, you be Russian. You go in for a quick exec. You need that coverage. You need that support to cross out to the big box and to get to the backside. It's just an instant punishment. And then what you end up finding is that another re-smoke goes down towards the doors, which wastes more util. And Keed Stars won't be investing that heavily again because of the way that round went down. So it's a good start for the CTs.
Still bring a Galil in for Leo, see if he can get anything out of it. It's the two long players that strike first, and Allison just puts them down. Nades onto Ninjas, out towards mid. Actually does find Divine. He's doing rather well with his pistols in awkward situations like that, particularly in mid. But it's still not to a man advantage, not even to an even trade, with Vinabeast actually having to get the headshot back onto the next player. 3-on-3 now. Ninjas does get found.
It's just a bit of an unlucky timing. Try and scale just when the rifle does the exact same thing. Now, out to long, you've got both the AWP and the rifle with a bit of a vertical crossfire between the two of them. And Vinabeast can pick up a rifle, so for his teammate, but are you banking on much in this 2v3? You might just have to contact up long the whole way to the bomb site. It's going to be a tough round.
At least Glories have pushed on towards short. Hoping for a rotate, but the smoke down and that CT cross is going to indicate otherwise. Beast going to get boosted. But no directive contact. We hear the footsteps of the one man looking to charge up, but in the end, both players will sneak across. Look for that bomb plant. But again, down a man. The post plant.
Well, Beast needs to try and take a duel before this bomb goes down, and that's why he's slightly widened up on the angle. Now, they've got to just keep overfighting here. They've got to try and retake short control if they can.
Looking onto that one man. Flash turned away from that long player. Finally looks to get challenged, being exposed in the open. Allison goes down towards Beast, 2 versus 2. Deagle's picked up, but he's looking for a quick headshot. Incendiary's going to run off his vision, but he still lands Pepe, but he doesn't get the second back. Just holds on to a triple as he took the forward man first. And it's 3-0 for Glories here.
That's an excellent effort from Vinner. I mean, right there, he doesn't know whether it's better to go out to the Galil, to go out for the dig. He's hit some incredible shots in the rounds, and when you think about how clean that one dig was, you expect it to transition to the last player, but just couldn't quite stabilize. Now, in terms of a limited investment, I think that's a perfect round. I mean, you've got 4 players to drop, bomb plant bonus. I do look at the scoreline, though, saying 0-3. It's always been a positive start by the Keydstars. They've always been able to take early advantages, hold on to good-looking scorelines. This might be the rare case in which we get something different going into the decider.
A serious shift in trends from the Glory side. Because you're right, even if they lost the pistol, they bounced back in one of the conversion rounds and they took a decent streak or even a rifle victory and then returned to the advantage. This time they're getting dragged out rather quickly and easy towards mid. The one player at lower dark trying to act from flash, put down by the SMG, and Pepe takes the next man out towards mid. All 5 alive for the CT side. 3 AKs recovered in all. This is not looking good for Vivo Keyd.
No, it isn't. Both teams are putting in a shift, except one team's getting farmed and the other one is farming. And Glories will look at the case and say, look, Dust 2 historically is a weaker map for both of these teams. A lot of teams, especially these two, ban it in the second wave of the veto, don't often float it towards a decider. But it's come in, and right now the CT side are not only getting a lot of individual impact, but they're holding on to a lot of AKs. And I think that's a dangerous quantity right now, is how frequently are 2 or 3 AKs being held over.
It's a lot of firepower that Glories can abuse time and again. Keydstars should recognize that danger. But one hero AK in Beast has had the most impact of the players thus far here on this map. Only 3 kills deep. We need to see a little bit more of those numbers. They're going to pack and group together. And Beast will strike. Allison down. Back suddenly feeling very, very alone here. Bomb's on its way. Fights on towards one, only one. Beast with a double. And Glories not even having mid access and control. Leo's going to cut them off from CT spawn, so has to be a save call for them.
I don't think much goes right there in the sense of mistakes. I mean, Glories are just jiggling out there on the doors. It's a ripper of a shot to come in from Beast against Allison. And then if you are back, you've smoked off the upper tunnels, so you can give yourself a little off angle. You can try and wait for them to scale out from the doors. You try and wide swing the window, catch a good timing. You only get away with 1. There's not really much more that can be achieved there. And then you end up just saving. So you hold on to 3, give yourselves a good economy buffer. You don't just lose everything in the round. And Keydstars might have to be looking at Beast with what he's done in these first few rounds of Dust 2 and saying, right, he's going to be our danger man. He's going to be our go-to goer.
And the start finally sits for the T-side line. There's just 1, still 3 to make up to catch up to Glories, and they're bringing in the double orb setup and L, so you're really going to face the full brunt force of what the CT side have to bring.
I thought we were going to see double orbs at one moment towards the end of regulation in Mirage, just with how struggles we were seeing the Keydstars team sort of try and close out that game. This is now the first time across the entire best of 3 series that we're getting the double orbs. So our backing and Divine can do with it, and a lot of critiques towards Divine.
kills so far here with the rifles being out. Presently, he holds on the A bomb site angle. Back set towards B is the only defender out there. A little bit of mid-control and presence from the Glories players in Allison and Pepe. Hearing how describes how the setup currently looks. Allison. Oh, catching Neo, the jump face. The headshot placed perfect and an advantage. And they're going to try and negate very quickly after the fact. Allison's got counter utility here. M4 in, swing back, Ninja's evaded it, and he gets a return.
Yeah, Pepe might try and overswing, and Divine just needs to try and hold out here from elbow, because he's got to expect aggression to come towards him. Flashes are going to have to be good to drive him off of this position.
Pepe does respect the smoke, but Divine's up to task. Flashed off position, Molotov's to the center of the bomb site. Second flash up, and he lands on Flash. It's Cads who does get picked up on the return. Ninja's doing a lot of work, but now down to 9 points of health. How much more work can he do? Retake up for the Glory side.
Yeah, Beast needs to try and get some help, and they're expecting an anti-flash play. That's what the CT's trying to tuck from. Instead, Pepe gives him the goods, and now Desh has got no support. This is basically a 1v3 for him.
Ninjas make a lot of noise back here, so he'll draw attention away from short, but it's the CT and long plays to be concerned about now. The Orpa looks on, shot missed. Ninjas and Desh somehow turn it back, but Divine's up to task. 2 kills to his name. Ninja's still on 9 points of health. Where's the bomb? It's planted short side. Tapped once, Orp doesn't connect it! And Ninjas has pulled off a quadra with less than 10 points of HP. Miracles now found by Keedstars this time.
I think I'm just going to lose my mind if I see Divine just missing another sitter. I mean, this is just a joke. I can't believe it's happened this frequently in a best of 3. Sometimes it happens once, maybe twice in a map, but for it to be a regular occurrence in map 1, map 2, and map 3, why has he got the orb?
It has been a liability, I'll give you that much, especially in that last round. You make up for it for the opener of this one, but if you just hit that shot, that would have been enough. Even a pistol shot would have been enough. Keed allowed a second, maybe allowed a third. Glories. Only USPs around this orb, rebought in by Divine, a hero weapon by every account. They dropped that first player, can't recover the rifle. Divine's hoping they re-aggress through that doorway. They may well give him his wish.
If he could just draw them into the setup, even if he just takes a pop shot and doesn't hit anything, just to draw them out into this cross, there's something to be worked with.
USP does come up with the kill in the end. AK picked up. Ninjas and Vinabeast have traded back 3-on-3, however. And A site is relatively open up. They're not wary of Flash, who's walking his way forward. The AWP is recovered, and Pepe does not hit the shot. Aim punch going to hurt him. Allison and back. Now 2 that remain. 5-7, close range towards this short angle and catwalk, and does get a very good dink on the Beast. But a USP on back in 1v3 not be good enough for a clutch.
And now that you look at what's happened post-round, I think right there, that's another opportunity for Divine that just gets wasted. It's a wide swing, no flash assist, no util. It's a dry pick that should at least be another one for the Orpa. And I think I've seen enough. Like, just in these first few rounds, from individual mistakes to what's been happening since the 4-0 beginning, to just say the Glories just don't have a chance for me. Sometimes all it takes is a couple of rounds, Jay, and I think that it shows more of a statement than maybe what the round actually tells. It tells you about confidence, it tells you about structure, and from what I've seen in these last couple, I think it's going to be really tough for Glories to keep their heads up high, to actually press on and try and defeat the likes of Keedstars today.
Started well with that 4-0 start. The Keedstars are starting to answer back. Tacticals being called in by our series favourites. And the Glories camp will get their next gun round together. The AWP back for Divine. The M4s across the board. 1 kill for Cads, the laggard of the CT side on numbers basis. And similar story for Flash and Desh over on the Keedstar side.
Well, for the Glory side, you now start wondering in the mid-round where they're going to try and find a lot of their success. Because I think we've seen back look quite solid out there on the B defensive, trying to help out Allison in mid, and then also working around the lurk smokes. But it's been short and long. There's been some failures in the last couple. And Keedstars not bringing a huge amount of pace. They try and get the NWP in for an opener, sitting in the molly. Now that's happened twice now where the AWP with a good spawn has tried to go for a long pick, but the opposition has just kind of given the respect. They're not even jiggled the angle.
And Glory is playing the suppression game with Util. No major contact established within this first minute. Keedstars. Prod Zarab back will smoke off the tunnel's entrance and having spotted the man. Lean forward, sprays are abound, but no one's been seen.
Yeah, good little info play there from Cads. Just a flash in play, see nothing out from the longhouse. This means that they can stack up the B-bomb site quite heavily. They can have 3 defenders there, and then Divine just needs to focus his attention towards short in case it is a B fake and they try and draw in over rotates.
Seconds. Time's ticking away on the Keedstars count. The side take towards B seems to be the call. Allison's only good for the 1 pick though. Low HP as he loses his teammate at back. Pepe's worried about the mid to B access, but that's shut down by Divine and his AWP shots. Keedstars need to act, and Vino Beast is going to take one down. Leo's there to try and cut them off. Cads and kill back on towards Dash. Allison being a thorn in the side of the bomb site. 2 kills with Vino Beast, but Divine's taking out Leo, and he's too far away to take contact, so he will win the round from timer alone, number 5 for Glories.
And it's quite easy to look at that round, Jay, on reflection and say, they took too long, didn't they? 20, 30 seconds on the clock, it's late on the timer. How frequently do you see 3 players on B? I think if there's 2, they get that bomb down, no problem whatsoever. The trades were quite good, the lurk up from mid was quite good. Where the criticism could be given is the lack of real attention in the mid-round. There wasn't enough out towards short. There wasn't really enough out towards long to kind of keep the CTs at bay. So it felt like a very easy read there. And Keedstars came in extremely close to winning that one, even though it was uncomfortable. Even the CT buy, I mean, when you think that that round is being won, you expect yourself to have a better buy moving into the next. And instead, yeah, you got the AWP up, but still working with a FAMAS, still working with 2 MP9s. It's not an easy weaponry buy to get behind.
So while I've taken a tactical pause and moving into another technical pause, Glories know they're going to need some more confidence if they really want to match what Keedstars are bringing to the table. They want to supersede that. The whole series has been them trying to prove their worth, trying to take a victory over a team that are far more experienced, at a much higher level than them.
And think about how important both of the teams are going to look at this matchup to face off against the Sharks in the next round. Because Pepe out on Galores, he used to play on Sharks youngsters, their academy team, and then he played up on the main Sharks team. And then I think back to Leo DRK. I mean, he played with Sharks in all those Pro League seasons back in 2018 and 2019. So the idea that there's a little bit of a rematch for both of these organizations going into that one in a critical game to try and get you into stage 2, there's a lot on the line. There's a lot of importance here.
As a reminder for all of you, the Sharks matchup that takes on the victory of this one takes place at 5 PM Brazil time. So not just in terms of their performances in the competition, but also performance on the day. It will not be an easy day for our preliminary teams. Fortunately, a successful one thus far for Dusty Roots, who took down Shinden on the mainstream. Congratulations to them. They'll be moving forward to take on Legacy later on today. Out of the frying pan into the fryer in that case. Glories. broken on their firepower basis with the AWP, the M4, a couple of SMGs, and AK for flash, ready for the push out from the upper tunnels. 1 for 1. Comes in quick.
It's a good read again. I think Glories are being quite active on their city side right now, making info plays. We saw it in the last round in the mid portion where Cads got flashed in towards the longhouse. We're now seeing it insta and just try and take lower tunnels, try and move into upper. And Keydstars, I mean, they're worried about the flank, aren't they? With no map control out there towards that area, it's something that they do need to consider. You've now got yourself a position where it's going to take a while to re-clear the lower tunnels from this mid-access.
.45 seconds on the clock. And walk up towards Catwalk as Pepe. Staying on the defensive. No kill found for him. Vinabeast strikes back. 12 kills deep. The key impact fragger right now for Keydstars. Cad needs to provide similar amounts on his SMG from range, though. Getting the first one to Leo. Damaged up heavily. Vinabeast could well go down with a good engagement, but Cad is legged. The AWP of Desh can take him. Damage was done by the AWP of Divine, but not by a similar amount. A 2v3 for the Glories on the retake. And they are close to bomb site here, so it might come up very fast. Allison swinging in, needs a headshot, doesn't get it. Divine's AWP. Very difficult for him now. He knows to fall back and save.
And Allison has looked quite average when it comes to Dust 2, and maybe that is a poor sign moving forward for this side, because he's definitely been their best player across the series. And I think any time you go into a decider and you're just not quite seeing that extra level of X factor, it might be a bit of a hurt, might be a bit of a hindrance. And Keydstars, though, they just brute forced those duels out towards short and towards long, and now with the economy where it sits, you feel like Keydstars have responded perfectly. I mean, to go, what, 0-4 to potentially 6-6 is basically what happens a few times in the series, where it feels like there's a bit of a momentum shift, and then instantly there's a resurgence. I mean, it happened on Nuke. It was, what, 6-3, and then went 6-6 in the end.
We're looking for 5-5 at least here. Glories grouped and packed towards the A-bomb site. Quick hit from Keydstars towards B. No real resistance opportunities for these USPs.
Bomb has been planted.
Not really much to speak of in general for this round of formality and easy work for Keydstars. And then Beast. They do, but at great cost.
You'll take anything you can to try and recover a T-side weapon, get an AK into you. And Keydstars get up to 5, and just start thinking about where they sort of sit. The idea that you were invited into this stage of the competition, that your opposition had to go through the open qualifiers. I mean, we saw them being tested, Glories, quite a bit. I mean, the round of 16 went down 13-10 on a best-of-1 on Inferno. And I think that always sort of builds into the story, doesn't it? If you're getting tested in maybe the round of 32 or the 16 or even the best of 3 in the quarters, and then you come into the main event and it's another sort of touch-and-go series where you have an all rounds of regulation on Nuke. And these challenges are not going to be easy. You are going to get tested in every stage of the comp.
Another no contact default setup from the Glories. Keydstars respecting these smokes. Setting up towards mid. Allison happy to re-smoke that mid doorway to ensure that they do not take any aggressive moves. Catwalk could still be a point of contention, because there's no one there for the CT side.
Ooh, DC. And they're just in time, though, so they should be able to get the round restored.
Few seconds off the minute, so this will count as a lost round. It's a good thing that it came in just in time, because I don't think Glorious would love to lose out a man advantage without taking something in return. Very difficult circumstances they're dealing with right now. This round could well decide that they lose the half.
I actually wonder how long that precedent has been going for. The whole idea of the minute marker. I've never really thought about it until now, because it's been a thing for a very long time, but how long it's actually been, I couldn't tell you.
It's been a thing since at least 2018.
Okay. And what makes you say that? Yeah, okay.
I remember that because I think it was 2017 where there was like some big hoo-ha at like an IEM event where teams, there was like, you know, a stoppage or like some player had DC'd, they played the round to the whistle, and afterwards the team that lost the DC disputed the round, and then there was like a big admin debate, and like 15 minutes later the team that won the round said, let's just replay the round. So then we had to like put something in place. I don't know, I might have my years wrong, but I remember that sort of happening around 2017, 18.
Sounds about right, yeah.
So I don't remember any of the details because it's been so long.
Well, I mean, we've even had different versions of the game in terms of the clock. I mean, there'll be a lot of people that don't even remember when the bomb timer used to be 35 seconds rather than 40. There's a lot of things that I would assume get quite easily forgotten as time goes on in Counter-Strike.
1:45 round timer, 35 seconds on
That's
bomb.
it.
That was the best rule set for me. I loved it.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, it's always difficult because I think your opinion changes as time goes on. But the games have definitely dragged out a lot longer when we increased the timer, especially at MR15.
I still think MR15 with the minute 45 and 35 is like the perfect format for me personally. Like, I don't know, it's like MR12 feels a little bit too much like it's down to like a couple of good swing rounds. But MR15 with the minute 55 and 40 seconds, that's too much. So yeah, I think the 145 rule set was like the best rule set for me.
I actually love that in Counter-Strike. About any change. Doesn't matter if we're talking about maps, we're talking about nerfs of weapons with the most recent MP9, with the clock. Everyone's always got a different opinion, don't they? Always someone thinks, oh, this was better or this was better. You can never fully agree. Like, there's just no way that everyone's going to be on the same page about anything. And that's what I love about it. Always sparks a conversation. Always sparks a bit of a discussion.
I remember hearing something that like in 1.6 they used to play like MR10 with like 3 or 4 minute rounds or something like this, and I was like, Jesus Christ, that's mental.
Well, think about when Go first came out, how many players signed the petition to not have incendiaries and Molotovs. I mean, that's crazy to think.
Yeah.
That was something...
Because that was new in Global Offensive.
Yeah.
We didn't have that in 1.6 or Source, yeah.
So that's something now that sounds comical, but 12 years ago, yeah, no, it was a legitimate thing.
It really has. It's actually been 13 years since CSGO was released. Like, Christ. Man alive. Yeah, what a journey it's been.
I remember when the Galil had a scope. A lot of people won't remember that one.
Did the Galil have a scope?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Galil had a scope in the very first couple of iterations of the game.
Might have to load up the demo watcher version just to find out. See how CSGO looked at the very beginning. That's for me to do later tonight. For now, we're back into the thick of it. 5 apiece, Glories. All 5 players connected to server. We've got an AK involved for back, M4s for everybody else. And Keyed Stars. We go right back into the default. Similarly non-contact as it was in the last round.
It's what you find in a lot of the pro-level Dust 2T sides. Very slow, very methodical, all about making sure you get lower tunnels, driving CTs away towards short, and then just playing out the mid-round. A lot of resmokes, and Vinnerbeast is hoping to catch a timing, but he ends up against it. Now, it looks to be a B-site exec to come in for the majority of the players, and Back does not have any more util left. He's already thrown his smoke and his molly.
Entries up, Allison gets the kill, back trying to hide around the smoke, but Flash has read him. Allison trying to take his right place, and they have no idea about this flank, but he runs out of ammo against the second player. Pepe still in support, Ninja's going to take him down, but now he's being pressured by Allison, who really steps up with a triple in this one. Vinnerbeast, a 1v2, he's caught that first player, back line towards the CT spawn angle, flanked as well towards mid doors, and Cads will clean him up. Glories with ballsy plays work out well for number 6.
Well, good to see that Allison is back. That is such a sick sequence. And respect does need to be given there to Back. He doesn't generate a lot of impact by himself, but he wastes a lot of time. He gives Allison an opportunity in that round. They can establish a bit of a crossfire out there from window, down there towards a car, and then once he gets in there at the doors and tucks himself in, you could just feel it. You could see that he was going to be able to deliver. And Dash hits a beauty. First time I've seen a kill through the doors.
Wall bang headshots, sit down, Back. Incredibly difficult to hit those ones. Need perfect accuracy. And perfect timing. Keed. Gonna try and take that with a bit of decent aggression as well. Divine sees him, missed the shot. Allison goes down, he can't recover. And once again, the Orpers missings have cost Glories both this round and a half advantage. It will go 6-all, but it could have been so much more for them. Saw formalities from Cads and Pepe now. AWP's being boosted, but there's no way back from here.
And now you just have a little bit of fun on the post plant, don't you? 5v2, there's just no chance at all. And Pepe and Cads are hoping for some overextensions, but the T's are actually being quite disciplined about it. No one's overpeaking out here towards the door or the window at the moment.
They don't need to go anywhere. It's last round of the half. Pepe and Cads need to make the moves. They engage. Cads can get one of them. Leo's down low. Ninja's evading the flashbang. Catches the second kill, but Vinnerbeast with the AWP picks back. Pepe lands his next kill, but he's ran out of time. USP can get the next pick. Dash will hold them off for all that they need to. And Keed Stars will seal the deal on number 6. Another 6-all half advantage. No team leads as we go to the final half of this best of 3.
Counting up coins from a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just another piece of data.
It's another drawn-out opening half to another drawn-out map here in the Keyed Stars versus Glories series. Dust 2 delivering on some fronts, disappointing in others. What's very clear at the moment is that neither side right now seems like they're in a prime position to take over the situation, take over the game itself. Although I will say that Keyed Stars, not that they played the better game, at least on this map.
It's been a tough one to break down, isn't it? Because, I don't know, I feel like in MR12, you always have to look at opening score lines with a little bit more of a grain of salt than what you would previously. 4-0 up and then only going 6-6 at the turn just doesn't feel enough, does it? I mean, with the grand structure of what's on the line in this sort of series, in this overall tournament bracket, I think if you are Glories, you just needed to be posting more than 6 at the tail end. I think you needed to look at that turn and say we needed 7, we needed 8. And not only just from a scoreline perspective, but also just being a threat. I just don't feel as if they generated much of a threat in that first half.
No, got away with a good few moments. But that's it, just moments. Even when you think about how the pistol and the conversions went down for Keyed Stars, had to retake on 3 of those. Oh, sorry, for Glories, I should say, had to retake on 3 of those 4 rounds. Pressured even when they were looking at their best. So once again, we're in this situation where we're just taking a look at all the data, all the info, all of history, and we're just saying that Keyed Stars are the favourites and proving it. But as was the case over on map 1 and 2, where they had those commanding leads over Glories and still got pushed to a map loss in the case of Mirage and a 24-round victory in the case of Nuke. Is a similar start, as well as that Nuke from a 6-6 half. Is there a similar stance like that? A similar resurgence like that available to the Glory side? And if it is, where does it come from?
Well, it makes you wonder. We're already going into the second half of the season. We've just had the player break. This is a really important tournament for both squads. Is there potential roster changes on the cards on whoever loses? I mean, if you're Keyed Stars, you basically got the core of swingers and then brought in Leo and Flash, what, a month and a bit ago? And then if you are Glories, this project's been going since January. I mean, you just take LP, the game that we've got going up next on stream. They're meant to be playing with BSD, but I was checking Twitter last night and Horvey was basically saying, now they've come over to our team now. So we're already seeing in this competition, players are starting to move. Players are starting to move into different teams and changes are being made. It makes you ponder the idea of just what an elimination in last place could mean for both of these squads.
Well, at least for Keyed Stars, the recency of their roster moves may well give them a little bit of forgiveness, but in the case of Glories, it wouldn't surprise me if there were roster moves inbound. Of course, we're also talking just coming back from the player break at the same time, so maybe the window's closed on that. The outcome of this tournament and decide the futures of these respective squads. Pistols live for the final time in this best of 3. Julie's on Desh, USPs before others, upgrades on Divine for the Glories camp. They worked their way up with 3 men out towards Long. Flash in to Leo to start looking out towards Shaw. Not sure who to aim for. His teammate trying to provide extra support directly. Ninjas runs out of ammo though, and they overwhelm the A-bomb site.
Yeah, Flash can come up quickly to at least put some hurt down from short, but Desh needs to provide quite a lot from the Julies and CT. And right now, Flash is not getting much of a jiggle. He's not getting much of a fight from any of these players on A.
Desh. Oh, what is that? Cads can sit down, but so can Desh quickly as Divine takes him. Flash is going to finish the job his teammate started. He gets that first headshot, needs that second tap on the defuse. He's got a kit in all, and 2 bullets left in the mag. He tucks his head beneath, and the P250 can't see him. He just barely has the angle. He can't hit the shot, and Flash will stick the whole thing and claim the lead now for Vivo Keyed Stars.
Oh, there is a lot to unpack in that round, but if you are the T side, you are thinking how? How how have we lost a 3v2 post plant? They are in a position there, Jay, where no one's over-peaking, no one's giving silly deaths. Yes, there's RNG involved with the jumping Julies, but they're not even the connection with Divine. Oh, I can't imagine what his mental state must be like right now. The tilt after missing AWP shots in the first half, and then that to happen in the second half.
Mental. All you can say to it. Glory's forced back into the second round here, trying to get back on the A site campaign. Desh is M4. With Ninjas is FAMAS on the defensive. 3 players over on the B side start to take the tunnel's control, but if Glory's act now, they may overwhelm again.
You just start looking at the position of the info play. It looks solid from the CT side. Clear out all the tunnels, start rotating players over. Who is going to be the one to even strike with an opener? I mean, I'm looking at maybe the Galil out here towards short, thinking that there's something to work with there. It's just such a limited buy in round 14.
M4 just took a fight. I think they know about the short presence. Smoke start coming down. They've been suppressed for now. Leo gets his kill on back. HE's up to provide support to try and block them as best they can, but Glories are slowly but surely working their way up towards the A-bomb side. Leo's caught another kill though. They're losing men. They need to get some trades together. Got Dash back towards Goose, unaccounted for. He protects his teammate, drops the bomb, looks towards long when the last 2 men are inbound now for the Glory side. 20 seconds, bombs on site as well. They're going to go for the big plays, the big moments and the long styles, but not able to work. Dash removes the last. There's 8 for Keystars.
That was a beautiful watch in terms of coordination there, Jay. Think about how many players on low HP out there in default just want to wide swing, just want to ego the short players. You've got the better weaponry, you're up against the anti-force buy. To have the patience and the understanding in what is a tight crossfire to just give your teammate full respect, to hold from Goose that he's got my back covered. Those are the slight little details. Not that Keystars have shown it all that consistently, because I think it has been a tough series from them, but at times they have shown real good quality, and I think that's what's outclassed them against the opposition.
Should be looking at a 3-round lead from here. Again, we're on eco status for Glories. Couple of Deagles available for some bonus firepower. Again with the short composure. Again with the A composition. And again, Keystars are going to respect the positions that the T's have taken, but firepower is much more superior for them, so they can lead them into the site. Get the kills as appropriate. Dash with his 2 kills out of the SMG, so cash gained. The distraction provides the bomb plant bonus, which may well be the best thing that Glorious can really gain out of this context. 1 pick found as well. And Deagle looking for a few more heads, but Divine should not be getting this round out here.
And this is just where we need to go back to the score lines of what we've seen across this entire best-of-3 series. 9-5 up on Mirage for the squad of Keystars, 11-6 up for the exact same squad when it comes to Nuke, and now another 9-6. What we have noticed across this series is that from the first half and the first few rounds of the second, it has been the favourites showing that they are the better squad, showing that they can have that scoreline difference. And I get the feeling now, Jay, especially with the AWP in play, with how they're performing, with Vitabeast up to 20, I don't think they're going to slow down like they have previously. I don't think we're going to have much of a contest in this second half.
You may well be right on that assessment. We also said the same thing about those advantages that you mentioned, the 9-5, the 11-6 that Keystars had in those last couple of map-ups, and look what Galleries did with that. They've got rifles here. They'll have rifles 2 rounds from now as well. Ideally, to put an end to this streak here and now. Is that going to happen?
Well, maybe it is the coach sort of stepping in a little bit more for Keedstars than perhaps what we've seen. I mean, it's been a lack of tactical pauses from both of these squads across the best of three, but maybe just to be able to be in a position where you can rely on that extra person to close that game out, because you are right. I mean, map 1 and map 2 has had some struggles of closing. You don't want that to be repeating on the decider. You want to make sure that you close this game out as quickly as possible.
Especially because all this does is eat into your break time. Again, Victor will be taking on the Sharks side in their second match today. Already this series has pushed on a lot longer than many were expecting it to, and certainly a lot longer than these teams were likely to. Keedstars upset on Desh, unable to hit the first shot down there in the lower tunnels. Peppy taking some damage to the utility, but nothing major here.
A lot of respect being given in the opening gun rounds. Flash out there towards short to try and get Peppy a bit more aggressive. Now, Leo's got a HE by his side and one on him, so he might just start lobbing them up against the short player now that he knows that the access has been taken, the map control's been taken away.
.45 seconds to work with. Gotta make a move. Once again, it will be an A commitment, seeing very little action over on the B side of the map. Ninja's in an unorthodox angle here. Will they expect this? Maybe not even have to here. It was set up towards shore. They've drawn attention out there. Now they're going to go mid to B. Flesh involved with this for Mars, but it's on burst fire, so he only gets away with damage. Divine and Cad's the first two picks. Dash with only one back of the orb. Vinabeast held back towards Platt. 10 seconds. If he kills the bomb carrier, there might be enough. Ninjas, he might even be enough. Back gets one back, gives enough room to get the bomb plant in. Low HP for him, the orb leads forward. Ninjas, he's going big ham, but the shot comes back from Pepe. Oh, and he needs the second head. Oh, what a round and what a clutch for him. When Keedstars had them on the ropes, Glory's bounce back.
All right, there we go. Now we're talking. Finally, an impactful clutch and a round in which both teams looked as if they had everything. Look at that flash assist out there for the mid player. You expecting that for Mars to get 2, maybe even 3 kills. It doesn't happen. Ninjas comes up massive, but it's the clutch on the reverse. The T-side post-blow. That round had it all.
That was insane. Glories. Now need to follow it up. That one-round win was important to their campaign, but this one is even more so. It's a swing opportunity to take it and put Keedstars in the dirt, or to lose it and give the advantage and the momentum right back to the opposition. Got a walk out from Allison. His rifle in general been so important. He's caught great timing. Almost caught that second play with utility in his own hand as well. Leo's forced back at half HP. The CTs are so far out of the bomb site. And with the money being where it is, I think they're calling a save already here. Shots of Desh missing. Back will fall back to safer positions. Flashbangs forward. He doesn't get a secondary kill out of it. But they've already called in the save. So even though it's a 4 versus 4, the Glories will have this one.
Just got caught napping. You don't often see that re-smoke. You see it sometimes where it's just to try and stall the T-side line. It's to make them uncomfortable in terms of getting up on ramp and looking down on basically the jump-up position out there on short directly. The first one comes in no problem whatsoever. The second one, it's just a bit of a lazy smoke. And it means that the timing is just all there for Allison. Keedstars aren't even being hunted when it comes to these last few weapons, so both teams can shake hands here. Glories can get up to 8. Keedstars know that this streak that was building for a little bit of time now has been ended, and now it's been responded to by a couple of rounds in a row.
One more to make up. And the return from Glorious will be completed a lot earlier. Last time that Keedstars were up on 9 rounds with an advantage over Glorious, it ended up being a map win for the Glory side. And it repeated itself, history twice in the same series. Cads taken leg shot damage to the AWP. HE's won't catch him. Start to rethink his point forward position. T start acting out to mid.
The Cads is just trying to fake out here towards short, and Flash needs to drop that smoke towards the doors on contact, and then get the incendiary in towards the upper tunnels. Give yourself the best chance of creating a crossfire.
Footsteps heard. Flash gonna put that smoke down, but he's missed the chance to save Vinabeast, who's fallen. M4 needs a big moment, can't do it. Overwhelmed, Keedstars save again. Glory's up 9-all.
And something to consider, in the last 4 tournaments that Keedstars have played, twice we have seen them get eliminated out of a tournament on Dust 2. One of them was Thunderpick, where they went down to Flamingo. They went 4-13 on Dust 2. They went 0-2 out of that series. And then the other one was a CCT tournament against Crew, where Dust 2, second map of the series, a map down already, ended up going to overtime and they lost it. And you just start wondering, is there something about eliminations in tournaments and Dust 2? Is that a little parallel that we can start to work with? Because for the most part, it was looking quite positive for them. Now, it definitely feels as if Glories are probably the favourites to win now. It feels as if the momentum shifted in their favour. They're getting themselves a good streak. They're playing nicely. Leo doesn't even hold on to the AK, so it's an excellent hunt towards the end of the rounds.
They've lost all sorts of control here, Keedstars. Glories. Now face a half buy at best from Keed. And that will mean that we'll get to number 10. Minus any major shenanigans. And well, for the underdogs in this moment, when you could have questioned whether they lost their chance, or you could have questioned whether they lost their momentum when Nuke fell by the wayside. To be in this position now, it's a huge undertaking, but a huge opportunity at the same time.
I'm even looking at some of the statistics. I mean, Desh is averaging a 1.24 rating on Dust 2 in the last 3 months for a player whose team is going 2-7 on this map. Not many wins, quite a lot of losses. But yet right here, we're not quite seeing that same impact from him. He's had the AWP in a few rounds, and he's been punished quite frequently. And Vinabeast has been sitting on 20 kills for a little while now. And even the in-game leader of Ninjas, I mean, he averages a .84 rating. He's had to dig deep. He's trying to get the team out of trouble here. Now, could this start becoming a collapse? I mean, the biggest round streaks that we saw was, what, the 4-0 at the beginning of the half. We're now looking at the position of winning 3 in a row on the T side. And this could definitely tie up that 4 and maybe even push it to 5 and make it the longest round streak we've got.
We're all squared up. We won't be for much longer. Pistols moving on towards back. teammates right behind him, including that bomb carrier. There's one strat that might work. It might be this one, although that lower Thomas player going to get caught off. Back supports by swinging out at the right moment. And it's dismantled for Keed Stars. Glories free reign of the B bomb site. No chance for a CT retake here.
And sometimes you can get the feeling just by watching a game, a feeling of belief, a sense of accomplishment. And I'm just starting to get that now for the T side. I'm starting to believe that Glories have got what it takes to be able to close out now. It's been a tough series. And I'm sure they could be honest with themselves and say, look, we haven't played that well. We probably should have even lost out in 2-0 fashion. We probably weren't good enough to be able to win against Keed Stars. But just because that's the case in Map 1 and Map 2, that doesn't change what could happen in Map 3. I think right now they've really locked in and they've generated a good T side. And they've given very few opportunities away to their opposition. They've tried as well as they can mentally to stay focused. It's going to be a tough day with tough officials to continue. But right now they've got a lead and you can see it. It's only a few rounds away from happening.
One round advantage for Glories. Another swing opportunity for them as well. There's no reserve cash. M4's AWP. AK's AWP. That's the setup of both sides. Single AWPs this time. Ninja's caught off guard first up. Peppy taking damage in return, but he's done his work now. They fall away from mid.
And now you just start thinking it's got to be a B split. With where the players sit, with the short access that they've got, keep that pressure on, but then NB. I'm looking at Flash on the backside and Desh too. I mean, we've not seen the AWP perform out here on B too many rounds. Flash has not seen anything. The deeper HE could do some decent damage and break open the smoke. How much does he get? He knows that it's mass players and he gets at least 2.
Back and Allison down. Flash is coming his way. He's giving himself a little bit of smoke cover. Burst fire in. Dashes AWP in the back corner. Lands on Peppy. Cad makes his move up as Flash catches Divine. A Molotov from beyond the grave will get that kill in return. But Flash with a quadra has held his nerve. The blind sprays and all. Keed Stars equalize in an instant.
The young rookie's kind of got under the radar in this series, and especially on this final map decider, as someone that just hasn't really provided a lot of impact, hasn't been able to put a lot of numbers up, but out there on B, the utility usage was perfection. He gets away with so much impact with both the M4 and with the 5.7, and it's a statement call. When you've got a player that was 5 and 13 that ends up getting a quadra, it opens your eyes.
They're not out of the woods. Keed Stars are going to try and drag them back in. More fighting to be done here on Dust 2. But how much more? Both sides 3 rounds away from the win.
There's just no contention in the mid-round at all. No info play. And no peeks towards doors. I mean, notice how different the CT sides are being played. I felt as if Glories were quite happy to fend off the doors, keep breakage of the smoke, have a couple of players close by, whereas for Keed Stars, they're just kind of giving that area completely. So the double A play with the triple player towards long in the last round, they've done the same setup again. The Desh with the AWP is maintaining window this time. Even the Flash is not going to give them much info. Now, this looks to be an A split with a late lurk out from long.
Ninja's head turned away, fights and Cads goes down. Starting advantage, well poised on the CT side. Epping will try and make moves, try and make noise over here towards Catwalk unsure, but will it leading towards a take? I mean, the bomb is out here, smoke's being sent, and the M4 close is dealt with. Divine quick flicks back, Peppy providing covering fire. Divine is low HP, the M4 sprays away, and they line themselves up. Back takes down his own teammate in that exchange. A 2v2 ensues, but there's no time left for it. And Keystars just let Glories be too patient sometimes.
Well, look at that round, and this is where I'm going to jump on the low timer on the clock. I don't know what's going on in that round. I think fundamentally they've just lost it. You are execing short with 14 seconds on the clock. I don't mind that, but you need to have mass players there. They've got a lurk in mid and a lurk in long house. Like, what are you doing? When you've got that low time on the clock, you've got to have mass players. You've got to be in positions to trade. They just didn't have enough bodies out there towards short to go against the A defenders.
When they fell, Keystars took control. At least Peppy will strike first here in the 22nd round. Weapons staying over. Glories finally getting to the ending stages of their cash amount. Keystars and their loss bonuses have been knocked back, so there's an opportunity again to swing. HE's down, damage done to Cads. Leo flashbangs to his face. HE's dishing out heavy damage on Cads. He's caught that one to the face. M4 spray goes all over the place. Doesn't know who to focus on. Flash is so close and caught by Peppy. Dash took one back at his AWP. But no one else is coming his way. Ninja's wary of a mid through CT play. One gap in the smoke that Desh can utilize. Saw that second player cross, but he gets away without it. Shots ringing in from the AWP of the T side as well as Ninjas tries to find his angle of attack. Found ahead, but he's lost Desh. It's all on him now to retake. With no kit and no util, he's backing away. There's no money in reserve for Keystars either. This next invest will be rough beyond belief.
And Venabeast is still on 20. He has been on 20 kills for a good 5 or 6 rounds now. It's starting to get ridiculous how long it is. I'm even looking at the spam that was coming out there from what sort of the car elbow angle. Why is it not burst and taps? I think that's just pure criticism against pressure. Just being in a state where you're fumbling, you're making mistakes. I mean, there's so much damage coming in with the HE placement, with the utility usage. All you need is a couple of good bursts, and that should be sort of 2-3 kills coming in. It's just none. It's just a continued spray. And Keystars, just when they thought they gave themselves a bit of a lucky break with how much was being accomplished out there on B, with what Flash was able to do, the follow-up round, you now think 11-11. Surely Glories take this 13-11. Surely they close in reg.
With the way the buy state looks, you certainly think about it. To Peppy around the corner, sprays him Ninjas, tries to find him, gets the kill. They try and bum rush them towards long. 4 players total. Glories will slow down in mid, not try and counter towards that B bomb site where you've got Flash on low HP. And gives Keystars time to adjust. And Glories play in towards the A bomb site here.
But they're just gambling right now. You've got at least the M4 in the hands of Venabeast, which is the only other player that's got armor with that AK. Oh, timing. 4x3. Doesn't quite see the bomb. And I think now, if you're Ninjas, just save the AK. There's no point really attempting this.
Did all you could with a little buy. Get away with a rifle and a full investment for round 24. We play out all of regulation again, just like we did over on Nuke. But will it turn in the same way? Will it be a 13-11, this time to Glory's favor? Or will Keystars push us the distance to the OT? What's guaranteed is the match point for Glories. Walking in as heavy underdogs, one of our open qualifier squads.
Terrorists win.
Talk about needing to make a run, needing to press to gain your VRS points, if nothing else. The elusive spot at Pro League is obviously what everyone's gunning for and the point of why we're playing this week, but for them in their particular story arc, in their particular campaign. Wrote a run off pretty early because of the nature of who they are and what they can do. Maybe Keystars might return them to reality as Desh strikes first against Allison down in the first 10 seconds of the round.
Difficult opening kill. You've got a lot of flashes coming out there from the T side, but he just about gets his first and returns. Gets out towards Car and makes it two. Desh is on for one now.
Molotov sent, flashbangs finally catch him blind, but the second one didn't. Smoke down towards the Car. He takes a dink down's worth of damage, and the Molotov extending behind the smoke. Close here. He peeks and gets a third kill out of it. Cad did not see that coming. He's doing it all and he's lonesome. The difference maker finally put in his place by Pepe, but he's done his damage. A 2v4 now for the remaining Glorious players to close out Dust 2 in this series.
And they can smoke off the cross, but what they need is a vital mistake. They need an overpeak from one of the CT players. And as of right now, it's just not approaching. Ninjas isn't swinging on the bomb side. Even the wraparound player, Venabeast, who's been able to get himself towards top mid, he's not overfighting. He's not getting out there to the long house.
Pepe really hoping he can get an AWP shot there. AK starting to lean forward, takes a fight back, takes a kill. Doesn't know about the player on the bomb site though. Ninja's taking him back. Pepe making a lot of noise, revealing himself. Scoped close to look long, look at short. Shot down, get towards Goose, saw that long player taking damage. He's wary of that short access. 1 point of health in it for him. Incendiary on short will keep that man at bay. 10 seconds, he needs the bomb plant. It's not going to happen. Leo peeks forward and we go to overtime.
And Desh shows that he has what it takes to be an X-Factor player. I think across the series, we've seen some moments from him, but he definitely hasn't had an unbelievable game. He goes into a very critical round where he's not getting a lot of support. Out there from Car, it's a high and dry position, isn't it? Because once you're detected, you can try and play around the util, you can try and keep fighting, but you aren't getting assistance. For him to get 3, he steps up to the plate massively, and he pushes Keystars in a position now where you can drive yourself into overtime with the team being really confident.
Tactical timeout. The Glories to rethink and readjust. They go into OT on the T-side basis. We're so close. But one man stood in their way. The AWP of Desh with an absolute pop-off round. Glory's walking right into his contact, his contention. And slow to the uptake, slow the default and passive on the engagements of Keystars.
Well, you wonder at what point are we going to start seeing regular double AWPing? We saw a tiny amount of it in regulation, but now with the 12.5k, I think it makes sense to start running it out. Glories getting free access towards short as they normally do. You've got a very similar setup of Flash and Desh out here on the B-bomb site. Break into the smoke is a good timing for Pepe. HE in play means that Pepe's got the jump on him.
He's going to walk inside of that smoke and tuck himself into that corner, and all his teammates can start acting out towards short, so attention to Keystars drawn out towards the execution itself. Venabeast struggling to get kills lately, and this time will not be any different. Pepe's going to get picked up, but Cad takes back a return. Venabeast finally breaks his drought in casualties with 2 of his own. Leo with support and back is known. Shot in the back. For an advantage on Keystars.
I'm pretty sure Venabeast was on 17 kills at the turn of the half in regulation, so he'd only put up 3 more rounds from that, or 3 more kills from that point onwards, and then was in a big drought. So this is a nice little uptake in form to be able to get up to 23, but also keep an eye. Double AKs, double AWPs. In terms of weaponry, you couldn't really ask for a better buy here from Keystars, and this is where you now need to start generating a round streak. Try and go completely flawless.
Glories working their way in towards mid for their contact. Keystars. Double AWP set in. One of Dash into short, the other Venabeast on the B bomb site. Swapping places. He may take first port of call, may take first contact against the Glory side. Smokes come down. And he repositions.
Around the lurk smoke, it seems as if they want to try and approach. Look at what Flash was able to do last time. That AWP's just driving distraction, but gets caught. Flash needs to get two. There's the first, not quite the second. It's a lot of damage, at least for the retake.
One trade from Leo may set up a bit of a retake here, though. HP tagged up heavy across the Glory's players. Are going to put that AWP towards back.
Oh, he's gone.
Incendiary sent back. Yeah, he's done. He's done. Oh my god, he's found the only corner, the only circumstance where he would stay alive back there, and they may get misleading information. Divine's caught ninjas, so it might not even matter. Leo, half the timer ticked, 1v3's clutch scenario. And the AWP now watching the window, he adjusts back to get that player, wary of the forward corner, but can't even stabilize the spray, and does go down to Peppy in the end. 13 all Glories. Equalise the board again.
It's just a bit more missed util, isn't it? I mean, right there, I don't know how that happens. First off, the molly went way too far to the left. I mean, you can see him. Like, you can see that whole box area. You need to get it deep. You need to get it out towards the right. That should just be a sitter. I mean, if you're the AWPer, I'm surprised that he didn't just run out straight away. Like, surely you would have expected that you were just going to burn alive there. Crazy.
Kid. Trying to push forward here on Ninjas is part of the flashbang. He's of course telegraphing what's going on. He's made a fair amount of noise and all, but won't find anything for him. He backs off in the end. The AWP of Venabeast, however, he finds first port of call on the B side. His back goes down, and Dash once again on the double AWP.
Well, we're starting to see Keedstars bring a bit more of a fight in the mid-round than what we've seen previously. In Reg, they were very defensive, not making too many info plays. I think now that it's gone into overtime, they've just got a little bit more confidence behind them to make some risky moves, to be on the front foot. And Venabeast with the breakage of the smoke, it's a bit early, so he's not going to quite catch the vision, but it might take attention away from Leo in CT.
Venabeast will be back out of dodge. Oh, what a shot that is to Divine. Down to 3 men. Ellison's going to get one of them. Quick shots back. Venabeast, close quarters. And the jump forward of the window is going to cost him here. Leo now knows that that player is pinned in a corner at this point. And the cross to Pepe. Took a leg shot. As he loses his teammates a 1v3. Flash forward. Sees nothing. Reveals himself to be close. He waits for Keedstars.
He's got no smoke. He's got no way to draw out this round. Keedstars are just packing right now. Good opening fight, but the spam comes in. I don't think Pepe could have done much there. You could see the intent that he has on trying to fight aggressively, try to work a timing, but no matter if you go towards a window or you go towards the doors, you're just open for an easy trade. And it is a lead by 1. Now, will this hurt the Glory side, knowing that they were in a position where they could have closed in Reg? They didn't even need to fight out here on overtime.
Missed opportunities to close the 2-0 series. And they're going to miss the chance to close out Dust 2 as well. Keedstars up on the advantage. Double AWPs to respond to them. Back and Divine. Respective weapon sets and control towards mid for the Keedstars camp. They're going to take this one as slowly or quickly as you want it to be.
Just trying to drive Pepe off of this short line. You've got him coming down towards CT. I mean, it's now running the double AWPs from a CT perspective, but always having one on B. I think that's the critical change that we're getting in regulation. It's just how many of the anchors are trying to run the AWP. Allison with a flash ready for the CT player to try and peek out. And Flash has got a CT smoke set himself. Even Divine doesn't have util, so it's going to be tough for him to keep defending this ramp area because he's got no teammate in sight. This might be full retake AJ. With where the AWP is positioned now, he's going to get flashed off of the angle, so this should be a 5-on-5 post plant.
And look to see for a headshot just to get a creek amount of advantage in before. Smoke does get flashed. Saw that man, but a second flashbang supports Ninjas in his kill. Bomb plant secured. It's a 5-on-4 instead for Keydstars.
Yeah, Divine's just pretty much trolled the round completely. You needed to play 5-on-5 retake there. Needs a fall back towards long. That's a sitter of a kill with a flash assist. And now it's going to make it really difficult for the retakers.
HEs will do damage to Vinabeast. Pepe trying to look for a kill, though. Vinabeast can strike onto back. AK a flash. Gets the next to the mid lurk, and they're all falling to pieces. One man left. Pepe does not last long, and it's map and match point for Keydstars.
The Keydstars had a very successful round. They pack, they group, they use utility usage effectively. Now they've got themselves a couple of good long spawns, so this is where Flash and Ninjas might try and beat them by pace. Galori's up against the 2 series points, and you always feel that an experienced team should be able to close once given the series point.
Fast play into the B-bomb site. Incendiary doesn't stop him. They smoke it down. Back has no idea what's coming his way. 2 kills found for him, though. Leo trades it. Allison's quickly to the bomb site as well. Finds 1 and 2. And his USP's drawn out with the 3rd man. Leo stands alone with 1 fight to find. No more than that. Divine puts him down. And Galori's deal with the fast pace of the Keydstars well. Extend this for another round of play. Will they extend this for another OT as well?
And you've got to remember, this is back playing just his 40th map on HLTV. This is an inexperienced 21-year-old player that came up from the academy, and I think he's performed very well in terms of an anchor. It's a tough position to be in. You don't often, especially on the B side of Dust 2, get a lot of action. But right there, 2 kills instantly. Good repositions, sets up the round. His teammate from Allison can clean up the pieces. Well, that is a superstar hold. That is everything that you want from a B-side anchor.
Tactical called in for the Keydstars side. I have 1 final opportunity to close this in this overtime. Do or die for Glories again. No second elimination bracket at this stage of the tournament. Loser is out. Cads. Aggressive. Alongside Pepe. Long house. Moves up off the bed, but Vinabeast has caught him off. Cads goes down. 2nd man able to escape, but stick around close. He doesn't re-extend.
Vinabeast has gone from 20 to 29, and we haven't even finished the first overtime. That's a huge step up in performance. And an opening kill that might just be the ticket to closing it down 16-14. You're starting to get a bit of a shift of a rotation. Pepe's going to get re-smoked. You've got yourself the B player that's starting to leave, so back is basically completely gambling on this. The whole team is shifting towards the A bomb site now.
With the exception of back, who will watch out B. But for Galori's, this gamble may well pay off.
Looks like a double bait. It looks as if they're both going to play very defensively. Take the first engage and then hide on the second.
Pepe DC, that's not good, but Allison's gone unchecked. Flashbangs against him, 3 players to find. 1 lines up, he struggles to get the kill on the forward player, and that allows Vinabeast enough time to transition it back in the 4 versus 2, making it 1. Back is all that is left. The only man to retake it. Keydstars will have the bomb down. They look to have this round, they look to have this series. At a 16-14 and a 2-1. Back needs a miracle. He's got one of them. Number 2 and 3 are set towards long. Back to turn. He's caught him off. Ninjas is down. Third player not looking to act so quickly. Where's the bomb? It's planted down default. Back going for the AWP to fight from range. He's seen his contact. Didn't pull the trigger though. He gets his man. Vinabeast to fall. Leo, he's got a strike towards short. He's been hard. Oh, we're back in business, baby. Second OT.
What is going on? Oh my goodness. Just when you think about the heartbreak of the DC, the perfect setup they had there towards long, you think that's it. That's a soul-crushing defeat, and somehow, some way back, picks up the AWP, baits out both of the shots. That is one of the sickest clutches you are going to see in the entire qualifier.
That was amazing. That was something special. And Glories will know it. They push on. They stay alive. They bare their fangs and show their tenacity. Not willing to go down so easy when Vivo Keyed, by all accounts, had them beat.
Yeah, this is now starting to drag out for both of these teams. I mean, we've extended 4 hours in a best of 3. Whoever wins here has to play on the Sharks. You just start thinking about it for both teams, the fatigue of not only the latter stage of this match, but how do you get ready for the next one? How do you instantly jump into another best of 3? Hey, it's going to be tough calling for Keystars or Glories. Wow, that really should have been it. There is just no way that Back is in any position that he should win that clutch.
Unthinkable scene, still even now. Brilliance. And if you're Keyed Stars, right, you think you've been given a blessing, you think you've been given a closing moment. Even I was preparing my ending speech and nope. How must that feel? How must it be to be crushed in such fashion? And the win was right there for you. Euphoria versus disappointment. At least they'll get a small tech pause as we get Pepe back in server. Vivo Keyed have to get their heads back in the game because there's another OT to play for here still.
I just start wondering, Jay. I mean, I'm looking at even that last round from Allison. Like, if we are thinking about the mental state, if we are thinking about the tilt, I mean, even for him, he probably should have got 2, maybe even 3 kills. I mean, can we just not consider that Pepe was the one that was on the side? Yeah, he's the one that DCs, but I mean, Allison was all over it. Hit completely uncleared. I don't know. There was just so many crazy moments in that last round. I can't believe we're still playing on here.
Neither can I, but here we are. When you think it's closing time, when you think it's the ending moment. We all press on. Keyed Stars and Glories, magic numbers now, number 19. Warps on Desh and Divine. And mid-control access taken quite significantly from the CT side. No one is pushing on for Keyed Stars here.
It's very aggressive, but it's all about the timing on whether Pepe overextends the line and when he does. Now, Long is being held by 1, and I think now that that contact's come in, this is where they should start pressing towards top mid.
Cads leans into the smoke, cross, HE's doing damage.
It's being watched at the Longhouse, but on an odd timing.
Closing, Vinabeast has read it. Caught Pepe, is he aware of the second man? Allison, dangerous element, and he gets his returning frag. Second player still back, that's the bomb carrier of Ninjas. Back making noise. Extend towards lower tunnels. Yes, he will. Ready for the first player, not the second. Leo keeps it at a 3-on-3.
Leo's got to be careful about retaking mid. Allison is now looking everywhere. Do you look long house? Do you look mid directly? And that bomb is sandwiched. It has to be driven long to A. But Leo can be the position to make it uncomfortable for the CTs, to bring more attention elsewhere than necessary.
Dash for the frag. Allison's down. 3-on-2. You just see that player on the boost. One player down. His CAD's on for a 1v3. He's caught the first man. He's backed away to try and play a different angle. Go for a different M4 from CT spawn. Drop down. Burst fire. Oh, just misses Ninjas. 8 points of health. He's almost dead though. Dash is the next big concern. He's the big threat. And he's creeping in closer. CAD sees him, but Dash does not miss that one. He's clearly happy with it. 16 on the board. Keedstars back in the lead.
Good composure there from Keedstars. I mean, it's never easy when you're trying to default and you've got this sort of mid-press from Peppy, and then you've got... you're trying to re-clear space, and then you're in a position where Leo is getting himself in a great lurk. A great timing, deals with backs, gets out there towards spawn. Just good composure. Double AWPs on the CT line. Vinabeast, the one that started that round, up to 31 kills now. And an opening kill looked free there from Dash.
Allison tries to fight back. Peppy has caught a couple of kills out of it towards mid. He's left exposed though without backup, so at 6 points of health. He really needs to continue fighting, and he gets a triple out of it. They've dropped the bomb up there and everything. Glory is just coming up with some serious curveball plays, some serious Hail Marys. The Virgin Mother is answering back in full.
Well, that happens when you get deeper into matches, don't you? When you start getting into overtimes, it starts getting very messy, it starts getting very chaotic between both teams, and we've seen it in back-to-back rounds. This time, it's Peppy that just keeps fighting. He knows that because he's so aggressive, he just has to keep going. Now, Leo knows that there's a player in spawn and knows the AWP's out there towards the right-hand side, but at least the CTs are doing a pretty good job of defending themselves, always falling back, always giving themselves further territory.
Counter-terrorists win.
$16-all. Not allowed to get a significant advantage out of this, are we? Neither side able to pull away from the other. We'll continue to go the distance here in this overtime. One more round in this half for it. Who takes the advantage though? Will it be Keedstars again? Will Glories finally pull ahead? Been waiting for an advantage for quite a while here on Dust 2.
And that might be the nature of Keedstars, and the experience that they bring is always just trying to lead by the front when we get into OT. Allison close behind the doors. Short access being taken. This tells you the CTs want to retake mid.
Allison in that corner just saw the gun barrel. White's covering fire and extend that towards Ninjas, but that might be a trap. There's 3 players total out here, but somehow gets away. At 40 HP, finally caught by Ninjas. Leo leaning up on top of Xbox as Peppy is the man to receive him. He'll get a lot of damage done to that Molotov. As all Cad's got some of that himself. A 5-on-4 for Keedstars.
Leo's done well to just not fight there. He's done enough in terms of jiggling around and keeping his head up but crouching, and then just with the utility uses to drive them away. Now, the CTs are just, they're scrambling. They don't know what area they need to retake. They're searching for information, and now they're getting completely pummeled. I mean, they've just got nothing in this round.
Walk their way up to A. Peppy, the only defender that they have. Divine goes down, picked up. Here's Peppy, and back. Oh. Not a clutch on this time. 17-16, Keedstars in the lead for their CT side.
And this is now for Keedstars where, they had 2 series points out there in the first overtime. How quickly are they going to get up to 18? How quickly are they going to get on that series point again? If you are the coaches of both of these teams, you just want them to stay mentally refreshed. Make sure that it doesn't matter if we're down by rounds or up by rounds. We need everything to close every time to get it over. Now, being in overtime, only a single tactical timeout. It gets used now. First round of the T side.
Glories to readjust. Come up with a solid game plan, one that will finally push you past the finish line. Had that chance with the return on Nuke. We talked about it as being potentially missed opportunities and missed chance for them, but they're keeping their chances open. They're keeping their opportunities alive here as best as they can. One round to the good.
And you just start looking, Jay, at this entire bracket with how we've had some one-sided matchups, some 2-0s. Mate, what's going on in this series? I mean, it's just dragging on, isn't it? We're going on and on. And I even think, is there even another overtime calling? Are we going to be able to continue again?
Well, those are questions we're going to have to answer in a short little bit of time. Unfortunately, we are being told that there is some more issues. So we're going to take a break. And hopefully when we come back, we can find out who is the victors here between Keatstars and Glories. Welcome back. Ready to jump back in between Keystars and Glories. For those of you wondering why we have so many pauses, it's because our integrity cameras that watch the players to ensure that there's nothing nefarious going on just don't quite seem to be functioning today. So we have to get those working before we can continue. We're ready to get back into the thick of things. 17-16, Keystars lead the charge, but will they keep that lead?
It now comes down to the single AWP from Desh, who is starting out towards long, and, well, a very aggressive swing there from Allison after he puts the smoke down. Doesn't quite create that first opening chance, so from that point onwards, it's probably going to get quite slow towards short.
Moving in towards the mid and catwalk areas.
Oh, there's a flash play.
Pop up beyond that smoke, and no. Cads gets both the kills. Glories to a 5-on-3 they go. Cads might be low and Peppy might be tagged, but they're alive. Two men are not for Keystars.
Well, it's the first time we've seen that set up. Give yourself a little lurk smoke, try and peek up behind it. The problem is, if you don't get that kill straight away, it's going to be difficult to fall back. And it's just turned into a complete gamble now. So this round is already over because you can see the bombs transitioning into a B lane while the CTs are transitioning into a complete A gamble.
Yeah, nothing more to be said for that. No way that Keystars can even get exits from the extremities of the bomb side. No one's watching from CT spawn or anything. Glories will treat this as if they have got players on the B side, but they'll quickly realise. And they picked against the gamble. And they will now be evened up. Only took 2 kills to get there. 17-all.
See, this is where I think, especially with where the economy sits, they should still look for exits because it gives them a chance to hold on to AKs. I think the idea of completely sitting back here and just saving onto weapons, there's just no point for me.
You know, deep in at OT. It's 12.5k rule set as well, so... Stars not liking the layups of the maps and how they can approach these rounds either way. They've made their bed, they now must lie in it. We'll see the AWPs in on both sides regardless. Just goes to show how one single moment, one single move, one player's sequence can make all the difference in the world. Stars go hyper passive this round here.
But they finally bring Dash into at least observing the mid angle. We've normally seen him out towards the A bomb site or playing passively on B. We haven't frequently seen him here at CT. Had that opening exchange in the longhouse in the last round. This time, a minute 17, and finally that smoke clears. Now, you won't expect much. You'll even expect a resmoke to come in. Glories have not had a single contact anywhere.
Oh, Dash brings up at the right moment. Alison's down. Keed Stars. Up by a man. The AWP's considering a secondary face forward. Cads and Pepe around the corner itself. Dash will get another kill out of it alongside Flash and his kill on back. And Glories, with all the glory they had in their last round, are going to be mitigated in this one. Pepe needs to bring that bomb and regroup with his teammate. A 2v5 where they've done 1 point of damage to Keed Stars.
That took some proper confidence from Dash. That's one of those moves, Jay, that I would say is quite 50-50. You overextend the marker and you give away a freebie to the opposition, you are the reason you've lost the round. You end up getting a multi-frag, you're the reason that you won the round. And sometimes X Factor needs to be performed. It needs to at least be attributed when it comes to these overtime rounds. And they probably won't even clear Goose, so it's an absolute freebie. Let's have a keep an eye on how many AKs are being recovered, because the more they get, the more dangerous they're going to look to try and close. You've only got 2. Flash and Leo didn't quite get in a position where they could pick any up.
Double AKs and double AWPs. At least it was going to be double AWPs for Keed Stars. Ultimate setup for the match point again on their part. Glories had to clutch up big time. The Dragons ended this second overtime. Flashes in on Dash, will drive him back. Once again, slow to the uptake past the first minute marker.
Pepe's been able to already work quite a bit of space off of the lurk smoke, but it's Dash again. This is 2 rounds in a row now. He's not only opened with an opening kill, but he's shown that the AWP cannot get traded. And it's double back-to-back rounds now!
23 deep. The late game lurch forward from the AWP of Keed Stars. And that may have been enough to break the backs of Galroy's. Innovate Beast. Set and ready for a kill found on back. Next up, upper tunnels, not an option for the T side, although they'll try and make it happen anyway. Allison finds his trade. And the last man was offensive. Divine needs to get his shot, but no, he can't go down here. He's dropped the bomb, and there's no time for Allison now. The CTs need to protect one player, and that will be the end of it. And 19-17, finally, Keed Stars end the marathon series with a 2-1 victory.
Well, they did deserve it. They were the better team. They did it on their 3rd series point, but made sure that it counted the absolute most. Difficult series for Keed Stars. I think they'll look at map 1, map 2, and even the 3rd and say we got tested a lot more than we should have done. run. But we've come for the result today. I think that they need to up their game massively. They need to show a lot more against Sharks if they want to be in the conversation to be able to win that series.
Yeah, no doubt, because Glories really gave them a run for their money, and I think that they can hold their heads up high for that much. Unfortunately for them, though, this is the end of their run. They get the one series, they get the one chance, and it doesn't quite come to fruition for them. They fought valiantly, I'll give them that much, but when push come to shove, maybe Nuke was a missed opportunity.
Well, I think overall, Define needs to be looked at as, is this guy the future? Is he, I don't want to be pointing fingers, but the amount of missed AWP shots, the amount of AWP failures, it doesn't feel right at this level of Counter-Strike. And maybe it's an off day. Maybe it's something the coach needs to look at, the analyst, the in-game leader. I think they need to come together and work out a compromise or work out a new system, because I think it was a real shame to see just how low the lows were for him in particular. But like any young player, like any young rookie, you've got to try and brush it off, and you've got to stay mentally prepared going into the next series and the next few tournaments that are coming up.
I'll see what those tournaments will end up looking like, but for now we roll on with the rest of the Pro League South America qualifier. And quite a little bit late at that, but we will be bringing you our second matchup of the preliminary round. LP versus Elevate is coming up after the break. And welcome back to the ESL Pro League South America closed qualifier. It's time for our second series here on Channel D. Can you believe it's been 4 hours or so since we began the first one? Well, now we're ready to get into LP versus Elevate, our second of our preliminary rounds. Once again, my name's Atal, joined by Dwight. And this one, look, you know, the last one we kind of had a decent idea of who we think the clear and obvious favourite should be. It's not quite as obvious for this one, though.
Well, let's just put it this way. You'd come into this matchup thinking that LP are going to be having Rilzen, ZMB, Leo Monster, Hap, and BSD, and then you end up finding that Rilzen's not playing with the squad. You end up finding that BSD is now playing on Horvy's team, and then Misfit, who should be playing for Flamingo in this qualifier, is now playing for LP. What's going on? Why is everyone move ship? It seems like so many players are starting to move around this qualifier at the moment.
Yeah, it's a bit of a wild one, I'm not going to lie. Let's talk map vetoes very, very quickly, because I think we might actually be ready to get into this one rather quickly itself, because we have seen some vetoes, some history between the two cores of this side, and when there were Uno Mille, for those of you that remember back then in March, when they took each other on during the PGL Astana qualifier, and I noticed that this veto, Dweg, very similar, in fact the exact same as that last one.
Yeah, well, we always know that Anubis gets banned from both of these teams. I'm surprised that didn't get floated at all. The other surprise is that Inferno has not been picked. Inferno is liked heavily from both of these squads. So we go into Ancient, we go into Dust 2. So, look, there's going to be a bit of history between the players. You're right about the head-to-head. You've got some ex-teammates going up against one another. I just kind of want to get the feeling from the open qualifier run that Elevate had, whether they can push on and kind of at least replicate what happened in the last series in giving the favorites a run for their money.
Can they do what Galeroys could not a moment ago? I guess we're going to find out as we get started with Ancient, our first map in the series. Are you backing LP? And if so, you're going to go to 2 or 3 maps?
I'm actually going to back Elevate 2-0 for some reason. The idea of players changing all the time, Brahino coming in and knowing that Misfit is here as well, I don't know. There's too much instability for me on this one.
Yep, that is exactly what I was thinking. So yes, I'm going to go Elevate as well. They're on the T side starts. And they're on their own map pick of Ancient. Pistols live for our second series of 4 for the day. Zeddy will lean in. ZMB is going to try and resist it. Just spotted players there. Smoke goes down towards the ramp entrance. Lash will get our first kill in. CK's out with a decent responsive. Brunino is backed up in the corner towards Wood. Double kills found. Can't quite connect the triple. He's done well enough to try and reduce the numbers, but he's still up by a man here for Elevate.
Yeah, aggressive peek out towards Long, does spot one CT. They still don't know about the wraparound that's coming in towards Cave, and rather than just playing defensively, they want to put some pressure on this CT, who Hap is just kind of trying to play time, wait for Leo Monster to come out Cave.
He tries to strike, but misses his chance. Hap needs to get that headshot quick, not going to happen, especially as Leo Monster goes down. He's not going to have a chance at the retake in 1 versus 3. He'll take that first player back at least. Second flicks do connect together in the end. He's refacing towards the B bomb site when realistically there's not enough time for the defuse here. He's going to fall back, keep his Kevlar, and Elevate will take the opening round of the series.
Yeah, Elevate has been smashing teams in the open qualifier to get them to this closed qualifier and hopefully try and go on in the bracket. I mean, the round of 32, they had a 13-3. The round of 16, they had a 13-7. And then in the quarters, the only best of 3 that they had to play, 13-3 on Ancient and 13-3 on Nuke. So they're driving into this competition off of the basis of winning, what, the Gamers Club June event, end of May. July, they're waiting for their winners matchup that's going to happen in a couple of days. I think the results look a lot better than where their VRS ranks them. I mean, outside of the top 200, you don't expect that for a team that's at least playing on HLTV quite frequently.
Maybe that underratedness will give them something to shoot up for. And here and now, Elevate just hold a small lean as they take on the force buy of LP. Boss only in for Hap. Not much else.
Not much happening. You've got a situation here for LP where they're not making any info plays on round 2. They're sitting back being very defensively, which tells you at some point they're going to have to retake Cave or they're going to have to retake Ramp. You won't often see a team being stagnant for the entire round. ZMB with another resmoke. Now this is going to start shifting in the bomb going up shelf and into Donut just because of the space that is already been created towards that area of the map.
The first kill comes in for Elevate quickly as Neo Monster gives up too much towards red. As you mentioned, A site being open means the bomb was going to commit. No concerns, no problems. No real resistance and no real retake for LP. They're backing off already, playing the passive kind of game here at the CT side.
And thinking about the conversation we had about Keydstars, I think you can say the same thing about Elevate. It's great to see them back in CS because it's an iconic organization. I mean, I remember way back in the day, Elevate in the NA scene, mate, they had Rush, they had Elige, Daps, even NAF. Yeah, we might be talking 9-10 years ago, but to see these names and these brands that we're familiar with, we get a bit of nostalgia and they're still here, they're still funding teams, I love it.
Well, I certainly can't complain with more involvement in the scene.
Terrorists win.
Of course, this current roster part of the Brazilian 2021 return. Within very, very new circumstances, all things considered. Now, not quite new to success in the open qualifiers and the qualifier circumstances. Now transition that over to closed qualifier status. Here and now. Currently on the front foot, not much that LP can do to resist outsiders, keep these upgrade weapons into what would otherwise be a harsh Rico, seeing what kind of damage they can do.
Yeah, LP, with this play out towards A main, tells you at some point in the round that Leo Monster probably will try and press on, try and get out towards elbow. ZMB with the HE placement looks pretty good against the MAC-10, but PNC tries to evade as much of it as possible. They're doing a lot of time stalling with the util towards Cave, just like they did in the last round. The problem was the T's just started gaining mid quite easily because of the heavy stack on B, and then that's how they could just basically not run into the trap at all.
No traps to spring on the A-bomb site. Again, pretty opened up. Hamas tries to get back here to stop them and actually does get away with a decent kill. Hap starts things off. Leo moving on to Zeddy's position. Oh, what a flick that is. And a 5-on-3 ensues. Is this the sign of something more deadly here? Hap tries to make more out of it. Not able to do so with that Famas in mind. PNC is going to find a kill out towards red, but no more than that. Brunino's taking him back. Bomb needs to get planted here for Lash. Leo can't deny it. He'll try. Take one down. Just damage being done to CK. He's out. Taking another teammate out instead. And now he's surrounded. Quick bust. 1v1. SMG and Brunino will come in to punish. And in the mix, the Chaos LP can steal around.
I'll tell you what, considering that's a 2v4, that's a bloody good effort there from Elevate. Mate, there's nothing to work with in that round. Where do you even plant? You've got players coming in from CT, players coming in from Brokey, players from A main. You should not even be able to get a single kill, let alone get the bomb down. So the fact that you've actually been able to force it into an economical issue where it goes into a 1v1, that's a great recovery. Now, of course, it's never ideal to be losing a round to limited upgrades, but you can force the reset straight away. AK is being held in from Brahino. We've got an AWP on the upgrade to come in from Misfit. And I think that's the discussion, is that we keep changing the AWP. I mean, BSD is the main AWPer, but he's not here. He seems to be going elsewhere. Well, then you need to bring in Misfit, who's the AWPer from Flamingo.
The M4 of Leo Monster tries to strike first. Hap is again quickly involved in the early kill. Counts. He's able to even transition to a second player as well. Does lose ZMB in the exchange, but 3-on-3, and he makes it a 3-on-2 with 3 kills to his name. Lash and Zeddy quickly going to move on towards the A-bomb site. Still got Hap to find. He's still on 79 points of health. Can't deny the plant, but he can set to the retake. And actually, Brunino can find an angle instead, so it's all Zeddy now. 1v3, fights on that first man. Both players inbound from CT spawn is expecting him to move. Find a gap. Misfits AWP has him on lock and gets his first kill of the game. His LP equalised.
Now, we know that Ancient gets a lot of play rate from both of these teams, but when you look at the HLTV win rates, it's very awkward. LP have got, what, 4 wins, 8 losses in the last 3 months. Elevate, 1 win and 5 loss. And look at both of these teams with where their map pools lie. We know that Elevate picked quite a lot of Inferno, Dust 2, little bit of Ancient. For LP, they picked quite a lot of Inferno, Ancient, bit of Nuke. So you've got some sharing maps. You've got some sharing territory in terms of what's at least liked in best of threes.
Elevate now on the basic pistols should give LP trying to take some advantages now. The Eagles only available for one man. Blocks for everybody else. No utility or Kevlar investments. Still, CK's going to find the kill on Leo, so that's a start.
I'm never always a big fan of overly aggressive moves on Ancient when you're up against limited buys, and that's certainly one of them. I think right here, you just got to stabilize. Don't get too aggressive, because that's when the upgraded pistols do more damage than they should do.
And the Glocks even do a lot more damage than they should do as well. Bruno, on 1 point of health, Lash just took him down through the wall. Shots missed from Misfit Hap. Trying to see if we can bail him out. Oh, what? Okay, all right, fine. We're good. We're good. No worries. It's been found. Zeddy's back's turned, so he will lose his life. And Lash out against the CT Forces. ZMB, first port of call, and actually does get the kill. So cash bonus of the bomb plot is going in for more, though. Hap was seen. Lash now needs to go for this plant down. HG's coming in a little bit late. Still at 1 point of health, though. Doesn't get away against Hap. LP will secure the round, but Elevate will secure quite a bit of damage and a cash injection.
Well, I think we're going to have an entertaining game of Counter-Strike. I mean, right there, that's 1 Deagle and 4 Glocks getting 3 kills and a bomb plot. That's crazy. How much investment is brought in and just how much rewards is given out. Elevate will look at things at the moment and say, okay, let's start getting a feel of our T side. Let's start getting a bit of an idea on how we want to work some of our rifle rounds. Now, that series that they had in the Open Qualifiers in the quarterfinal was a 9-3 T side half. Now, you expect a good pass score with how their Ancients looked recently. I'd say 7. If you can aim for 7 T rounds, that would be an expectable goal.
Bernino just got out of the way. BNC lost his teammate. Do they even know about this player at Wood? No, they don't. Kill found. 5 on 3. Elevate. Struggling to really maintain themselves here in these rounds. It's damage being done towards Brunino, but he's still alive. Elevate yet to take a pick in this round.
A Misfit, 2 uphills in 2 rounds. There's a little bit of a spam from CK Zal to at least find a return. The factor is, though, you've got Hap that's being aggressive towards A main quite consistently. And what that will tell is that they can hold mid quite lightly and then just stack up mass players towards B. Timing is a bit awkward there from ZMB as he starts to move. AWP at least holds on B.
Frag on. So he goes out down. Misfit trying to lean forward. Zeddy's moving up towards short. Leo Monster's been caught off guard. Caught looking the wrong way at the wrong moment. Missed up shot from Misfit. Leaves Hap now to do it all. He's been the heavy lifter so far in this game. Top fragger at 8 kills. Now needs to get 10 on his board if he wants to clutch this 1v2. It's got no smoke. Got a kit and a flashbang. The bomb planted open on short means the Hap's got to extend and try and fight Zeddy. He's ready for him. He takes a triple instead as Elevate. Well, you're all right, Dwight. They're going to give us a game, quite an interesting game, an entertaining game of Counter-Strike.
Well, LP will be frustrated at themselves because there's a little bit of a lurk smoke out there on Cave, and it's a really good timing and exploitation to be aggressive through short. It's being held, but the timing's off, isn't it? Leo Monster's a little bit wary about Red Room, maybe because of Hap coming in on the backstab. He's just a bit skeptical. And it's as soon as he looks away, that's when they strike. If you are LP, though, I mean, that was a sitter of a round. That should have been an easy closure.
Significant damage to the economy state of LP. He's Elevate with a reset opportunity, a serious reset opportunity. This buyback Only featuring 2 rifles, one which is an AWP on Misfit. He does strike. Zeddy's down first. Elbow negated on Elevate.
Well, Misfit's doing a good job with these opening picks with the big green, and now even bringing it over towards this B bomb site. Leo Monster's been able to block them. Playing anti-flash, expecting a pop through this smoke.
Nice HE sent towards the T side. Look at the damage done to the Misfit there. Leo Monster can still mow down 2 to that MP9. AK picked up. Sprays will continue, but Elevate kind of been locked out here. That smoke seriously in the way will start to fade. The damage is done. The AKs need to go special, and well, there's no AKs left on the T side. Lash has got to save his AWP.
And this might be a bit of a tough game to call tactically for BNC, because unless you follow the local scene, you probably wouldn't realize that he used to play on this LP team. When they were known as Uno Mille towards the start of the year, he joined them, and he was involved in the project till March. He was kicked, and he was brought away to make room for both HAP and BSD at the time. So the idea that you used to call for them, you're now going up against them with a slightly different variation in a really important qualifier. Unfortunately, won't die after time for Lash, so it's a good sign for the T side. Hap, if he was a little bit further back, he probably would have been able to catch him and make that economical damage really effective. But yeah, ex-teammates going up against one another.
And right now it's the LP squad that are coming out on top of that rivalry. Tactical pause called in by Elevate. So they take a moment to ease off a little bit. They've got what probably looks to be an eco around here. Maybe some upgrades on the high rollers of BNC and Co, but you are mostly just looking to save into the guns in the next.
I'm just even looking at the recent form for LP. 2 wins out of their past 6 best-of-3s on HLTV for a team that's just outside of the top 100 on the VRS. You'd expect a little bit more grit from them, a little bit more consistency. Yeah, they've been getting into playoffs, some top 8s, some top 4s. But where's that deep run? Where's that run where they contest a title or maybe upset a strong squad? I'm wondering if it could be here in the qualifiers. Certainly not in this game, but when they get into stage 2, if they can. You always get a feeling that one of these squads is going to be able to pull off a plucky upset. It's just about when it comes.
And they might have to come in the second round of stage 1 because they're up against Imperial after this game.
That's a real tough game.
So yeah, not the best of futures ahead of them in terms of the level of competition. There was certainly like some easier opposition if possible, but you've got to play the teams that are in front of you sometimes, and in this case, it's only the top 2nd seed in the whole competition.
If you are Legacy, though, you're kind of hoping that there's an upset, because you'd rather them get knocked out in stage 1 than carry on towards stage 2 with a double Elim bracket.
Yeah, that's true. You can't have everything in the world there if you're Legacy.
No, you can't.
Are they still being in a similar boat as what Imperial are, because they'll be taking on the Dusty Roots Shinden Victor. I can't remember who won that match,
Dusty
actually.
Roots won that one, yeah, the Argentinian fellas.
So, trying to pray that they do not get upset in their own series. But for this context, Elevate and LP themselves are also in a similar boat. 2 squads that are pretty low ranked in terms of the VRS. You mentioned that maybe not so much is fair in the case of Elevate, given how well that they've done recently, although they did have to go for the open qualifier for this competition.
But they got really close to even making a CCT playoffs. I mean, I look at what they were able to achieve in that first cup. They beat Dusty Roots. At Flamingo, I think the third map decided they had some networking issues, had to forfeit there, and they went up against the players. That was a series that final map decider went all rounds in regulation, couldn't quite close it out. You just think if 1 or 2 of those results go differently, they ended up going 2-3 in that Swiss stage, getting yourself into a playoff would have really helped. And they just missed out on the LAN qualification because they got knocked out of a group stage by the Red Cadids recently. But in terms of the off of HLTV markers, I have been quite impressed by their results. And for a squad that brought in, BNC is the new in-game leader, bring in CK Zhao a couple of months ago, And this is kind of the period now, post-player break, where you want to start ramping. You want to start getting good results under your belt, start building up that VRS ranking.
You talk about that Gamers Club unranked event as being one of the markers of some of the teams that are playing on that open qualifier. I mean, Elevate winning Serie A is a perfect example as to where they can lunge forward to, where they can make a good run at. The question is, can they repeat those performances at a higher level? And well, CCT obviously wasn't all that amazing for them, even if it was down to circumstance. The qualifier for Pro League, also a completely different beast to even that. And needless to say, for both of these sides, it's going to be a tough road to make a run. And May will end here on the first day, in the first match for one of them. And right now, Elevate are the ones playing from the back field. With how back and forth these streaks have been, you kind of imagine that they can answer back, especially with the fast plays of these pistols. It's an eco round, but they're going to try to see if they can steal one back. 1 for 1, 2 for 1, 3 for 1 trades. Zeddy with a decent pick back at the second of the Tech 9. AK in his hands. Pistol close for BNC. Then he's going to focus on the backlines, where Leo Monster's going to offer up his head. It's a 2v2 now, and he's done damage towards the next of ZMB. BNC going to try and catch him with U2 in hand if the timing is correct. P250 looks to strike. He takes him down. It's down to Hap all alone. A 1v2 is aware of both players' positions, but Elevate are playing to stall against the timing here. Hap has only got maybe 10 seconds or so. A kill comes in on the defuse. He looks to stick it. The AK spray is not quite there. Zeddy, he needs to push forward. He needs to get his man now. He's a little bit too late. Oh, what an effort that was for him, but just missed the mark at the very last hurdle.
Well, I feel for Hap. I mean, he's the A-site anchor, and he is doing more than enough. What's going on with the anchors? What's going on with the mid players? Why is everyone just not self-sufficient in rounds that they should do? I mean, right there, we have seen Elevate now twice in the first half do extreme damage on rounds of low investment. And that is just crazy that that round is nearly stolen.
One for one kills out towards mid as Elevate go heavy-handed here in the mid takes, and Lash will work up better for it as he takes the Orpa and Misfit down. Hap is forced to fall all the way back into the A-bomb side. Doesn't want to stick around too much longer, but may get cut off from his teammates here. He might have to be the solo defender of both mid, Red Room and A. He might even formulate towards the gamble stack. That seems to be the call here for LP.
Just not good enough there for Misfit. First off, he got mollied and it didn't even land. So that should have been the jump where he starts exploiting damage and not even being forced out in the open. Doesn't get a single kill. Hap on the off angle, the edge of the smoke. Might be able to get away with one. Now the round's completely over. Elevate. I'd like to see, when this bomb goes down, a bit of intent to look for the exits. I know that they've lost a player now for BNC, but I just think if they can cripple the economy a little bit more, they can cause themselves to be a bit more of a threat on this T side.
The counterbalance is that they haven't got a lot of cash in reserve right now, so you'd also be risking your own money state. Respect the point, but Elevate have other ideas, other machinations, other playstyles they want to try their hand at. Probably one player around the lurk of Red Room, but doesn't seem like he'll make contact against LP. So there's a slight hunt going on. I'm not going to commit their whole force towards it, though.
You've got yourself a position for LP where they tried to fight mid very heavily just because the Orpa got caught without any damage. And they just get clotheslined out there from elbow, out towards shelf. They're not seeing many direct A plays, but we're seeing a lot of lane takes from Elevate. And for LP, it looked as if towards the start of this matchup, that things were sort of a bit cruisy, right? Not being tested massively, but now at 5-4, I think we've got a proper game on our hands where we're getting more and more gun rounds.
It certainly feels like it right now. It's not a full-on rifle round from themselves. LMB is going to take his rifle and apply it to BNC. Man down the start. HEs will return some bombs. We've got Hap in towards A main, who's going to get caught by Zeddy. And Misfit could get flanked as well from this player, or Leomons I should say, get flanked from this player in from the donut entrance. Just can't quite see him ahead of the smoke. He's going to push forward of it, and the 5-7 does actually catch him off guard. Misfit also worked up towards Temple. He's caught a secondary kill, so it's now there are 2 men. The bomb being dropped in the open with that.
Lack of patience out there towards Donut. Really need to wait that smoke out. That's an easy force by round steal here for LP. And I think for Elevate, we've certainly seen not the cleanest of Counter-Strike being displayed from them. At times it gets very chaotic, it gets quite gimmicky. Maybe that's something that we should learn to expect across both the first half and the second half on just how they conduct themselves on the server. But when you consider how limited the buy is there, that gets very sloppy. It was a good start from the ramp aggression, but I mean, to fade a smoke like that, you can't get away with that at this level.
And tacticals for Elevate to rethink that kind of approach. Because that lost round means that they are no longer able to win the half. Best they can do is 6 apiece. LP will be gunning for an 8-4 advantage. Two Galils, 2 AKs, and a Tech 9 on Elevate's part. Quickly in for Hap, straight out towards elbow. Flash blinded by Lash, gives a very easy kill to his teammate. Diozera started off well. They couldn't recover that rifle, but they're up a man.
Now, Hab's going from the player that was getting a lot of success in the late round on retakes to now the player that's just falling early. We've seen a lot of A attributes from the T side in which they've caught Hap within the first 30 seconds. You now got another one of these rounds where mid is being compromised, lane is being watched by Leo Monster out here to the top of shelf, but it's a defensive play on A. You can bring Brahino out, and you've got ZMB, but with no util between the two of them, there's not much they can do against a site here.
Elevate. Onto the A site they'll go. Damage being done to Brunino. Tech 9 of BNC. It's so close to catching him. Turning attention towards ZMB instead. Both him and his teammate taking damage, and they actually do start to fall back on the LP side. They don't have faith in the man disadvantage on the retake. So Elevate will get to number 5 instead.
And not even really putting themselves in exit positions, which is surprising. I mean, knowing that we've only got one more round in the half left and how weak the buy is. I mean, they would have heard the Tech 9s. They know that the buy had to be weak. I think this is a mistake from LP. I think they need to get themselves out towards Donut, out there T-spawn, elbow, having 10 of dropping these T-side players, but it's just not to be.
Terrorists win.
Last round in the half. LP quite passive and quick to give up these CT rounds when they're going against tough. Elevate's happy to accept that. Now the full set of rifles for both sides going into the last round of the half. Orp on Misfit, no such big green for Elevate though. CK Zhao may not need it to get the opening pick as he finds his opening kill. It's Diozera that instead finds the headshot. And the start sits with Elevate again.
Yeah, they've done well with these fast plays out in elbow and towards shelf. I mean, ZMB's got himself a little lurk smoke. Spam is slightly off. Ramp aggression is coming. They're waiting for the timing on this, though.
And Hap just finds CK out in the end. And BNC, Zeddy, and Diozera do get those trades together. Misfit, now discovered. They know what to do. Hit A. Easiest thing to do. They can't quite hold the defensive. He'll try and look towards mid, which is a mistake to make. Because they will get a bomb down. He's now up for a 4 on retake. 1-on-4 situation, 1-on-3 at this juncture. No one revealed early. Look towards the back lines of that donut entrance. See his man tap up. Then he's very close though. Round the corner he goes. Round the boxes he'll look to the tap to the back of the head. And it's another 6-all half. Our third one of the day as LP and Elevate go to evens. Six all means that no squad leads the charge, but LP did have a lead for a little bit. Elevate had to drag them back in. Now they move towards the second half where they look to try a little bit more over the opposition. Pistols are live. Who's going to come out ahead?
Well, you're seeing the Julie set up, but not double Julies. That's a little bit different than what we'd normally expect on a CT pistol. And Zero out there towards Donut, just jiggling on the contact. You've then got the Julies out towards Tree. A very defensive B-line setup. No one in cave directly, no one out on the bomb site. So this very much could just be a 5-on-5 post plant.
That seems to be the call here. HE's to open the smokes as they try and press on, as they try and find some sort of way in, but nothing is presenting as of right now here. Elevate. I'll set some smokes down and try and go for the retake here. You've got players in the back lines watching Misfit. Draws out first blood. BNC is going to get caught, as is Lash, as is Zeddy. CK's out suddenly in a 1 versus 5. Getting 2 picks out of it. Knives coming in. That costs out the life of ZMB. For 13 HP, no kit, no time. And dead to rights on Misfit's part. It will be a lead for the T side of LP.
Well, it's a shame they don't get the knife there, because that extra cash injection could have been lethal going into the next round. Elevate got themselves what I would say was in a comfortable position, right? I know it's a 5-on-5, but they re-smoke cave, they flash themselves out. They just struggle with the trades. They just can't get the close-range duels in their favor. An LP lead by 1. I wonder how much contention we're going to have in the first few rounds, because we're looking at this one with ZK Zhao getting a bit of exit damage to say, right, you can have a dig, but everybody else was going full USPs. We're trying to get the opening rifles in straight away.
They'll do their best to contest with these pistols, and Misfit will take some deep down damage, so they'll clear out main at least. All this will do is push LP to go to that B bomb site. Misfit still could be in a bit of danger, and indeed he does go down. And no more casualties seems to be on the table here for LP. I say that Leo is on 1 point of health. And Galil dropping elsewhere towards the B doors, so not much more to speak of in terms of round potential for this CT side. Hap could get sandwiched. Dio's seen him. CK Zhao will drop, so what can Dio gain out of this now? Exit on ZMB.
If he gets a kill, he wins a round.
You're right, actually. There's just about enough time here. Headshots gained. Go for the defuse. They're too far away. No, I think actually ZMB can reach him in time.
Yeah, it'll be all right.
No kit. If he had the kit, then it certainly would have been on, but that's the nature of an eco sometimes. It did look like it was plausible. 8 on the board of the LP side. They'll face the rifles of Elevate.
And it makes you ponder the idea that this team, known as Une Mille once upon a time, went over to the Nitro organization, got dropped by them about a month ago. What's the future looking like? I mean, they haven't been signed. They don't even really have a full 5-man lineup. They've really only got a core 3 at this point. You've got Brahino that's standing in. You've now got Misfit that's standing in. Is it the LP just keep playing the VRS tournaments to hope that they can string something together? But it must be a really tough position to be in. Now, just quickly, I want to note, this is what Big do quite consistently at the Tier 1 level, and it's called the double eco from pistol. So you lose pistol, you invest nothing, you go into the next, and rather than going to a full buy with rifles, you buy up limited weaponry. So you've got MP9 armor, a little bit of util, but you're protecting yourself for the next gun round while also having enough investment to try and steal it here in round 15.
We started off well with a kill to their name. A trade was found by LP, though. Still got insertion points on the CT side, B and C in particular. It's a concerning element for them, Bruno. We'll check that wood cubby corner, so threat neutralized on B and C's part. Lash, currently the only man on the B bomb side directly. Diazero is going to start to move up to try and support him. Hap will do his best to get some kills out as the execution seems to come in. And that SMG will take Hap down, so 3 on 3 is Lash. Lines up a bit of damage and a kill out. The AK picked up by Diazera. Can't quite turn up for the kill though, Zeddy. Here's Misfit planting, pushing through the smoke. Scene 1 takes him, turns back. Misfit at this kind of range can lose. And Elevate will indeed steal the round.
And not only do Big use it quite a lot in Tier 1, but Furia do as well. And I think that's maybe where some of the local teams look at it and try and bring it down. I will say that in Tier 2 and Tier 3, it's a rarity. We don't see it very often, and it's certainly the first time that we've seen it in this broadcast today. But right there, we see the importance, and I guess you've also got to remember, there's a lot of close angles towards lane, isn't there? It's one of these maps, Ancient, on the CT line, where if you do have MP9s, you can give yourself some really good chances in close range fights. I mean, even in that 1v2, look at how close range walking through the short smoke is against Leo Monster, and then to transfer over against Misfit, which was the planter.
Mid-fights from Elevate seem to go well for them on both sides. One of them out pretty consistently on T side here on CT, drawing out first blood against Leo Monster. There's a broken investment round from LP as well. Can't afford to lose those rifles. Someone better pick it back up. AK and Galil for Brunino and Misfit respectively. Tech9s for the other two at the moment.
Now, you've got the crack angle being held by Diazera out here towards Donut with the smoke. So he's just going to hold the angle, and then as soon as contact comes in, he'll smoke himself off. So he'll smoke off the front side of Donut, and then that will bring the rotation of Lash with the AWP out towards Red Room. And while that's happening, we are not getting any aggression down from B. They've got 3 players on this B bomb site, but they're all being extremely defensive.
Backing away quite far to focus on mid and A, the AWP and the back lines of the B bomb site. Won't be able to see anybody from ramp because no one's coming in from ramp. The smoke's down and short will start to indicate what's happening. Incendiary at the ready for when that bomb tap does come through. Teammates have backed up. HG's coming in, doing no damage. It will stall LP out for now, but they've got plenty of time to plant this bomb. So a kill towards BNC. CK Zal goes down. BNC will fall. Zeddy with 1 frag to return. It's 3 on 3. Low HP for Hap in the front. Brunino in the back gets the kill. Diazera starts moving. Checked at Cave. Hap is picked up. The AWP still watching to provide support. Incendiary's close. Will not drive anybody out of position. ZMB and Brunino peek. The AWP is down. The M4 now knows where both players are at. And neither man looks to move. A reload gets set and he starts to swing. They're both lined up. He isolates 1 kill still and doubles up and all. Another 1v2 for Elevate to go 8-8.
Well, at least they've got the mechanical ability to do so because it is missed. Util again, Jay. We are seeing it in back-to-back best of 3s. Teams just not throwing utility correctly. I mean, right there, that incendiary just does nothing. It doesn't land towards the back of the pillar. It doesn't force anybody out into the open. It just makes it tougher for yourself. It makes that clutch so much more uneasy. But the clutches may be the winning element. Because now you're seeing LP take a tactical. Now, they won't invest... Well, I say they won't invest heavily. They're already forcing down for ZMB. I'm surprised about this one. I know there was only 1 alive, but to me, this is probably pushing it too far. I think this is a risk where you've really got to back the in-game leader and you've got to have faith in him as a caller.
Oh, LP... take homage with this risk. These Tech 9s and Diesels and Galil out for ZMB. He's already taken a ton of tag damage as the blind fire through the wood walls, getting the 15 points of health. Not ideal for him. Pass that weapon off to someone who has 100 HP and helmet Kevlar. That's Brunino in this case. Misfit's also around if you need him, but LP slow to the uptake off the back of that opening.
And it's a bit surprising to see how slow this round is. Normally when you've got a lot of Tech 9s, you like to try and generate quite a bit of pace. Now this is just looking like a fake at the moment. This is to try and get red territory, but what they're really doing is going heavy cave with the bomb.
Azera's caught the kill onto Leo. The start with Elevate is good. Trying again adjusting to leave only 1 man back on the B bomb side. BNC to see what's happening. Smoke down, prod for a deagle. That does draw attention away from the mid and A stances, but our AWP is still set to watch players coming out of shelf. Take a tag to the second player. Albert did find a pick on the first and will fall towards Misfit on that deagle headshot in the end. So now Brunino will start to bring that bomb around towards the A site. Counter rotates again from Elevate, who could be running a marathon between A and B at the moment. Might have to go back as well. That bomb's not committing, although it's got 20 seconds.
Yeah, they need to get a move on, and they need to go quickly. The slower they run this, the more of the idea you have of just saving.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a good kill. I'm not really sure why BNC is so aggressive there on B.
Saw the shadow, still going to get it done for Mars. Even swings from Hap, who once again becomes the difference maker for LP. Brought a clean line in for Brunino to plant back behind the pillar. Misfit tagged with the blind spray. CK's out going to try and look for the pick against the AWP. He's baited in. Sees him swinging to the right. Gets his kill to a 2v2. Still got Brunino on the bomb site and Hap playing outside of it. Kicks on both remaining CT players. Brunino gets his pick in. The M4 strikes to return. HP advantage over Hap. Got a right idea about him, but he's not certain of it. Taps it once. Back will be turned. He's checking cave. Clearing it all out. And the bluff is being called by Hap. Zeddy taps it again. Sees him swinging. Shoulder bait, gets a kill together. I think he's just got enough time for it as well. It's a damn close defuse, but it doesn't go his way. LP reclaim the lead.
And that is so poorly played from Elevate. I have no idea why BNC is that aggressive out in Cheetah. Yeah, you can say that he's going to try and drop them on the element of surprise. Why? There is so little time left on the clock. If he's out there on the cave entrance of the bomb site, just jiggling, as soon as he gets contact, he can just fall back. He can go to the wood corner. He can play reverse default. He can get to short. He can get to long. He's got so many options. The idea that you are solo B and aggressive cave like that, I mean, that's just a recipe for disaster, and we saw it unfold right there.
Might be one of those cases where he was already in the corner and getting complacent, not thinking to rotate back. Elevate now. Try and recover with a very broken investment here. The damage has been done by LP time and again, so it's a force buy. The last being their best weapon. CK Zal's going to make good on it with a boost assisted by BNC. It's actually BNC credited with the casualty. An advantage for Elevate.
You've got yourself an aggressive 5-7. Now, this is the kill that's going to change the entire round. Hap needs this to facilitate a path into A.
And he doesn't get anything done. Shut down in an instant. A man who has been the impact guy, 17 deep on LP's part, giving an AK, offering it over to Zeddy. Goes back towards Temple, waiting for teammates to rotate back through raid if possible. I mean, they've got smokes down there, so it seems like it's going to get cut off. Might have to concede the bomb plant, assuming this is checked here by ZMB, and indeed, the MAC 10 does check it. AK back in T-side hands, still a man advantage for Elevate, though.
They need to take space, and they're doing it towards CT. My concern is that Leo Monster is alone right now. He needs to try and get a little bit more help. He needs some support from a team A.
And that ammo SMG does take him. Teammates around the corner. Meanwhile, there's fights with the BNCs. He takes down ZMB. Misfits being distracted as they can try and hold the defuse right here. Lash making noise, putting attention. Misfits so focused on this red player they can get the kill together. Hamas provide covering fire and will secure the kill for it. Elevate back to it.
You'd probably have to watch that round back on a demo to see exactly what's happened. But when I consider that CT spawn is being taken by the T side and that they've got players in position to cut rotations at the red room, I'm not really sure how the site player can drop to the A main individuals. The only area that you've got to be focusing is Donut and A main. Like, you don't need to be thinking about spawn. You don't need to be thinking about Temple. It seems crazy that the A main players just come out straight away and just somehow get a kill instantly. Miscommunication, sloppiness, whatever it comes down to, it's Elevate really being in a position where they probably shouldn't have been able to win that retake as easily as they did.
And they actually reversed the situation because where they were in the broken buy in the previous round, LP have to deal with the exact same circumstances. Broken force buy. Elevate. Try and go to number 10 on the board. Loss bonus really isn't there for LP either, so we'll be looking at quite the turnaround, quite the take of the rest of this game if Elevate get their way. And this game has been anything but simple to assess. The backs and forths, mistakes and awkwardness, all compounded to a dead set even matchup thus far. For Elevate, this is their chance to really surge ahead.
Indeed it is. I think for both teams, they won't be too satisfied with how either the first half or the second half has gone down, but you need to try and put that past you and just win the key rounds. Looking at the economy state, and I'm thinking it's really a tough position here for LP. I mean, not only should this be an 11-9 scoreline, but this should be Elevate just closing out Ancient. Out here, you've got a couple of players working lane in the early portion of the round. Very quick with the lurk smoke. Hap gets an immediate entry.
BNC to fall. Hap taking more damage as LP try and enter around him. The AK has done its work for now, but the T-side players are being responded to. The USP's pulled out. He's just seen Hap. He's just taking him down. We're in a 3-on-3 now. And a quick shot through the smoke as well. Gets Brunino. And that cuts off all the site presence here. The bombs are going to start to consider a rotation. Lash is accounting for it. Leo's picked up the AK. He's going to try and fight back. He gets it down to 2v2, but Zeddy takes it to 1. And Misfit's got an M4 of his own. The bomb on site will need to get planted. The tap will reveal where he is. The CTs will move together. Misfit has to fend them both off at the exact same time. The AWP in first. M4 isolated, but Lash quickly gets a wallbang kill. And Elevate will have 10.
What even made Lash go for the spam? I mean, that's the most crazy thing, is that once he gets the first AWP kill, you think, okay, he's just going to sit back there, he's going to wait for the smoke, maybe hold his USP out again, maybe have the AWP just driven. He just goes for a straight spam kill. There's no noise, there's no info, and it's just a clean connection. You don't see that very frequently. Now, right here, as unorthodox as it is, I think the T's need to be force buying. I think you've run out of rounds to work with in this second half. You've been able to get it into a 1v1 clutch scenario. I think you buy it up. You put immediate pressure back on.
Stand to reset the economy stay with loss bonus being at $1,400 for Elevate. But you also would have a buy in the next round if you save these guns, or if you save these this economy state, I should say. I think they think like you do, or at least they're halfway there. Hero AK instead of a full-on force buy. Hap, Misfit, and Brunino with Kevlar. Hap with the rifle.
I don't mind this. There's enough investment behind that. There's some threat in the round. You just need to work it to a good ability. Now, Zeddy is going to be able to block and stall for a lot of time. Rotation is coming out quickly from his teammate at Donut 2. And now, well, the round's just completely over, isn't it?
AK fell quickly. I say that, bro. You said it. Brunino forced out a couple of kills, a couple of rifles to pick up for the LP side. They're lacking in the Kevlar department. ZMB will take some damage to the blind sprays at the elevate side, but the bomb is on site. Smokes go deeper in towards Donut. BNC can't deny the plan. Yeah, you at least get the cash. Will you get a third kill? Will you get the round itself? LP still on to steal this.
It depends on if it's a lazy clearance out here towards the plat. Brino gets forced out in the open. The trade's not quite there. And for Leo Monzo, might as well save the M4. I'm not even, like, why is he hanging around? I don't know what he's doing there. He doesn't even have any armor. When you're in a 1v3 like that and there's just nothing going for you and the economy's not ideal, I would have just loved for him to just run A main. Just give up.
Well, this was a hero weapon buy. He's still got $2,000 on the flow, plus the incoming $3,200 means that the buy will still come in. Yes, Leo will be limited. You still get all 5 AKs together. Lack utility from here as an individual is the one key sticking point here for LP, but got a whole lot of flashbangs. Eventually they do actually sacrifice that Galil for the sake of the utility for Leo, so they've got an extra smoke, extra money to play with.
Another fast A player.
Utility coming down from ZMB and Cone. No one's directly on the bomb site to receive it. They might have to just concede the bomb site and try to play for the retake here, Elevates.
Famas doesn't quite get much. Lash again. That's another through smoke kill. And what is going on there from Lero Monster? They've smoked Donut and he's tried to take the space through his own smoke.
Going to catch the CTs off guard, but the CTs are right behind that smoke, so the body block gave up the casualty and Elevate back up a man, but can they get into the site? Can they get the retake? The backstab from BNC may be important to that factor as Lash catches ZMB. They're down to 2 men now for LP. Hab catches the backstabber. It's onto him to try and really lift the pressure up. Brunino's AK caught off, kill found, transfer back. Triple, he runs out of ammo, and Lash gets a no-scope shot. He knows exactly where the last player is. Scoped in, but he looks to the right as Hap peeks to the left. He will indeed be the difference maker for LP as they do find the steal in the round.
Jeez, there is a lot to try and just get your mind around that last round. Felt like a done deal, didn't it? I think as soon as Leo Monster goes aggressive out there in Donut and gets caught, to me, I'm thinking, oh, look, man advantage. Heavy numbers, plenty of time, and then it's the reverse default angle. I think that position's just so strong in post plants because you can protect yourself from the likes of Donut, protect yourself from Brokey, and just mass damage being done. And now heavy contact towards A main at the start of the round.
Bellamy leans in, BNC goes down, so does Dio. Elevate backhanded in an instant. LP should be able to take us to 11 apiece. It's a 4-spy round as well for Elevate, so they might have to start looking to play for OT again.
You just start thinking about the mindset. Could it be a map stolen? Could it be the unorg squad coming out on top in this first map when we probably should have been wrapped up already? These last few rounds have got a lot of intrigue behind it. Zeddy trying to go aggressive, getting caught by Leo Monster. Funny enough, Jay, even they were teammates last year. They played almost 70 maps together on HLTV. So that would have been a good duel there from Leo Monster against him.
Former teammates turn grave enemies for the day. In this case, it is the LP side. The better of the enemies. CK Zhao can't even get the kill on towards Hap. Can't even take a trade against the AK. Struggling even to this level of HP. Does find his kill in the end, but should will get hunted down. Brunino's close. Misfit in the corner, loses his life. But LP are on the hunt and Elevate. Even if they say this M4 are going to be in with a dire buy for the next round.
Yeah, CK Zhao is attempting his very best, but it's just not quite enough. 11-11. And if you are Elevate, I think you go full USPs. Absolutely no investment here in round 23. Protect your economy completely for the last in reg.
I'll be with you there.
I mean, what is 1D going to do? I'm going to say that now, and then he's going to get 4K. But $700 when we're looking at this loss bonus, when there's nothing around it, I just simply don't get it. I do not see the vision at all.
If CK Zhao gets a 4K, I'm just going to leave. Going towards the B site. 4 USPs push in towards the A, play the suicide move. That means the CK Zhao is going to get a 1v5. LP will get to 12 on their board. They are going hunting for him. They want to take this player down. First contact at Cave, unable to get the shots. Goes down to Bernino, so no casualties for the Eagle in this one. But LP make a casualty out of Elevate, who are now down against the map point. Only a round to it, though. But a chance for LP to steal their opponent's map pick.
It's all right there. I mean, ZK Zhao could have got, what, an extra incendiary, extra flash, even a kit, and now he's down to just a smoke and a HE. The last thing the cities want with no kits in play in round 24 is a situation where they get forced into a legitimate retake. You want to make sure that you can at least win the round on the outright. Aggressive, out from shelf. Flashes are good. Flashes are everywhere. 1-for-1 trade. ZMB only gets away with one.
And that brings in a man advantage. BNC so close to Bruno is walking right past him and into CK Zhao, who gets him next up. LP played into Elevate's hands as Elevate win the mid control, win the cheetah control, and should well win round number 24 as well. Unless Hap and Misfit pull off something magical. And to their credit, they've got the top frag of the server alive and kicking. But Hap will need to make a miracle happen here.
Well, it's the right way to go around this 2v4. You just got to contact heavy player. You don't want to be throwing any util and giving any info away. The AWP is scaling and just misses the timing. That was even a real overpeak there from the CT.
Fortunately, Misfit missed it. Hap goes down, and Misfit does not get a second chance. So indeed, we're on to overtime, our third of the day, and our second map in a row.
You just got a position for LP where I think they'll be disappointed in themselves, knowing it's your opposition map pick, knowing that you were up by 1. Should have been able to close in regulation. You've gone in for something a lot more aggressive than what you've had in previous rounds. They've normally been quite slow towards elbow and quite passive up there towards lane, but they just try and brute force. And now it's about having the extra rounds and making sure that the job is still completed. The Ancient still does get stolen.
quickly in the T-side line, flashes forward, seeing those players at Tetris, just the one man being protected at Tetris. ZMB getting picked up and Hap protects him as well as Diazero goes down, BNC gets a double and ZMB answers back to him the same, 2v2, all players separated from each other as CK Zhao goes hunting in mid. He's missed his mark against ZMB, he's got to go back for the bomb here and regroup with Misfit.
Getting really messy with some of these aggro moves, and now for ZK Zhao and Lash, they've heard the rotation out from elbow, but they don't know where Misfit is. They don't know if he was a lurk in A main. They don't know if he was a lurk outside of the B doors. So what they're going to do is they're going to hold the shelf line, but it's a great jiggle. Misfit is waiting for the reduel, and he knows that the last player is out there towards shelf.
Lash with an AWP on a retake. Got a kit and a smoke, however. Deal with ZMB and your opportunities might open up, although that AWP making himself well known. ZMB doesn't get checked all the way. Shot misses from one AWP, connects to the other, and the AK finishes the job.
So just quickly there, Jay, as soon as they know that he is rotating Lash from shelf with the AWP, they get the bomb down after the killing cave, and then they reflash lane from the planner's perspective, and it means that the AWP of Misfit can spot, and as soon as he sees nothing lane, they know that he's cave instantly. So they start getting the molly down, they repause. That's just really good intuition on using util, but also trying to spot for information straight away. Don't give respect, don't give the ability to allow that 1v2 clutch to come in.
LP. 1-for-1 trades, 2-for-1s for Elevate. 2-for-2, the ZMB champs back in. LP storming the B bomb site, but Elevate set up quickly around the entryway towards it. In fact, Diazero denies the bomb through the wood wall, gets a lot of damage on Hap as well. Denied this time by BNC. Hap needs an incredible clutch here. Perfect head bursts. Already revealed. BNC ends it as we go 13-all.
Yeah, BNC's been struggling individually. I think finished in regulation with only single digits of 8, but has now been able to get himself out to 11. It's not been easy for the in-game leader to try and put those numbers up. But we're in a state now where 13-13 doesn't feel like there's much in this game. Feels like it's quite touch and go. I mean, even in regulation, both teams weren't getting long and extended streaks. They were only ever getting a few, and then it was always an answer back.
Double AWPs to the T side. Already one's fallen to Lash's part. Elevates. Gunning for number 14. They're stuck closer to getting there. BNC doesn't quite lose the fight to Leo. Leo's going to continue to face, though. He's going to continue to try and challenge. Take down BNC. Looking for that second man. CK Zhao trades it. Now it's all down to the A presence where Zeddy's the only man to defend here.
You just got to hope that you're not being checked. Even the rotation from the CT individual can come in quite quickly. Who clears this if anybody does at all?
All three are exposed to taking position. Utility coming down. Brunino seen. AWP shot missing. AM4 engages 2 players. Third man also known. Brunino's got a war on 3 fronts. And he's going to lose to the second of them. 14-13, Elevate have the half.
Well done there from Zeddy. Just being able to have good trigger discipline. Yeah, the first kill wasn't clean, but transfers over to the second easily and then just doesn't really overpeak. Hides behind the boxes. Waits for the rotation to come in from spawn to make that duel easier for himself. Elevate may not have been in a position in which they could have closed in regulation, but it seems as if they're getting closer to doing so in overtime.
They still need to get 2 more. The LP have switched to their CT half. Could this prove to be superior for them? It was dead set evens at both halves, 6 apiece. In the first and second, so regulation will give us no indications. All we can do is look at the game being played and see who's the strongest so far. Right now, Lash is the man that's really stepping up for the Elevate side. He's the one of the key difference makers alongside Zeddy. Now, even CK Zhao's on 21 frags, so that core 3-pack is truly leading the charge for their side.
And Lash in particular is doing quite well with the big green on the defensive. And so I think that's something to only keep an eye out for on Dust 2, and then even Mirage if we have to go for it. What the consistencies is going to look like. He's easily been the better AWPer than Misfit has. Even though it's only 5 kills to the difference. Elevate start off with a fairly defensive line of an overall default. We've only got 2 players coming out towards lane. They're smoking themselves down to get up towards Shelf quickly. So this is being heard from ZMB and Cave.
Spraying, praying through the smoke, but not really getting anything of damage. Little chips on ZMB and BNC with Gear Zero. Now look for Red access. 2 to meet him. AWP also at Donut. 4 players total in these mid-fights. CK Zhao and Dio0. Very quick frags on their part. Dio will drop to Brunino in the end, but with all that attention pulled away towards mid, the B-side's open. Elevate going to realize that and put the bomb down.
And this is where Lash should just hold the cross and knows that rotations are going to come out from CT. So just hold it for as long as possible. He doesn't need to worry about the B doors or worry about Shelf because he's already got B and C in that position.
LP are backing up to save their guns. In overtime, down by a man, but now down by 2 rounds. Elevate will look to get to map point, and the exit frags of Misfit will be meaningless here. Cash is such, you lose the AWP anyway. And Elevate now have 2 chances to close out Ancient.
Elevate have had a pretty good structured T-side overall. They've kept it quite basic, hasn't been very gimmicky. Now LP in particular, I mean, they've been a lot more gimmicky on their T-side. We saw some of the lurk smoke, some of the rush attempts up from B. I think structurally, Elevate are trying to probably play better CS, whereas LP like to keep it a bit more chaotic, a bit more gimmick heavy. And now you've got the AWP surrounded by the AKs, just fundamentally take lane. They crunch Shelf and Elbow really nicely in the last round, so you can probably do it again.
Early damage favourable towards the LP as Elevate have been tagged up, BNC and Dia0 in particular. BNC then a 45 HP. Shots jump face in from one of CK's. Zhao reveals Brunino, who tries some blind fire on the traces of a second man. Unable to connect any of those kills though. Dia0 in red. We have to face Misfit. Watching for some red access. Smoke towards Donut. Meanwhile, clears Leo Monster good for one. Only one. Zeddy and CK Zhao traded back. Advantage held by the T side, but only by the man advantage. HP's limited. 3-on-3. Misfit turns up with 2 fantastic AWP frags. And now it's HP very limited for Elevate. Down by a man as well, although B-site seeming to be the target. Only Brunino can stop them.
ZK Zhao needs a miracle to get this duel against the B-site anchor. 14 HP up against 100. The AK strikes and gives a chance in the round.
Pre-aim towards the side, not expecting the man to be so up close. A 2-on-2 ensues, and LP can't save this time. Need to make it work. Lashes AWP. The flashbang doesn't affect him, but pulls the trigger too late. Misfit with the kill. CK Zhao, 2 in the round. 25 in the game. 26 in the game. On for the 4K in the clutch. Flashbanging himself more than he flashbangs Hap. Hap's been forced to the bomb regardless, though the AK takes the fight. And he loses it. Hap will keep LP in the game.
Well, for Elevate, they just ego themselves out towards Donut. Let's just take a moment to realize how good that red lurk is. Now, you've got a man up. You hear the rotation out from Red Room. Why are they trying to strike Donut so quickly? All they need to do is make a little bit of noise, maybe jiggle ever so slightly, throw some util down. That's the freest kill of all time. As long as distraction's being made at Donut, the red player's getting the kill against Misfit. Instead, Misfit runs towards the Donut from CT, gets a kill, then goes back towards Temple, and then catches the red player. The timing's just been missed.
LP strike through smokes, kill found already on CK, Zao, Diazera and Zele. Look at the HP damage done across their bars. Lash gonna fall down to Leo as well with the wallbang sprays all coming in, all thick and fast. 5-on-3 established, making it 2 with Zele picked up by Misfit and BNC. Head turned away from Brunino. Diazera's got nothing. LP say play on.
Well, they trolled big time, and it is going to come back to bite them now. That was a ticket to closing right there in the last round. This one's been an absolute snooze. No competitiveness whatsoever. Getting swarmed from ramp, shelf, out there towards cave. Players are absolutely everywhere. You might be able to get one more pick, but it's not going to be the round victory. 15-15, and if you are LP, this is where you feel like you're the favorites now. All the favoritism was towards the opposition. They should have closed. It hasn't happened. Right, now this is where we put our foot down. This is where we make a statement.
Second overtime. Quickly in from Leo Monster, who's going to get a kill on Diazera. Blind sprays again come up from the CT side of LP. Zeddy's down to 19 and all. Nearly a 2-for-0 trade.
It looks like they're starting to get farmed now, Jay, doesn't it? Just start feeling the vibe change completely. LP searching out from mid. Now, it does mean that A is going to be open for a portion of time, but Misfit's going to slowly start holding it with a big green out from spawn.
Leo leans. Flash forward, engage against BNC. CK Zhao with the trade, finally one back for Elevate, but it's coming way too late. CK Zhao trying to peek into the entire T-side, CT-side force as well. Lash and his AWP can only do so much. And LP are up.
And for Elevate, I think they need to take their tactical now. I think they, not so much from a tactics perspective, to be able to realign, but just mentally. This is a game that the rounds are starting to end quickly, and you can get caught in that momentum, you can get caught in that bubble quite easily. Not mass AKs being held by the CT line, but it's a change of game. LP have performed at a much higher caliber in these last few rounds in overtime than probably what we saw in the majority of regulation.
And this matchup is starting to get away from them. Even right now, the damage is already staunch against Diazera. 20 HP for him. Elevate. And wrap their way around from the B doors into a different angle of attack. May well be elbow if they want to continue pressing. There's a smoke in the way, so no vision be allowed. Misfit's close with the AWP though.
And the only way that he gets driven off is a flashbang. If they peek in dry, he'll get one, and he can instantly repos towards Donut.
Misfit shot. Takes Zeddy down, ZMB. Takes Lash as well. And these kills are coming in rather easy now for LP. That flashbang ineffective against Leo Monster, who takes his double as Misfit doubles up himself. 17 on the board. Elevate. From the confident style of game, from the excellent start they had. chance to close, wasted now to being on a back foot. Then Mayor give 3 map points to LP instead.
And I'm going to use a term that I very rarely use, Jay, and it's flow state. That is what is going on right now. This is 4 rounds in a row where LP are just feeling it. Pure flow state in the style of game, the confidence to go for some of these duels. We're seeing it with the lane aggro, down from ramp. Even though it's not successful, even though it's only a 1-for-1, it's a mindset change from this LP side.
Leo's really picked up to that change. 29 frags, the top fragger of his team. And some very significant impact across this overtime thus far from him. Low HP for the rest of this round though, so it wouldn't surprise me if he goes down to BNC, and indeed that's the case. But Zeddy's fallen towards Hap, out towards the A site, so a 3-on-3 has connected. AK's picked up, Hap's going to try and get back out of the way. Molotov's stand to attention. Misfit rotates back and BNC deals with Hap. Misfit closing on the red room player. The CK Zhao goes down. Brunino will start to set himself up for his own retake positions.
Going in late towards A main. Now this means that Misfit is not going to get a lot of help. He needs to drive distraction, and for BNC, he will get caught napping out here towards A, just on the A main flank because of the position that he's held towards Big Box.
Kill found easy, Lash is all that's left for Elevate. Orp watching Donut. Diffused to get held by the Orpa. Lash will swing, AK fights and Brunino takes him. And it's a clean sweep half, 18-15, map point for LP.
5 rounds in a row now for LP. This was a 15-13 score for Elevate, in which they have not contested, I would even say, a single round. They've not taken a tactical. They are done. And maybe not just on this map, but in this series. I just look at LP with what they've achieved in these last handful of rounds. It's so different. It's a completely different game than what we saw in regulation. And it doesn't look as if Elevate have any answer whatsoever.
Absolutely not. We had doubts about LP coming into this series because of all the roster changes they've made, and it just seems like that's a non-issue for them. Zeddy's taken the first. CK Zhao right through the wood wall, has sprayed down 2 individuals, so a little bit of luck will give Elevate some life still.
If you are the caller of ZMB, I don't think you need to reset mentally after that round. That is just pure luck, isn't it? Double spam into a double headshot. You very rarely see that one. And for now, what LP just need to do is target not so much the economy, but make sure that mass AKs aren't getting recovered towards lane. Don't get those into the hands of the CTs for the next couple of rounds.
Now they see where Misfit is, they know what's going on. LP. Only 2 players means that they have only 1 option for a boost. Molly's in red will stop Hap from moving. At this point, LP are looking just to claim some lives and not looking to commit towards the bomb site. The round is over, informally so. And Elevate. 1 of 3 rounds required on their lifelines. Keep themselves in this game.
Now for LP, they've got not only the talent of the players, but they've also got the experience. I mean, I look at someone like Leo Monster, I mean, pressing on 750 maps played on HLTV. This is a guy that's grinded hard in the lower divisions in the Brazilian Counter-Strike scene. At least for ZMB, I think we've seen some more opportunities for him, especially when it comes to playing in Europe. He had a couple of good stints out there on Case. So these guys have got what it takes. I mean, even a Misfit. I mean, you and IJ, we saw him when he played out with Solid, it would have been, in Serbia last year when he was playing with the Brazilians there. I know that he's moved around a little bit and he's tried to kind of find a home. He got kicked on Solid. He was most recently on Flamingo. Looks like he's out of that organization too. If he can just come over here and help LP out when they're in trouble, when they don't quite have the players, and push them on in a good tournament run, or maybe even a good next couple of weeks, maybe even next month, perhaps he finds himself a spot on this team.
Fast out for LP.
Bomb is outside B. This is a crazy fake in overtime.
Elevate haven't bought it completely. They've still got a couple of players here to try and look down lane. Brunino hidden inside that corner. Leo Monsters are going to start to back up, and with no present scene of LP, Elevate have no need to rotate elements back. Start working the mid control.
Re-smoke off from Donut means that Lash needs to focus all of his attention out towards Red Room. Now, Leo Monster is scaling. It should, in theory, be an A split here. With the late lurk they've got in A main, with Misfit and Leo Monster targeting the Red Room, the bomb can start transitioning quickly away from lane and into shelf towards Donut.
Lash lands one of Hap. Dio gets caught by Leo, and ZMB strikes on Zeddy. A site now opened. Bomb will look to commit. Though BNC challenging Leo, gets his kills together. Now the bomb's going to rotate back through Donut, the safer option. Orp in the back of Lash takes down Misfit. Not over just yet. LP, follow they had their linchpin moment. Incendiary sends ZMB with 2 to line up, and both go down. BNC will start to make his move, will start to look for his challenges. A 1v2 clutch to take with the Orpa to fall. The second man known towards the bomb site. Damage done to Brunino, and he waits to swing, gives himself up, and Elevate continue to stay alive.
We're just seeing some pure quality impact from the in-game leaders, both the likes of ZMB and what he was able to do in there at Donut, and then what BNC is able to do on the retake. Now, I remember first half, even transitioning quite late into the second half, he was not posting up many numbers, but that is a hell of a clutch. That's another round where you do feel that LP are going to close it there. I mean, they've got, what, 4 versus 3? A-bomb site completely opened up, easy post plant. Yeah, you're not expecting Elevate to win that retake.
And yet they did. LP can't close this out. This T side just needed 1 out of 3. They've got one more chance left. Once again, Bruno's going to start, but BNC trades as Dio Zera gets 2 out towards mid. And Elevate, once again, bounce back. Once again, fight back. Once again, will look against LP's responsives. Dio Zera's down low. Misfits leaning up here. Bomb plant for happening. 2 versus 2. The HG's take him. Misfits all alone. Magical moment for him as he shots down Dio Zera. And Lash reveals himself. Footsteps heard. Smoke to the bomb. He will not get tapped. Incendiaries on for Misfit. Technically going to force him out, but Lash laid a trap and he springs it perfectly. We go to another OT.
Oh, right there. You just feel for Misfit that he's played it correctly. He's got himself in a good, tidy position. He gets the Tech 9 out, but rather than going for the kill, he doesn't know that it's a tap. Doesn't know that he's drawn him off of the bomb. So we've now got Elevate that had 2 map points at 15 to 13. We've now had LP with 3 map points being up 18 to 15. And it's an 18-18 game. At some point, this game is going to have to get closed out. You just wonder how many map points it's going to take for either squad.
It's not a bad question at all. If 3 in a row isn't good enough, then what is? LP. We've got Brunino getting caught off guard. ZMBX, he takes his own teammate down. BNC going to keep the advantages rolling as Leo and Dio once again go back and forth. 4-on-2 situation, making it 3 with Hap's flank, but he goes down in red. And Misfit is all alone again. Bomb's not even with him.
And it's surprising that we saw a pretty decent level of success on the T side when it came to regulation, but now that we've got into overtime, just feels as if CT dominance has really come in, that the Ts have struggled to work against some of these aggro duels, work against the multi-frags. And Misfit is just getting nothing. It doesn't have a huge amount of time to work with, but no one's over-peaking, no one's fighting him on the bomb site, no one's fighting him up from shelf. Maybe when this smoke clears, he'll have a chance at one, so there's the first.
What about the second, though? It's going to go back for that bomb. If he goes towards A right now, then he would have no contention against him. He's going towards mid, though, so this will be information given over towards CK's out. Rotations to come in from the Elevate players. 10 seconds. I think the time stalling has been a little bit too much. CK's out going to get back here towards Donut. Shot Misfit. And Elevate have a lead.
Elevate put themselves in a driving position where not only can they try and hold on to the lead, but if they can do the 3-0, I think that would put even more pressure on basically the favourite squad. LP and Elevate have really not had much between the two of them when it comes to some of the man-up situations. I mean, even look at that 1v3. It feels winnable for a moment, doesn't it? Not a huge amount of time. But maybe we just need to always keep our minds open for just randomness, some steal rounds coming in.
Two kills quickly for Dio0. Third one as well. Hap, Misfit. Again, lone two players that remain. And again, against all of Elevate, Dio0, perfect flash timing. Misfit can train him, but he's lost Hap in the meantime. 1v4, no more than that. 20-18. And one more round to map point.
Seeing some really good mid sequences from Dio0 in particular. The player that's working Red Room and Donut, a guy that played on MIBR Academy twice, 18 years old. Hasn't had a huge amount of progression, I would say, up his career, but moving out here onto Elevate, been a part of the roster since the start of the year. Making a statement right now on Ancient.
CK's out. Couple of picks in, trade of Leo Monster. Only man to get anything back has been so quickly dismantled on this quick site hit. Elevate exploding into life, and the CT sidedness will not stop at all. Misfit can fight, but fail. 21-18, map point Elevate.
Well, this has got to be, what, 9 CT rounds won in a row, because we had from the 15-15, 18-15, 18-18, and now 21-18. I can't believe how much of a drought it's been. Just no T rounds from either squad. I'm just having a look. The last T round that was gained was round 28, which was 15-13. Since then, it's been CT rounds only.
So 11 CT rounds in a row. Well, if Elevate can break that streak, it would mean that they will win this map at last. Their own pick in the series has taken quite a while to get here. Just need to remember that they only need one. If they have that one, I can start thinking about Dust 2 and Mirage, because those are our second and third maps as appropriate. Dust 2 picked in by the LP side, of course. Elevate. We drag this map out for an hour and a half. ZNB leans, fight on the AWP, and the second player tanks damage, but Elevator down a man.
The frustration when Lash is holding for it, literally in a position where he's waiting for that exact move and still can't capitalize on it. Now even for the lane players, I mean, the in-game lead is low. That's one hell of a shot from CK Zhao. That may just be the response. Now, when does Zeddy start to move? When does he start to activate out here on A? He's probably waiting for a timing, maybe waiting for the elbow players to take contact or a bit more util to follow. I mean, now that the incendiary has come down, he knows that someone is on A directly.
So as that might brought it to a 4 versus 4, but look at the HP bars. That's Elevate's next big concern. AWP on BNC, CK Zhao's 31 HP. Single digits for the big green gun as well. At least BNC is going to try to sell him on some sort of B-site take, but it's not convincing enough here with the players holding directly. The AWP will fire, the HG's ascent, and close quarters as ZNB can get that pick in. Now the main T-side force has to act, and Hap is so ready for him. 1 pick found, 2 picks found, 3 picks on the lineup, and LP win the round.
It was quite easily telegraphed that that was a fake. Any time with the droppage of the util, you've got to try and throw the first and second smoke quickly. If there's too much time for you throwing the first and then repositioning, throwing the second, it's just too obvious. It just didn't drive any rotations whatsoever. It may have helped if he got a single kill. I think if he gets one with the AWP, then maybe it drives a bit, but just the util alone, nah, not going to do it. Elevate, give themselves at least a second chance.
ZNB gets pushed back towards that Molotov. The damage to CK Zhao is again more staunch on the CT side of things. ZNB to 48 points of health. HG sails right past him. Misfit strikes first on LP side and a second kill as well towards mid. 5 on 3 with no chance to respond again for Elevate.
So now we're looking at 12 CT rounds in a row and about to be 13. This is starting to get quite ridiculous. This is just unheard of. Any map, any half, to have a streak of CT rounds for this long. What is happening?
We should make a whole other map out of these CT rounds. BNC finally gets an answer back, but we're down 2 on 5, so you're really not looking at much more right here. He's on a solo hunt mission. Zenny's on the other side of the map up, looking towards the B-site plant, where you've still got a couple of players that could find him. In fact, Misfits reposition his AWP. Good reads onto the man. The bomb carrier being detected now, drawing attention from the likes of One, and BNC's been seen towards Temple. So Zeddy is now on his own solo mission. A 1v3 clutch solo mission with 23 seconds on the clock. AWP has been heard rotating, can get into the back lines of the B-bomb site. But Misfit seems to have read him and will land the kill. 20 on the board. 1 more to go.
What I'm noticing from Misfit as an AWPer, and this is transpired from both regulation and overtime, feels like he's one of those AWPers that can multi-frag quite highly, and when he does, it's more than just 2. We're often getting 3. That round was even 4 from him. So maybe an AWPer that sort of strives in the chaos, someone that can repeat quite consistently, always kind of put more numbers up again and again and again. And that was a hell of a sequence from him out in Red Room.
Staunch damage is already towards the Elevate. Just damage on tags. Kills can come in super easy as a result of it. LP, a couple players on the B side defensive. Oh, and the read on Zeddy so good. ZNB finds the pick and starts things off well enough. The T's are walking their way through. BNC just got leg shot by the Orpo. The crack angle, the pixel gap towards the ramp. Bombs on site yet to get planted. CTs are repositioning. Haven't got much breathing room in general though, so finally Diozera is going to take some back. 4v4 with his kill.
They just wanted to try and get the AWP before that bomb goes down. Watch out for the shelf cut the rotation, because Leo Monster's behind him.
ZNB shoulders not being seen. CK Zhao trying to read that player in the corner. Does go down to ZNB, but Diazera caught another kill. It's on him and BNC. BNC closer. The AWP frag back, flashed off. ZNB is going to extend out towards the man. Dio completely blinded, but still connects his kill. BNC leans forward and transfers between the two. And finally, Elevate have broken the CT streak, got on the 1T round in OT, and secure map 1.
13 CT rounds in a row, and not the 14th when it looked like that retake was coming in. Boy, what a game. Probably should have been closed out in regulation. Probably should have been closed out in the very early map points. I mean, we had Elevate at 15-13 with 2 map points. We then had LP with 3 map points at 18-15. And then Elevate again, Jay, at 21-18 at 3 map points. Not often do we see that many map points finally being closed out in a game.
But we do see them closed out by Elevate, who take their own map pick. LP fall back on Dust 2 after this break.
desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight.
Won't take it no more. Can't take it no more. No. 'Cause the world is saying and killing me. Won't let you bring me down. Even though you think you're better than me.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
Go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS or no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so, feeling so.
Every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
Time up 2 between Elevate and LP. Dust 2 is set to kick off after a marathon of an opening map. They're behind schedule, but maybe we might be able to catch up if Elevate can make it a 2-0. Dwayne, do you think they can make it a 2-0 here and now? Their track record seems to indicate it with the wins.
It does, but not against the strongest of teams. I think it's a likelihood, but probably not that likely. This should still be a 3-mapper affair for me.
Well, Leo's going to kick things off for the LP side as he strikes down on CK Zhao. One man to fall, many more to go. They're going to back away real quick to the Elevate side as well. BNC up close and personal in at the long house. Will take down Hap, so he'll make it a 4-on-4 instead. Needs to make it 3 with his headshot, and Misfit will trade him back. Leo and co strike out towards short in the meantime. Lash is suddenly the only defender of that long access in the A site. If he got that kill, he would have dropped the bomb, but instead it's a 1v3 for Zeddy. Catching off Leo first, spotting the second man of the headshot. Misfits low. This could be another clutch right here. Elevate would start off with a hell of a pistol if they could do it. If Zeddy could do it. Creeps closer, makes noise. Knows that Misfit's playing somewhere around here, but not exactly sure of where. He's going to sneak through the smoke. Look down towards CT and land his headshot. Shut down the clutch and take the pistol for LP.
Oh, that's probably one of the easiest clutches I think Zeddy could ask for. The idea that you've been able to catch the first player not looking at you, you've had a good shot on the second, and then the last player is so damn low. 100 HP up against 8. You feel as if the CT is going to get the jump on him every single day of the week. That's not an easy round at all there from Misfit. The way that you walk around the smoke, you pre-aim towards the top of the box. And that round had it all, and for LP, it's a good recovery in the end.
See the rebuy coming in from Elevate real quick though. SMGs for 3 individuals, and from range they'll fight back and burst quickly to a couple of kills and a half a casualty against Leo. Monster Hap does get 1 on return. CK's out closing in the backstab, but he's lost both his MP9 teammates that were defending long. He's completely open now.
Indeed, and even with the backstab out from long, it's going to take so while for them to initiate that Zeddy almost needs 1. Now, he could get on the jump up. The problem is, does he want to try and make an aggro play happen when he's got no teammates in sight?
Hap goes falling to CK Zhao. Zeddy around the bomb site now, seeing him coming in from short. Takes both of the fights and wins one of them. Gets assistance on the second. Elevate will answer back to the pistol loss.
LP will be frustrated at themselves there. So first off, they lost way too much to the MP9s on first contact. Then eventually, when they trade out pretty effectively, all they've got to do is pack and group. And rather than just getting that bomb down straight away, they start shuffling up. They get towards ramp. They keep scaling, try and get closer towards short. And you get yourself in a position now where you win an excellent clutch from Misfit getting 3 to now what? Being down 1-3? I mean, I'm not really backing this force buy, especially when Leo Monster drops early in the round.
Hell of a shot from Lash. Wallbang head. Straight through the mid doorway. Looks like it was an engagement up there just ahead of Suicide. He was looking to lean in for some sort of mid contact. Peek ahead of the barrels, Misfit. They grab that Galil and now take the mantle of the rifle. Only one they have in play for LP in this round. Elevate. They've got their advantage. They don't need to press for any more. Lash may even get some more opportunities here. Misfit seen, not tagged.
Just try and slow him down out there towards short and even give the respect by going back towards spawn. Now, this is where BNC can start putting up a bit of a defensive up on the car angle, but they might just have to give the respect to the plant and play the retake with the man up.
I haven't got the control and the necessary portions of the map or want to risk swinging out that far. There's the LP will have Dominion over the bomb site. Bomb plant bonuses being little enforced by a situation like this. Misfit caught off by CK's hours. He was engaging his players towards short. Hap with 1 decent deagle shot back, but Zeddy and BNC come up good. Still ZMB has to do as much as he can, but doesn't hold on to all the casualties here. They'll maintain the second round on Elevate.
You know, when I look at the Elevate side, there's some impressive numbers in terms of individual performances on Dust 2 as of late. You've got ZK Zhao that's averaging a 1.27 rating and Lash at a 1.41. I think we saw some good moments out of both AWPers when it came to map number 1, but I'd like to see what Lash is going to be like on the City side, how active he's going to be, how on the money he is, how aggressive he wants to take a lot of his duels. And right here, we're getting something a little unorthodox. Not a huge amount of damage even being done in that last round, but because there's a bomb plant, they look and take the moment to rebuy again. Now, this is a big risk, because you could be going down 1-4 because of it.
At this point, Elevate would take as much of a scoreline advantage as they can, considering how never truly got away from each other during that overtime. How back and forth we really were on Ancient.
Well, LP will be kicking themselves with 3 map points, so they couldn't win their opposition map pit there.
Yeah, true. Upgrade pistols are prodding out their regular entry points, but nothing really presenting as Elevate. Continue to play as far away from LP as possible, wary of the threats that they've got in play here on the T side. 45 seconds for the hit to come down. You see some smokes out towards the long corner, but still through that smoke, CK Zhao's going to find the rifler.
And this is where the 2B players just need to get ready and stall. They need to crossfire off of one another. First contact can come through from Diazera, and then that's when Ziddy can swing from the window.
Oh, good shot for Misfit. Diazera, good for only 1 kill. Misfit trades him, flashbang forward. CK Zhao can take Bruno. Can you see the bomb carrier? Yes, he can. Not ready for the flank on Lash's part. BNC desperate to get that kill towards the B doors, but Misfit's escaped with his life. 7 seconds, the bomb plant will come in just in time. BNC now, no kit for a retake. He's just found one at the doorway, but Misfit domed him with a quadra to his name and a big steal for LP.
Well, it's an absolute shocker of a round from Elevate. I have no idea how they've lost that one. I don't know why the window player is peeking before the player at the door. That's just unnecessary. And it's just such a poor way to play a crossfire there. You consider the advantage they have with not only the weapons, but the kill that they got out towards long. I mean, I don't even sort of break that round down, Jay. Like, how is ZK Zhao getting flashed through the CT smoke? He's just full blind. Is it miscomms? Is it pure awareness? I don't know. There should be no way that he goes through that smoke blinded. He should be going through that smoke with his back turned, and it's an easy kill. Instead, he gets the first one completely blinded, but then he's just so blinded on the second that there's just no way that he could transfer up. And that round is free, and that has been completely trolled by Elevate.
Unfortunately so for them. And unfortunately as well, they won't have a whole lot in reserve to reinvest and try and bounce back with that. You can see what the buy looks like already. 3 M4s, but 2 pistols around it. Seen worse buys, but also seen far, far better, and certainly would have been far, far better. But they made some key changes to their approach. Two apiece as a result. You mentioned the 4-1 risk. LP stood to concede had they lost that force buy. There's even more missed opportunity there for Elevate in my eyes.
Well, for LP, they've won, what, 2 out of the past 6 best of 3s on HLTV. You now look at them being a map down in the series with what is essentially a rotating door of a roster. I think as long as they keep the core of ZMB, Leo Monster, and Hap, then they'll be able to kind of push on with where their VRS is, with what the general landscape is in the second half of the year. But, I mean, Brahino, the likes of Misfit, we just don't really know what's going to be occurring over these next few tournaments. And you consider that against an Elevate side who have been together a lot longer, they've been working hard, and they've, I would say, been in better form. I mean, they've won 4 out of their past 6. I think they've been a little bit more consistent as of late. Now, Elevate should be the team to try and close out this series, and LP, I mean, they're just desperate for a win.
We talk about the comparisons of these two sides, and obviously we had both of us picked into Elevate to win the series on the basis of just the fact that they were a team together for longer. Even then, that last map up, you can't deny that LP had the better individual basis. Wasn't quite enough to win the map outright, but you're all right about keeping the core and figuring out what those last few elements are. The question is, what are those last few elements going to end up being? Because even today, right, we weren't 100% certain of who the lineup was going to be until we went live. In fact, prior to this series, I didn't even know that Misfit was going to be playing with the team.
Well, the only reason I knew that BSD wasn't was because Horvey, who I follow on Twitter, tweeted about it last night. I was like, okay, that's where I'm getting the news source from, a coach of a different team in another qualifier.
And it's funny, too, because BSD is still listed on the HLTV page as being part of LP's lineup for this match. So just to show how confusing it is right now for this team and where they stand right now. Less on solid territory and more on a big old pile of sand while it's raining. Still, wet sand of the face can hurt. Elevator experienced that so far today. LP showing a little bit of that as well in that last round still. M4's charging up as Elevate try and get ahead of the curve, and CK Zhao is good to find ZMB. Dive out of the way.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if he spotted that suicide player. Not like it matters because Misfit couldn't get up on the boost. Brunino catches D0 going overly aggressive and doubles up to Zeddy. So, despite Elevate getting away with pretty much blue bloody murder, they're still going to lose the round.
That's crazy, because you just look at that and say Misfit should get the easiest trade of a lifetime out there towards short. At least Brahino's done well in the upper tunnels to limit all of the access from the CTs. If you are the aggressive mid player of ZK Zhao, though, you've got to be annoyed. I mean, that's an opening kill where you've fallen back. And your two players on B, they've just let you down. They haven't got a 1-for-1 trade there at all.
Straight up wrecked by one man. Now the B site's open. LP will be aware of that. Plant the bomb. Secure the round. And there definitely won't be a retake from Elevate from here. This is LP's chance to stack on the rounds and claim a significant lead.
Yeah, LP have got to drive themselves into a position where they can start working on their map pool a little bit. Because again, I kind of look at where they sit, at least in the recent times. They pick a lot of Inferno, they pick a little bit of Ancient. Nuke, I'd say Dust 2 is probably their maybe even fourth, even fifth option. But when you've got a rotating door of players, when you don't have BSD, when you've got Misfit coming in today, your map pool will change on basically what has been happening in the last few scrims, how you feel on the day. And just try and get more reps under their belt. We know that it's only 3 wins and 3 losses for the team in the last 3 months. And all the ratings do look quite poor. Hap averages a .96, Leo Monster at a .80. ZMB, he's out there at a .93, Brahino at a .87. And Misfit at the moment, 8-2, might be at least the positive shining light.
It was top rated on map 1 as well. You open his hands for this one. Done well to provide the impact for the LP side. Not same could be said for the Riflers on Elevate's part. D0 picking one up off CK Zhao, who tried to extend towards Longhouse, but the extension is being punished by LP now. The other M4 is back towards the B-bomb site alongside Zeddy. And no contact from LP.
But it's a shame that nobody else has got any armor here, because it basically means that that other one's just going to do nothing. The smoke is coming in quite late for Hap. They're allowing ZMB to scale across before that smoke comes in, and he's already spotted the 2 players in spawn. Knows that the M4 is there as well. Elevate, just get nothing out of this round.
No, not at all. Dio will try and hunt down individuals, but back turn as Brunino looks up. And those 2 B individuals will just have to sit pretty and hope to God they don't go down, particularly that M4 of Lash. The LP may well go hunting for that weapon. They know that they saved 2 rifles of the previous. So we'll see whether Zeddy can bait out and keep Lash alive. Well, they're hearing these footsteps coming from so Lash is forced to fight, and he loses it.
Zeddy just hoping for one, but it's not to be. 4-2, and the economy is in a position where the rebuy will come up, but no AWP will be able to be invested for Lash. So he'll have to be down towards an M4. I wonder if anyone goes towards a FAMAS or an MP9 to try and get an extra kit, try and get some extra util forward, and yes, BNC decides to go for that move.
Automatics across the board here for Elevate. LP. Quickly in towards the short access. ZMB is the man to lead them. Incendiaries and HEs are there to try and block the smoke away from the CT side. Misfit with the crack angle of the AWP towards mid doors, but no one presenting there at Elevate. 4 men total on the A defense.
Well, they want to rotate long, and they've done that while the smoke. They just need to clear out the blue bin, and that's why BNC is hard clearing this right-hand side position. Nobody's there. So because of that, he can basically hold on the edge of the doors, and then everybody else can focus their attention towards short instead. Now, Hap's got no molly, so no way to force out the IGL. It's a good little gamble at the moment. It's a good read here from Elevate.
Still got options to go towards mid for LP, although Smoke's going to cut those options off, and Seiko Zhao caught a kill onto Leo Monster and gets Misfit as well, the AWPer being negated. And this guy is really starting to become the impact man for Dust 2 for Elevate. Started off well with the opening fights, now basically single-handedly winning the round here. LP have 30 seconds to change that narrative.
Well, ZMB is hoping that he can just work one, and while he's done a lot of damage, it's down to 23. And they are out of this round. There is nothing to work with. The bomb will have to come up short, but a player goose and a player ramp, yep, no chance the bomb goes down here.
And BNC will ensure that long is not a point of contention. 10 seconds, Lash is going to wait for as long as he can. The right man going down to the right place will be enough, and Zera's there to ensure that's the case. Bomb dropped at Goose. Hap now hiding back here at short, naded by 2, 11 HP. They do not extend out far enough in time. That'll be 3 for Elevate.
Yeah, Zico Zhao is underrated in terms of what experience he has. He's 29 years old, started his career on the Imperial and Hummer rosters that sort of were led by ZQKS. Went over towards the Corinthians, most recently played on the Red Canids. So while he's not played at a tier 1 level, he has played at a high level in the local scene. And this is a guy that's generating a lot of what I would say are round-defining plays right now. We saw that in the last, just what he was able to do against the mid-offensive.
I think a lot of people might most notably remember him from his time on Imperial in 2021, where they did attend an S-tier event. IEM Summer, even if that wasn't exactly the best of showings in terms of their own position. It's their 1 foray, his 1 foray into the tier 1 atmosphere. LP is suffering that experience here on this map. ZMB suffering on his HP bar, tagged to just over 30 points of health. A lot of work needing to be done if LP want to try and bail themselves out. A site will look to be the target. Incendiaries come up, smokes down. Lash's AWP looking to catch off first contact kills. Flashbang's keeping blinded though, and he's just about able to escape the ire of the T side. Bomb will now look to commit. CT's going to have to concede and respect the bomb plant.
Yeah, CK Zhao just knows, just play retake heavy. We don't have a huge amount of util, but we do have the AWP waiting. And they're expecting a late lurk. They're expecting a short player to be on the drop down.
Nice HE placement of the T side. They're chipping away. These HP bars quite significant. Another great flashbang against the CT side, but they're going to start to move with flashes to their own B0 with 1 misfit. Brunino, ZMB, they all get kills on the trot. Leo even chimes in, and Lash is not even sure what to do, not even sure how to handle seeing his teammates all drop in sequence. Down in lockstep. 5-3 for LP. No man stays alive for Elevate.
And this looks promising for LP because Elevate were able to convert one, but didn't keep a lot of players alive. You now respond back. The money's just crippled. There's just hardly anything to work with. So we're looking at a 3-5 deficit that should be 3-6. We're not expecting much development when it comes to this upgraded eco. A couple of kills, absolute most. Maybe a saved-in rifle that can be brought forward into the next round, but not a round steal. So because of that, I would say that LP are in a comfortable position in this first half.
And you're seeing exactly why. Had a lot of faith in them, even in this context, even with Elevate coming out on top of their first map. Here's, of course, LP's own map pick, so understandable that they'd had a lot of confidence in their own right. Minimum 6 about to be taken. Elevate do a lot of resting on their T-side basis to truly try and answer back to anything that might get brought to the table here. A decent eagle damage will be done by the upgrade pistols in this round, but it is an eco. Free AK for BNC though.
And maybe it just comes down to this map and even the finale of winning the anti-force buy rounds or the anti-half buys and what ramifications they have. I mean, we saw from the start here of Dust 2, pistol was won by LP, anti-force buy was won by the opposition. It then gets 2-1 up and there's an unorthodox force buy attempt from LP that probably should have been a bit of a sitter, probably should have been an easy 4-1 start for Elevate. And it ends up going the other way. Since then, it's just been carried on momentum. It's been economy constantly being shut down. BNC can hold on to an AK, so you can save from the investment of, what, 2,100 3 Eagles? It's decent. But I'm looking at these next few gun rounds, and I'm looking at CK Zhao, and I'm thinking, well, where's his support coming from? Because we haven't seen much from Lash in particular.
The guy is providing all the impact on the first map for Elevate. Truly a significant hope sequence from his own right. Misfits. It's the strike first from LP in his own AWP potential. Lash try and challenge him later in the round as he was set towards short towards mid, but nobody's there from LP, at least not directly. Fought with CK Zhao and try and find a different approach to the defense.
And just packing and grouping, I like this. You've already got an opening pick. You don't need to leave heavy lurkers. Don't need to catch timings. You've got everyone in a position where they can just scale. You've got Hat playing anti-flash, Brahino doing the same, just in case there's a responsive util from the opposition. I mean, this should just be a save instantly. No one's on the A-bomb side directly. I think you just give it up here for your Elevate.
And they would agree. It means that LP will win the half at 7-3. Elevate will be hoping that they can turn around and lose the recovery of a 7-5 half from this juncture.
It's just not even a contest, and it is such a shame for LP because they should have closed Ancient. When you're up 18-15, you feel as if that's the ticket. It's a done deal. It was 5 rounds in a row from them. They were really starting to fry. Everything was going right, and they just couldn't quite get the job done. And instead, they missed that opportunity of a 2-0 that's appearing now.
Terrorists win.
They'll be forced into Mirage to close out the series for LP's part of things when it didn't have to be that way. It didn't have to be that long. Didn't have to be that risky as well. LP at least can respond to their failings by picking up all the picks that they need and picking up all the rounds confidently. Elevate, however, not done with this half just yet. 2 more to go in it, and they've taken a first pick straight down the mid control for Lash. Misfit, first to fall.
Just getting a bit more pace out here from the T side. They know there's a player up there on the short bit. They just can't quite drive him away. Even the molly does not land correctly. ZMB is still somehow burning. He's down to 31 now.
Not sure what happened there. He was burning him in the Molotov burst, and then he went down even further. So Take a look at the demo from his perspective. Either way, he's dead as a result of that. CK Zhao with the pick. Him and Lash involved in a 5-on-3 for Elevate's part. 60 seconds left for LP to play in. Mid to B or mid sort of angle seem to be the pack and group strategy right now. Low HP for Leo. This HE is placed so well against him. No, doesn't connect.
Yeah, Leo's just hoping for anything out here from window, and it's just not coming. ZK Zal does overpeak unnecessarily, and now the B players just need to get ready. There's an incendiary on the car individual, and Zeddy needs to repos when that smoke clears in the upper tunnels.
Leo leans in. Tunnels players act. Zeddy gets picked up. He does get away with half at least. And now Dio is known about. Molotov against him. Shot missed by Lash in his AWP. Dio's good at least to defend that side for the time being. I think he's just about done enough right there to drop the bomb for Leo to get away. Might even get hunted after time right here. Player in tunnels indeed. He goes down. The money's still well built for the LP side, so it might make a difference. Elevate cling on to a fourth round.
The issue that I have with what I've seen in some of these CT gun rounds is that it takes hero moments to get it over the line. The first one that they won, it was CK Zhao getting, what, 2 out there towards spawn. I'm then looking at the follow-up, and I mean, it's a 5v3 before even the exec comes in, or even a contact play towards B. It's not quite consistent enough. A misfit, waiting for a chance to see if anyone's going to jump face, if anyone's going to get aggressive down there towards lowers. Fairly slow to start. At least Leo Monster evades that HE completely.
LP. Working their way up mid here in the second minute of round 12. HE's open the smokes for CK Zhao to see nothing at all. Wary that there might be presence inside the secondary smoke though, but this is all a ruse. One lurker will work out for Leo, but the other 4 are going to enter in through the tunnels. You've got Zeddy and Diazera. Diazera checks. Zeddy's gone down a low HP, needs to find a fight, which he doesn't do so. ZMB's picked him up. Leo Monster still lurking in mid. CK Zhao runs right into him with that flash, keeping him blinded. ZMB with another pick to his name. A triple in the round. Brunino to close the last. It's an 8-4 half for LP. Dominant stuff on T side.
And just the overall position and think, where's the comeback coming from? Because I don't see it here.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do
My speech is slurred. I can't find the word.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
An 8-4 advantage. Can LP close this one out quicker than it was over on map 1? Can Elevate find themselves a second half resurgence like Galleries did a little bit earlier on? 4 rounds to make up for the T side.
I've got no faith, no belief whatsoever. I think tactically they were just completely outclassed in the gun rounds out there in the first half. And even reflecting on how the start of that map went down, if it went any differently, I think we'd still get a similar scoreline. Elevate just, they don't look up to trumps here against LP. They look to be the far less superior team in this matchup of Dust 2.
LP's own map pick. Expected them to do well, but this might be a little bit too well, honestly. Elevate just not providing. Things might look better on Mirage as the third in the series. That's one small silver lining. We talk about LP missing the chance to make a 2-0 happen, and we could talk the exact same things about Elevate with and how things have gone. They still might hold some life on the second half. The pistol has caught several players napping on the LPA defensive, so be a bomb plant, and sorry, not much of a retake of Brunino and Hap.
No, not really. You might even think about saving onto the Kevlar and just force buying in the next instantly. I mean, how much is this 2v4 really going to generate? Long range for the Julies out at long? There's no point even attempting for me.
Well, Hap will prod, but he does think better of it. He does go to save the Kevlar, as you say. And Elevate wants to play on. 5th on the board. And let me tell you, after that first half, it would take quite a massive turnaround to try and win the map from this position. Not just because of the scoreline, but just because of the level of play.
Terrorists win.
The pistol's a start, though, for Elevate. Seeing them buy in whole. LP will respond with a force buy. It could lead us to a single round deficit if Elevate can convert.
Yeah, we saw only last month that Elevate picked Dust 2 against MIBR Academy, got themselves a really good 9-3 first half T-side. So we know that their T-side is adequate. I mean, even when you look at the last 3 months across HLTV, they've got a round win percentage of 60.4. And Flash has been able to strike immediately. Hap, the anchor, is going to be furious at that one.
The second time, I think, he's picked up a scout and got a headshot through the mid door. Or at least one over the first half, right? Like,
yeah, it was,
a conversion.
Yeah.
It started off well to eliminate one player from LP's force buy, and with the force buy being what it is, you are looking at that thinking it's a major setback for their circumstances. Forming up mostly towards the A bomb site means it's kind of turning into a gamble right now for LP. Being hit would be the safer option, would be the easiest option, would be the one that guarantees Elevate get to number 6. And with that, LP might just think to gamble on the site and save their guns into what would otherwise be a harsh eco.
And they're not even doing much searching. I mean, they've got no longhouse lurk. They haven't taken any short. But they are smoking mid to B, so it does indicate that they're going to be running into the open bomb site. Easy flash to try and get them into the doors. And if you are LP, you got to just hope that not only do you keep 4 alive, but you don't sort of allow them to build up too much confidence too early on. I think that's probably the worst thing that you could ask for, is winning pistol, winning anti-force buy, winning anti-eco, winning first gun round, winning then the next anti-eco, and then it starts turning into a bit of a tasty round streak where your lead just disappears.
We're talking about missed opportunities for a 2-0 for LP's part of things. Start playing into a 2-0 possibility for Elevate might be one of the worst situations to be in. But that's all to consider for a future outcome. Still might not necessarily happen. LP again going to keep 4 weapons over, 4 pieces of Kevlar. So 2 for the price of 1 on force buys. This round not see any investment, the next round will do, but LP still have a decent amount of weaponry. See what kind of damage they can do. If they can find a steal, even better.
You start thinking about some of the other games. Looks like 2 Game is going to be able to get the first map against Crew, and then Sharks and Keed Stars, we had them, at least the Keed Stars, up a little bit earlier on today, and they look like they are getting smashed right now. And I think that's always the difficult nature, is that you can get through the first round, but once you start facing the bigger dogs in the second, that's where the games are going to get a hell of a lot harder.
In the other match in the preliminary round as well, XW7M beating the Champions League, so they're moving on to their matchup later on this evening.
Yeah, that's the one, the X team, the XW7M. That's where BSD's gone over to. So he's joined them with Nekez permanently.
Be taking on Odic later on today.
Yeah, well, that team lost 2 players to 9Z, didn't they? So I think that's what sort of started all of it. All it takes is one team
like
to
a house of cards.
It is. It happens very frequently in the local scene. Is all it takes is 1 or 2 players to move, and then there's just an internal shuffle from an entire scene.
Elevate, start moving. BNC. Checking all angles, good flashbang in from CT side. Awkward spray struggles do cost CK Zhao life. They start moving up against the 5-7 right here for Hap. Does well to do damage and a kill, but does lose himself. A 3-on-2 now for Elevate. Start backing away to regroup and re-aggress towards the A site. ZNB's 5-7. Well, escape with 1 kill if they plant short side. 20 seconds though. It won't be enough to deny the round here. They check Goose anyway, so not even that's a possibility. Elevate now have locked in the round.
It's good clearance there. I think when you consider how low the time is, a 5-7 at close range, if it's a lazy check, if it's not a clearance completely towards Goose, there's a chance that the in-game leader of ZMB wins that by himself. He gets 2 kills, sets up the 1v1, and then Leo Monster comes in for the clutch. But Zeddy makes sure that he clears everything. And he's even a guy that I don't think is too well known to the international landscape. I mean, when you consider that he's played on that W7M roster recently, he has, what, over 400 maps played on HLTV, but just never really had the chance of playing at the higher end of the scene.
Terrorists win.
Number 7 now for Elevate. They have closed the gap to 1. Chance to upgrade some of those rifles as well into the truer AK, potentially in AWP. Nah, BNC's not going to go for it. We will see it out for Misfit on the LP side though. Misfit hoping for a quick shot through the mid doorways like Lash has taken several times. He's sat in suicide and now revealed as well towards the CT side where the smoke ensures that you can get out safely. Misfit player passive stance the defensive. The only mid defender, a 2-1-2 setup for LP.
Elevate have not brought much pace into this round at all. ZK Sao is very defensive out here at the Longhouse. And taking short, you've got ZMB and Misfit that are sort of trading places. The first molly to drive off the AWP on the corner. Flash around it has not sparked much. They have heard the AWP start creating a bit of movement, but no contact just yet.
Elevate. Slow but sure into these mid smokes. Blocked by ZMB and Senior to block them away from mid doors. Fortunately, the hit seems to be coming through towards shorts. This is all just a ruse here. That AWP is posted for Misfit though. 1 of 2 players on double-digit kill counts for the LP side, so he's a major threat. The other one is ZMB. He's also here on the scene.
Watch out for the flashes, because there's only 2 of them, and they're going to have to be perfect. Anytime you've got an AWP that's posted out there towards car, if your flashes aren't on point, then you are going to struggle to get the bomb down. Now, this is going to be a short fake. This is actually a speed split.
Oh, watching. Quick up. Leo and Brunino making their moves. Leo gets steady, and they quickly are overwhelmed. Instantaneous from Elevate, who find a second wind here in the second half. 4 in a row, the gap is closed.
And now you start thinking BNC needs to be a bit more aggressive here. Money situation's pretty decent for the Ts. You want to try and disrupt what the CTs can hold on to. I think there needs to be more intent on hunting, trying to drop at least one, maybe even two. Right there, the B players are going to be annoyed at themselves. 2 on B, good positions being held. They need to be going 1 for 1 each. And instead, Leo Monster gets one, but Virginio, the stand, doesn't get anything. And Elevate make it 8-all. And for LP, this is probably where you come in with a tactical, just to be able to slow the game down a little bit. You were completely in control in that first half. Didn't even really get tested in the gun rounds. And now all of a sudden, the scoreline, it's starting to creep up on ya.
And buy back the 2 rifles they lost and try and go back into another rifle buy setup. Orp the Orps, HG's in. 1 player crossing. Lash takes a shot but doesn't connect it. And Misfit doesn't try and extend out and catch him on a punish. Not that Lash would give him the chance. Bombs on his back, needs to protect it. Still leaning in with utility down to try and gain some mid access here on the Elevate side.
LP just have Misfit just scaling, just searching with the AWP right now. And they've got teammates around him that can be a little bit more active. This AWP watching out for the top mid, can have another breakage of the smoke. And timing looks quite good as there's an individual that gets out there towards the Xbox. Still nothing being seen. ZMB might think about going aggressive though.
Hap holds. 2 around the corner. Flashbangs forward, but back to turn towards him. He gets only 1.5 kills though. CK Zhao trades it back. ZMB close to the smoke here on short. He's got a couple players rotating back, and the AWP can strike from mid. Leo Monster down to 6. The ZMB gets his engagement against both the short access players. Diazera and BNC are down. Now CK Zhao, now just Lash alone. He gets 1 AWP responsive, and AK swapped up to Flashbang turned away. No HP for Leo, can go down quickly. 3rd pick isolated. Clutch up, available for Elevate to keep the streak running. But is he ready for Brunino? I think he is. He's considering backstep, he's considering he's playing inside of that smoke, but he'll get towards bomb site because he needs that plant desperately. He's just seen him towards long. Plant will come down behind big box. No, he hasn't seen him. Now he must have heard him. The tracers are sounding. The M4 revealing his position. And Lash nearly rostles the spray, but he comes back in for more. And double dips for a 4K to keep the streak running. 5 in a row for Elevate. They have a lead.
Oh, come on. Now we're talking. Lash on the rifle and not on the AWP. Mate, that round was so done. That round was so over. Look at what the in-game leader was able to achieve. ZMB has denied A-split potential. He's dealt with the short players. It's only individuals up there from long. Misfit gets 1. That round has just got nothing in it. Absolutely nothing. And then all of a sudden, a couple of greedy picks, a really good crosshair placement comes through. You do not expect that to be a round victory. And I think that's full shock. I think if you're LP, I don't know how you react after losing that round.
You react with a tactical pause to start things off, but that doesn't guarantee that the round's going to get followed up upon. At least they've got another buy-up, but it's getting weaker and weaker in SMG now for Leo Monster. But what a round to lose. AWP still setting for Misfit. Gonna check for that boost. Lash is not there though. Utility at the ready for the man though. ZMB. Molotov back, smokes on towards the mid doorways. Misfit. HE's to open. He lands a leg shot on Lash, but doesn't get the kill for it.
Yeah, BNC is waiting for the drive, waiting for the CTs to start overfacing. The spam comes in close, and the back and forth util looks pretty good, especially towards that T-side line. Lash down to 19, Diazera down to 38. Remember last time when they went out long and they got that 1-for-1 trade against Hap? It's going to be a similar nature here for the rifler on the pit lip.
That's Hap and ZMB on the long defensive, joined by Misfit's AWP. Flash forwards. CK Zhao, first man in, and Hap gets his kill pretty nice and effectively. He does get blinded off soon enough. Known towards pit. Quick pass on the BNC. ZMB's called Diazera elsewhere, and Lash able to lash out with a decent AWP frag of his own, but clutch for him in this context might be a little bit too far. Zeddy nearly whisks his kill, but does get traded by ZMB anyway. The bomb on the back of Lash, a 1v3 clutch to maintain dominion over Elevate's 5 in a row. But on his way towards B site, LP start accounting for the rotations, and well, he's pretty much locked out here.
What he's got to hope for now is to not give a free AWP away to the opposition and to drop it down after time. They're going into B. As long as Brainio just sits here at car, yeah, this is over. No way that Lash gets the kill. An absolute freebie. And well done to Hap. It's always difficult being a long player when you're not getting any support. You're out there alone. You're waiting for your teammate to come into the cross. You kind of have to just play pit and survive for as long as possible. He ends up getting 2 pretty clean kills. Elevate. Notice how they did that little flash in case Hap was out there towards the left-hand side corner of the doors. Because of the repos and the off angle, he gives himself a tidy couple.
Yeah, Hap played that as best as you could. Oh, leg shot on Lash this time, returning fire of that AWP back towards the mid doors. Misfit's going to try and reposition to get ahead of the game here. Mid access taken by him. He's hoping that that AWP reveals him, so he's putting Timothy down there. Misfit is going to burn out. No chance to punish from the lower tunnels individuals. No one's at lower tunnels right now for Elevate. It's Leo instead to strike from upper tunnels, and Zeddy's down.
And now we're in a position, if you are Elevate, where you need to try and work a timing somewhere. And it's happening from Diazera. Now, this is a greed move. He has gone through his own smoke, but it might be one that plays out. Now, he needs to get a good timing from somebody else. He needs a distraction being pulled if he wants to extend this lurk.
Oh, just a gap abused there. Decent ding down onto ZMB, though. Diazera going to catch him on the reload, but he was exposed only for a moment. That HE gets the kill. We're back to a 4-on-4.
And now they should start excelling. Now they should start generating that pace in towards the B split. They know that they've got the timer on their side. Brahino's down low. This puts a lot of pressure and a lot of emphasis on Leo Monster to try and stay alive for as long as possible.
Still a smoke up. I think it was a recent one. Another resmoke can come down from Brunino as well. Stalled out all the time against Elevates. They can't pick up the pace. Might even rethink their strategy here. That bomb's considering a rotation back down to lower tons. AK of Dio tries to challenge, gets pushed back by Incendiaries. Look at Brunino here. Here's them jumping. Here's the util coming. Leo's set in. Molotov's close land inside the smoke. That means Brunino's not going to get cleared here. CK Zal goes falling as BNC drops the bomb. 13 seconds. AWP of Lash. Great as he is, not that good. Misfit closes Dio. And LP are back in control.
It's been a day of missed util. From best of 3 to best of 3, we're seeing it quite commonly in this region of the world. And, well, all that can be said is that you are going to get punished against those top teams. If we see moments like that against your Imperials, against your Legacies, you are just going to get farmed. Right there, the molly just does not land out towards the corner at all. And for Elevate, I wonder if that's their chance disappeared. I wonder if that's their moment now just completely deplenished because, well, they weren't able to convert a round that they really needed.
And now they're really going to put the hammer down on this one. Them being Misfit, easy pickings against the Ecos. Elevate did well to get as far as they have, but have they run out of steam? And we run out of this round, 11-9 for LP. Elevate's one final buy to fend off the map point and what would be the map win as well with the economy state. One chance, don't blow it.
Elevate have got the AWP out, but they know to themselves that this is going to be a really tough ask. They generated themselves a good, tasty little round streak of, what, 5 in a row going into the second half, and now it's been an answer back. Lash, seen 2 on the cross, seen 3 come out. But it's about the strike, an opening kill, because there's aggression coming down to the lower tunnels, and it's the in-game leader to start.
ZMB strikes first. Misfits AWP scoped in this smoke on the longhouse. The HE sent a little bit too deep. It does do damage at least. As it fades, it doesn't know who to aim for, so BNC can get the kill. CK's out. You're going to follow up. Hap is still here at the long defensive. Will make it a 3-on-2 for LP's favor. And there's a backstab closing in as well against the bomb carrier. Lash does not understand the danger that he's in, and he's being suppressed even more so by Incendiary. Zeddy's caught a decent kill, but Leo Monster's got the round-winning play right here. AWP. Back turns. Leans in, spotted, sprayed, dead to rights. It's all on Zeddy now.
Now he doesn't even know where Leo Monster is repositioned to. Are they both sitting on the bomb? Has he gone back out there towards T-spawn? You need a miracle. Oh, even the re-smoke. There's just not enough time to work with because you have to wait this smoke out. You have to fight for the control, get the bomb, and then lean towards a bomb site. It's just impossible.
Got a Molotov you can put out there as well. Zeddy jump facing. Swing in. Both players set and ready. And they will close him down. 12-9, map point for LP on the verge of a third. Elevate will have to buy at this stage, but their chances seemingly have slipped out of their fingertips to take Dust 2 in this 2-0 series as well.
Well, LP certainly deserved to win Dust 2. They were phenomenal in that first half, and even when they were getting tested in the second, they didn't let the pressure get to them. They didn't let the stage of the moment from a map down at a 9-9 scoreline affect them at all. You've got challengers out towards long quite aggressively. ZMB, the in-game leader, charging up top mid. He typically struggles on this map, but individually, he's looked incredible.
Dio0 unable to get the kill on Hap as Elevate charge into the longhouse as a result of that early mid-aggression. Misfit misses an AWP shot, giving an opportunity as Elevate take 2 kills off the back of that. SMG, or Galil rather, and Tech 9 kills. Rossetti and BNC, then he's going to follow it up with a second one as well. Bruno close, and BNC detects him through said smoke. So Elevate once again say, play on.
Well, you certainly expected that to be the closure. With the lack of weaponry that was there, this was the golden ticket to be able to get it over the line of a 13-9, not even allowed double digits. But they need to focus up. Now, with where the economy sits, it's important that this AK stays alive just because of the AWP investment that's going to come into the next. They'll have absolutely no problem buying into the next round.
All elements down. to 10. 1 out of 3 map points burned by LP. Elevate. An opportunity opens up again for them. Money's not exactly there for LP in the reserves. Lash on his AWP. Push on, does leg damage to Bruni. No, Leo's going to get picked up by Dio0, who's entered and elevates instantly. Find what, a third win at this point? 11 on their board. LP saving their weapons for the next buy because they haven't got enough cash to buy for everybody. And Elevate are going to try another overtime.
You've already got CK Zhao that's trying to look for an exit, and you've got the player out in spawn of Zeddy doing the same. This could be promising. There could be exit kills being presented. And Misfit cannot protect his teammate. I tell you, this buy's going to look awful. This buy's going to look really weak for LP. The chances of overtime, I would say, are about 70-75% just with where the money sits.
Thank God Misfit didn't peek. It might not matter though. They're
going
fast. AK kill. Misfit's down. Hap stands alone. They just put that smoke up. They know that he's there. They know that he's somewhere. Blue bin checked. Man down. Oh, that is overwhelming. And look, you got $1,900 a loss bonus alone to buy into this round with. Elevate say they didn't get enough overtime on Ancient.
Well, just knowing that you have 3 map points for LP on map 1, and now you've had 3 map points on Dust 2, it doesn't look good. This is meant to be experienced players. This is meant to be guys. It doesn't matter what the iteration is. It doesn't matter who's standing in. You should be able to, from a calling perspective, get yourself over the line. And it's now been back-to-back maps, which has been common failures. I really don't see much room in terms of threat in this round unless they get a bit wild. Now, these are the kind of rounds, Jay, where you start pressing up top mid, don't you? You start going out there towards short. You start being a bit gimmicky. Maybe you double walk upper tunnels. You can't really take long, so that's not really an option. You can't really sit back. You got to try and set up the M4 for as much damage as possible, but I think this is where you get gimmicky in round 24.
Straight AWPs in from Elevate. And the 4 firing weapons down range have picked up Misfit in an instant. I think tagged ZMB there. The Fnatic Orcs, as I call them. Destroyed the CT line for the most part. Where do you go from here if you're LP? You get your rifle in the hands of Leo Monster and pray to God he becomes a monster, because ZMB can't do anything on 8.
LP do need an absolute miracle, and this is such the right way to play a 5v4 with this kind of buy state.
Yeah.
Pack and group. Don't get caught on the lurks. Don't get caught making hero plays. Simple Counter-Strike. This will always be a round 24 buy.
Only one lurker in mid to cut off backline rotations and to support when the A site hit comes through, if anyone comes through tunnels, or attacks through mid to get short access. Smokes and mollies sent up. Leo trying to fight back. Nothing's gained. The M4's fallen again. The T's have taken the A site. Only a matter of time before the bomb gets planted. There's no way forward. CK Zhao waiting. Fighting from range against the SMG player and the 2 pistols. Does lose his life towards Brunino, but there's a whole lot more work to be done.
And now you just start blocking with U2. I mean, look at even that re-smoke that goes out there towards short. It's going to waste so much time off of the clock. Even Hap is thinking about going all the way around towards long with the AK.
SMG at slightly closer quarters with the 5-7 right behind him. Lash watching, seen him. Waits for another chance. The AK looks to strike, gets nothing. And the CTs will follow suit on short as we play on here on Dust 2. What should have been a formality for LP goes to overtime.
Well done to Elevate. That's a tough comeback. You were down, what, 4-8? You get yourself a tidy little streak, and then you find yourself in a position where it just doesn't feel as if much is being generated at all. It's a 12-9. It should get closed down quite quickly, and instead you're here. You're fighting on. And right now, you've got to try and give it to LP. You've got to try and make sure that you push on in overtime and close in a 2-0 fashion.
MR3, 12.5k. We've been here several times today, both in this series and the first one. And if trends carry on in Red Cannons versus Flamengo, which is coming up on stream after this one, it should have started about 3 hours ago, but here we are. Elevate. Basis. Coming back here, attempt to attack short. Dia0 has been tagged up early to LP's resistance.
You've got Hap that's just maintaining the long position. He's seen nothing. No actions come his way. No Util has either. And for ZMB, it's another re-smoke just to try and block, just to try and stall them out here towards short. Deeper HE. Util usage has been excellent towards this area of the map from the CTs.
I've still got some in reserve, not the HEs, but the Molotovs, the flashbangs, they'll utilise to get enemy in for a fight, which he can't win. Look at the damage done to BNC and ZD.
Oh,
Hap
no.
even picked up by BNC with a straight headshot, complete whiff of the M4 burst. And LP are out of there. Elevate are going to take the lead.
Now for ZMB, there is no denying that utility usage was perfection. The HE placement was on point. The timage of both the incendiary and the smoke, you can't fault it. Even the flashbang, very common flash out there from Goose, just perfect. Problem is, what is going on with that spray? I mean, seriously, he should be getting 2, maybe even 3 kills. That's not good enough for any player. Oh, such a good position. Such a good lineup for potential, and just gets nothing. And that's where Tilt starts coming in. That's when you really start affecting the mental, because he knows that he's so much better than that.
Terrorists win.
I mean, a shame to let yourself down when you played so incredibly up until this point. I mean, you saw how well LP played in that first half, and you sat there going, I mean, you specifically, Dwayne, was sat there going, you know, I have lost all faith in Elevate, right?
Completely.
LP should have deserved to close this map out. They had map point first. They had 3 map points first. None of them came through, but Elevate fighting back from the back foot, and for LP to have that disastrous of a kind of setup from a guy like ZMB, bit of a shame, especially as he can't follow it up in this round, can't make amends for it in this round. He gets only 1 kill out of the lower tunnels before he's dealt with, and a 3-on-2 ensues for Elevate.
But LP are starting to get desperate, and you can see that by the move. The way that they get Misfit in for a really dry opener, they start charging up towards the lower tunnels. They're trying to get a bit more chaotic, and as of right now, it hasn't worked out too successfully for them. Now, they've got themselves an okay timing, except does it work? I mean, you're clearing out the top mid angle. It could just be a back turn and an easy kill for the AWPR. Yeah, he's gone.
No, he's not. BNC missed it. Is that a whiff now for LP's favour? Well, Bruninho can't punish it. That much is so, and he lets them all cross back towards Longhouse, and into Long and A side they'll go.
And maybe BNC should not be on the AWP, even if he is on 39 points of health. Misfit's going to have nothing but a spam attempt, and Bruninho can come through from Long, but you would expect it to be defended. They're still wary of a lurk. They still have an idea that it's not just a whole pack setup.
Incendiary comes close to side, will force BNC back. Still hold the AWP position, and he's just seen one. Bruninho giving a little bit too much past that smoke. Misfit can take down one. The BNC still looking aggressive just beyond that smoke. Misfit swapping to an M4. Jump will be hard, and BNC does connect it in the end. 14-12. Elevate are really beginning to make good on this comeback.
Well, just say it right here and right now. Not closing the 3 map points on map 1 and then not closing on 3 map points on map 2, that disbands an unorged team. Like, that's the kind of thing that just destroys LP. That's the scenario that just kills this team in one tournament. They have to make sure they play on. They have to convert Dust 2. They can't go down like this.
Oh, Lash has got other plans, though. Look at how many times he's hit mid-door shots. The 2 heads with the scout. Multiple times this orb landing tags on Bruninho and co. He's on 8 points of health to start the round. Elevate in full control of this once again. At least ZMB's taking 1 kill to respond back and taking some of that control away from the Elevate side. CK Zhao down. But Lash is ready for more.
And this, from Elevate's perspective, is the first time in a very long time that they've been tested with an opening casualty. Misfit. And not being driven off of this angle by any sort of smoke at CT, by any flashbang. They're just packing and grouping. And I think we're seeing this quite regularly in overtime and in the latter points of regulation, how much Elevate just are quite happy to group as a whole unit.
Flash forward, Dear seen 1. HE's evading the majority of the damage. He tucks in towards Gandalf, keeping himself tucked away. There's nobody at ramp. The bomb plant can come down without contention. The retake is a little bit shaky for LP. They might be up 5-on-4, but they've got double orbs for a retake and just HP damage across the board. Happy even taking more of it. Molotovs towards Leo. He's going to burn even more significantly. HE's back against Lash. Incendiaries against him. He's going to have to force his way back out, but the HE lands on Leo. He's on 11 points of health. 4v4. Meanwhile, towards Long, and Leo is going to be able to deal with one of them. Misfit falls towards Lash on short without the 2 men on LP. Bruninho revealed and dead to the rifler. ZMB's out of time. He'll get 1 kill, but a bomb's planted short side. All he can do is tap and pray. Caught switching to the AK. He's down and out. 15-12. Map and match point for Elevate.
6 rounds in a row from Elevate. This has been a proper throw. This has been a proper troll of map points and advantages. Oh, man. I can't believe LP have let this slip. And the only person they can blame are themselves, aren't they?
Yep.
I mean, that's the only way it goes down on both Ancient and on Dust 2. Oh, they can't drag themselves out of this hole. It's just that's it. I think they're gone.
I would think so too. Misfit and Dio go back and forth with their AWP picks. Lash, first victim of the round. LP are desperate. Completely and absolutely desperate to catch Elevate off, and maybe these extensions towards long are going to give them the lifeline that they need because they've lost the man advantage. Dio, low HP, forced to fight, takes one. Hap can take him right back. And that bomb's still in the long house. Needs to get picked up by the T-side line. Misfit not aware of the flank that's inbound towards short. Now seen by that M4 player trying to shoulder bait out of shots. Misfit connects it. And Zeddy can take that player down, but now he's been revealed. That bomb will have to commit towards the B side because Brunino has it on lock.
Yeah, Zeddy, the only way that he can win this is if he somehow gets some good timings against the B player that's overextending, because they're trying to protect the bomb on the carrier to come over. I mean, might as well attempt it. There's definitely no reason of saving this 1v2.
He's picked an angle to hold, hoping that they try and regress towards short, but it's not happening. Hap sat behind the truck in at mid, will deal with his man. Elevate streak will end at 6. 1 out of 3 map points burned. Second one up for grabs.
And for LP, they've got themselves a good long spawn for the AWPer. So I think ZMB right now is going to run long. Maybe get a teammate to try and back him up with some flashes. LP are running the double AWPs on the T side, and they're trying to run them consistently to the start.
Crossing shots. Lash is a good idea by the suicide individual. Zeddy's alone here, but the smoke is cancelled. Good to do so as well, because you saw LP were ready to go towards the B site. Had they done so, I'd imagine we'd be going 14-15. Lash. Holding the short angle. Leo's taking damage in mid.
It's a good cancel from the T side because of the counter util. HE placement out there towards the Xbox is doing further chip towards Leo Monster. He's a running decoy now. There's nothing that he's going to be able to do. Now, this off angle at the top of the blue bin has not been held in the entirety of this map, both in regulation or in overtime for either squad. So if there is any long take, I think that could be an element of surprise for BNC to get a free kill.
Doesn't know that it's going to be one here from LP. However, they're focused on that B side once again, this time with 2 defenders. Utility sent towards mid. There could be a split play in from Hap and Co, but Dio Zero deals with the main force. The bomb's been dropped. Rotations can get called in. Zeddy now has to watch out from the mid access. They didn't call in the footstep noise, so Hap's going down. Leo's going down as well. And Zeddy and Dio will have this site on lock for all 5 alive. 16-13 and 2-0. They move forward to the second round. LP are eliminated from the South American ESL Pro League qualifier.
A fair play to Elevate. This is now winning 5 out of their past 7 best-of-3s on HLTV. They were smashing teams in the open qualifier. They got some really good best-of-1 results. They had a really clean 2-0 in the quarters. They then come here into the closed qualifier, and yet again, it's another 2-0. Now, there's no denying that it was a tough game, and you're going to see that with overtime in Map 1 and overtime in Map 2. But this was a step up in performance. This is a squad that's outside of the top 200 on the VRS, and they've come here today, Jay. They've put in a good shift, and they deserve the victory.
It's a hell of a win for them. Imagine they'll be gaining some serious points as a result of this. And LP, the victims of their own downfall here. They really let themselves down on this map. It should have been a Dust 2 victory, but didn't quite happen for them. So back to the drawing board, back to the next competition, whatever that might be, because I don't see anything else listed for them, at least in terms of the ranked stuff. So Pro League qualifiers roll on with a well-deserved break for Elevate, but action continuing here on Channel D as we go to our second half of the day. And remember, we've got Red Canids versus Flamingo, so more of the more known names in the South American scene after this break.
It's alright. A little bit more to keep me going. Feels like my feet are shadows left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down. There's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. And if I can't be with you, take my heart, take your hand. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along. Tried to disappear. You can't find me. You can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. You always keep me on my toes. Don't wanna keep on going. If I can't be with you, take my heart, take your hand. You knew what you were doing. Take my heart, take your hand. You knew what you were doing all along. Take my heart, take your hand. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along.
When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make
Welcome back to ESL Pro League's 22nd season. We're here back on the ride in South America. My name is Get the Bag Mark. I'm here with Vincent Cass as we ride around for our our third and our fourth BO3s for our qualifiers today.
Yeah, man, it's going to be a good time. We might be slightly today, but hey, listen, we're in South America. That's just kind of the cost of doing business, if you will. And you know me, Mark, I'm a businessman. I'm down to get into the business of Red Canids and Flamingo. That's where we're getting started, as you can see on our schedule.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. I'm really happy to hop back on the horse for these two games in particular. We had some really exciting games happen all the way earlier. You just saw on our radar there, it was particularly getting going, and especially across all the streams today, we've had some really exciting results. Dusty Roots against Shinden in 3 maps, Vincent. That is not how I expected that one to go.
Yeah, I saw you earlier repping the Argentinian flag on your profile. You were excited,
I was getting excited about that.
Yeah, to see that one. I'm happy to report that was indeed the banger that you were anticipating. But we got a banger up ahead of us. Let's jump into the conversation, because you know what? Red Canids, they're a team that have been playing with my heart. I've been watching this team over the last 2 or 3 weeks. You know, it's a relatively new look with Cowes, right? You have Ponter, who's come in, and of course Drop taking over the leadership back from Cold Zera, and of course Cold himself going over onto the AWP. There's been a lot of
I can hear the smile across your face, right?
Yeah,
now.
You can. Ups and downs, I think we'll call it, Mark. But you know what? It's been more up than down recently, and it's been a journey to get there, but I'm excited to see what Red Canids have on offer. The fact that they've been able to kind of build up on a trajectory that's upward into this qualifier, it's good news if you're a Red Canids fan, I think.
Yeah, I think in the Thunderpick World Championship in the South American series, I think it was the second one that they had a really good output, and I believe they lost to 9. It was the game that we casted versus 9Z, Vincent. That it was really, really good for them. And I think at points in the series, we were probably arguing for both of those teams, probably showing out in that semifinal, probably at a higher result than maybe the other two teams that were on the other side of the bracket. That was also including Otic, which we're going to see after this. So I mean, Red Canids, I agree. I think they're on a good line, but speaking of the results in that tournament as well, it was Flamingo that breezed to the playoffs, but then we're halted right there.
Yeah, I think making it to the playoffs was a pretty impressive showing, considering they beat 9Z to get there. But for Flamingo, crashed and burned against Otic in that quarterfinal. That was an 0-2 game, and I think that, to be fair, that's Flamingo overperforming to get to that point. But you gotta give them credit, right? Not only that, but they made a semi in the previous version of that event. So I think Flamingo are a team that have upset potential, and I will say that there's a question mark. There's a question mark about who's going to be taking the AWP today. I think that they made the change to go over to history. I looked to try and see any official announcements, and I couldn't exactly see it. But it seems like Misfit might be still playing for tonight. We're going to have to see once we get into the server. But outside of those question marks, I do think that there is a lot of good pieces that Cuts Moretz has been able to put together here.
I really agree. I think he's a strong suit next to, it's really ridiculous sometimes the ratings that VSM can put up. I think we all kind of know that story, and, to kind of be along par to actually see that work. There are a lot of players on, with that kind of line, especially even on the other side with Red Canids, that can have a really good rating, can have a really good game, and their team can, continue to struggle. I think the rest of the supporting cast, like Dinoco on the rifle, is going to have to particularly stand up and have a good game. But I think where we get that warm, Vincent, is, they were streaking along, like we said, in the group stage of that portion that we were just referencing, because they were hot on their own path, right? Let's check into the veto, see where we're getting in there, where the Red Canids can also get a say into things. That train, it's that Dust 2 right off the bat, and it's a Mirage pick in all the way for VSM and co. I could have looked into my crystal ball, Vincent. I think this would have been glaring right up at me.
Yeah, I think we were guaranteed a Mirage. This is a top map, I would say top 2 probably for Flamingo. When you're talking about Mirage and Red Canids,
to be honest.
And that's what I was just about to say. Red Canids have been going there pretty often themselves, so I didn't know who's going to pick it. Somebody was going to make that decision, and it's been made there by Flamingo. But I think Ancient, actually, I know that they most recently had that loss that we were kind of discussing that happened against 9Z, but I really liked kind of what Red Canids were doing, especially their T side on Ancient has looked pretty good. So I'm excited to see that. Nuke has been a map that we've seen Red Canids play quite often. It's been a long-standing one for the side of Cuts Moretz. Like he kind of likes that map in general. So I don't think this is bad news for Flamingo. But you have to say, Red Canids are probably loving this veto. That this is one where they are confident on all three maps, and for a team that are the favorites, that seems like a huge dub.
Even, particularly where that can, get all the way out on the back end of the series where it happens to be Nuke. I mean, I think that'll be, even if the conversation decides to go there, comfortable for the Red Canids if you want to take that stint. But, I mean, that Ancient, if nothing else, is going to be one that I feel like you have to kind of see the best out of Flamingo, right? To really kind of set the tone into a second map like that. There's no question that it's going to have to be sort of the VSM show onto this Mirage. And I mean, really rocking with the rifles. That's kind of, the recipe that we've always seen for a Flamingo team like this. And so this is where they take their first step, Vincent. Obviously, we talk about, a couple of the teams we saw before this grinded through that open qualifier. This is, where we get into the real meat and potatoes. There's, Cold Zera on one side, and you look across at VSM on the other. It's going to be a good show today.
Yeah, from a format perspective, and I know that's kind of the boring conversation talk for a lot of people, but I think it's important to keep this in mind when you're watching this game. From a format perspective, this game is what lets you get in to the actual double elimination portion of this event. So for right now, it's win or go home in this best of three. So the stakes are very high. We already saw over in Europe that, hey, listen, things go crazy in this portion of the event.
Yes,
of course, referring to Liquid over there. So yeah, I think that you got to keep that in mind. And so as much as I was very positive about Red Canids, I think there is still times where I just am a little bit puzzled at some of the CT side decisions, and I think there's also still some really valid criticisms about Cold Zera, especially if the op comes out a lot. Sometimes he's on, and sometimes that's really good. Other times it looks a little bit more rough. What I think I've come to really appreciate is, as time has gone on for this Red Canids roster, and if they do this today, I'm going to be excited, is just pick up the op when they need it. It's really good to have it, especially as an opposition. It really is an important piece of a lot of CT setups. Pick it up when you need it, leave it when you don't. That's kind of what I think Red Canids are more going for as they've continued to develop, and I think I really like that.
Well said. Especially where the point comes where, I mean, think about it in your catalog of Cold Zera memories, where even, especially where recently we've casted him, Vincent. Think about how many rifle clutches, big plays, multi-frags that he's particularly pulled out, where, some of the conversation happens to be maybe around a bit of an inconsistent Venom Zera, and where individuals like that will look to kind of rise with the tide of this Red Canids team. So, I mean, I think that's a very good point to go ahead and see, and a lot of praise happens to be, where I think we kind of all came to, at the beginning of our conversation, Vincent. You talked about taking the, leading efforts onto drop shoulders. We've had a lot of praises for him. And I mean, particularly today when we get him across from Cuts, I think you're going to get a well-called game.
I do too. And it's Cuts actually starting out on their T side. It's history in the server, by the way. So those question marks that I was talking about at the very beginning, not the case here. So we're going to get that going. VSM, as per our usual arrangement, he's first to frag. And out the gate, zooming up, Cat.
Gotta slow him down. Kawa's immediately depleted, so Bonzer puts up a bit of a wall for himself, and he'll try and get the respect, and he'll get a headshot. Bonzer falling away. It does catch a second. Bonzer's still alive somehow. Still living. Bonzer to the back of this has to square up at the missile pillar, but here comes Drop in to save the day, and he's been quite audible about this. And VSM, well, he can't even trade that. He just saw his shoulder, and now Drop can box this out. VSM, he needs to collect a 4K to start this off for Flamingo, and just put out the candle for Drop. Just dancing around this pillar. This could go for a long time with an entire minute to go. Trying to box this out, get the exact angle they want, Vincent. VSM is done playing games. He's got the bomb down finally.
Yeah, how about a little extra money at the very minimum, but that money is all you're going to be getting. Flamingo go down, and it's VSM who honestly, it's a failure to do everything is the tragedy of that. He gets the opener, he's got the multi-frag, and he's asked to clutch. He's asked to pick up the final pieces as well. You got to give credit over to Drop, who arrives late but does clutch in the 1v2. I don't quite know, to be honest, how Ponter survived. I'm going to lay that at the feet of Delboni or Dinoco. I don't know who it was, but somebody was missing the shots a lot. I think that's the problem. If I'm going to... Listen, I'm no doctor, but I'm just saying that's my diagnosis.
I hear that. I hear that. Somebody over from Flamingo saw that going on. We swapped away for a minute. Ponter, I watched him hop away on the minimap. Can barely believe it himself, I bet. Flamingo, though, through the efforts of VSM, which, I mean, were the bare minimum to get that plant, get this bonus. This is going to be a nice hit onto the A site, but tripped up. This is going to be dropped, putting in a whole lot more effort than just that clutch. It's Cold and Venom that put this into gear, and it's Flamingo that disappear. It's 2 in a row for the Canids.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I mean, you kind of highlight Venom Zera as maybe a little bit more of a shaky piece of this Red Canids team, and I think that's valid. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I think on the CT side here on the A site, you and I have seen some of his best work be done.
Absolutely.
Watch out for that a little bit. Fantastic multi there from Drop twice in a row now to open up this qualifier for Red Canids. He clutches up and gives a lot of support there inside of the A site, where he himself was pretty alone for a hot minute.
Nade hidden home. Ponter to check again. Seeing some activity. Canids should have this all under control. Deagles and the pistols back, Vinny. And Cold Zera to tee off with an A1S through window. This is how you get the rifle conversation going, ignoring the off. Get these shots down pretty easily. It's working quite well, but he's seen all 3 now, and he disappears where Cowas can now try and chip away.
Yeah, there's not too much of a conversation to get started. The bomb, unfortunately, is at top mid, so chance for Cuts and Reds to get a plant was never really there, especially not as Cowas cuts him down. If you just lose that one man, I mean, talk about a really strong couple of rounds for Red Canids.
What is the IGL on today?
He's having a great time.
Like that? All right.
Well, you know, and I think you gotta remember where Drop was not a year ago, right? Like, this is a guy who's relatively new to this place and has a ton of experience as well. So I think it's important to keep in mind that he's capable of this. And part of that is, I think, the reason.
League placings in his day himself.
That's right. Yes. Ouch. History.
Pro League player.
I'm pretty sure he just got double naded.
Hell of a time. Burn a little bit, I'm sure. Cold Zera on a hell of a corner. Well, so much for the rifle conversation. But if we can get a good cold Oppen day, then we're going to be in for a good one.
That's also
Sometimes
Mirage.
it can feel like that. True.
You know, I think it's important to set the tone with an op earlier on, especially when you had such a great economy boost with those last 2 rounds. And history's certainly not going to be feeling confident after taking 90 damage to start the round. This is something that Red Canids can fall into. Keep an eye on this. It's their CT side and their protocols toward mid that I think are lacking a little bit, but we shall see. Flamingo certainly exposing that early. There's no punish at the moment.
Trying to get a little bit more room for this peek over to A. History on 10 HP is playing the glass cannon. Cold can hear a whole hell of a lot on the other side. And pretty committed right to the cat corner, but pretty soon Connector is going to be the concern. It's a great lineup, but it's the same way. Delboni hits a great connect, and Venom Zera on this island right now is going to have to make it work. There is the comeback from under as well, trying to get this bomb plant. It's going to be on the other side of triple. Venom Zera should know exactly where this is. VSM can potentially get a little bit of room to breathe. Don't give this man a chance. VSM boxes you out. knows exactly where Venom Zera is and can track this down. It's a ton of time to do this, but Venom Zera, he's trying to hide, but can you exactly from VSM, seeing ahead, and now trying to chase one down. This is too much to ask for. The reload and VSM is overwhelmed.
I really love how Venom Zera approaches this as well, though. I think he deserves so much credit for making sure that VSM doesn't actually have a chance, because you're right. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile. VSM is the scariest guy on the other side of the server right now for Red Canids, and Venom Zera knows that. Just don't peek him. Don't give him a fight. Don't ever let him have a chance at that. And by the time he actually gets to set his feet a little bit, Red Canids have closed the distance, and Venom Zera's got cold for support. I think that's really smart, and Venom Zera, using his brain, already got the 2 kills that he needed with the A.
Cold Zero's coming back to B, but it's Kawez on Cat off the rip. Back to normal, so to speak. Cold Zero just helping him out. The rest of Flamengo, well, I mean, at this point, they're feeling good. Gotten far to this point. Within their other T-faults, they were losing a member or two. Can fully see into what they do want, which is probably the mid to A stab. Get that a good smoke timed up by Kawez.
Yeah, if they've watched any VODs in the last 2 weeks from Red Canids, they know that they really like to play mid a little bit, just like entirely off mid, but occasionally they'll go aggressive. Very much occasional. So I think Flamingo absolutely understand that. They just want to take this space. See what Red Canids are giving them right now.
Cold loses the battle out to VSM. Kawez has now seen a little bit in connector. Can Kawez line it up? Does, in fact. And, I mean, Denoko's down to 2. So Ponter out here, he doesn't even need to get active because Venom Zera is a hero. Out from A, the triple to put Flamingo away in this round. Cuts can't even get his hands on the bomb, and now he is gone. What a beautiful start for Red Canids.
I mean, Flamingo need to be scared, and they need to be scared right now. Venom in this form. We talked about, how good Ponter can be as a B-side anchor. Well, he's not even required in this round thanks to Venom Zera. And that's all beginning with the fact that Cold lost the opening tool. Kawez gets overwhelmed, but unfortunately, Flamingo, they can't make their way up catwalk. Tons of damage done thanks to Kawez, to be fair, and an early nade onto Chair that tees up Venom Zera for a triple spray down. That's lovely stuff. And Red Canids, I mean, they barely even need to worry when they have individuals on form like this. Do appreciate the early timeout. I think it's Chaos for Flamingo.
Yes, I have seen this. He joined in the last month or so.
Yeah, so get him in the fray, talk about things. Drop tag teaming up with Venom Zera at A this time for a little bit of a heftier stack in this area. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Wow.
He's lucky to be alive.
Did you just prompt the question if they had watched a demo or two? Maybe they have.
Yeah, it is. To be honest, I feel like that Venom Zera is there more often than he's not. So I think we'll check that one off and say, yes, they have seen a demo or two, Mark.
W. Prepped team. Denoko and Cuts. They originally had their hands on the bomb, just the 2 of them. Triple nade don't work out.
This is
damage done on the drop.
This is a Red Canids team that pretty badly, I feel like, needs some more LAN opportunities in general. Like for most of like this Red Canids project for Cold, the whole idea is to be able to qualify for LANs like Pro League. I feel like they haven't had that many opportunities, so this is important for them.
Venom shut down after even a dink real quick. So got to get that through, particularly Court of Drop, who's already down to 17 health. You've been kind of boxed out of this, and the Kenids seem pretty intimidated by this, but I think with which the point they have all this money, it can be cool with maybe letting this one go. That seems like the decision.
I mean, I think that you look at this and it's sort of the technically correct call. It does feel really bad giving up a Tech 9 round like this. And ultimately, you know, that little demo review we were talking about, I mean, it really does the job, even though it doesn't get to kill those 3 nades. I think if Drop's a little more healthy, he's willing to stick around. He's not sitting on the op, and instead, he's got a rifle. There's probably a lot more to do in that retake if that's not the case. And so Flamingo take very well advantage of that. As we get deeper into this half mark, that's the issue that I think playing so far off mid can have. So keep an eye on it.
Flamingo on a different call right now. Cold Zero where he needs to be. A great shot connecting in an opening frag. They're trying to chase him down. VSM has had that number, had it on Cat just a couple rounds ago, but it's just VSM that's teasing about this. They actually just leave him to do his work. So trying to box up these fights, it's Cowlitz that puts the tape on VSM. That's a great look. And I think everything that they were trying to fool has just been kind of whipped back into shape. The Canadians know what's going on.
Oh, but they have no idea that Cuts is here. Cuts is so deep. He's heard the rotation. He knows there's someone in CT. He's calling that out to the rest of the team. It's an aggressive fight from Drop, but Cuts is ready. Nothing goes right. The bomb, it's being shepherded back over to A as there's so much space.
Cal is on a fine line. Had what seemingly was kind of the scare of the round put away. That trade onto VSM and now left alone. A well-played round. Cuts does find his way through the kneel. All you gotta work on is that timing. You said pay attention to how exactly they are kind of hands-off on middle. That's a boost in the window that exposes it again.
It seems like that's always the way that things can go wrong for Red Canids on the CT side. Not that they will, but they can. It's a fantastic shot out of Gowes.
You see the way that him, Drop, and Venom Zera, just get him a good buy, man.
I just really feel like they're... When I said it's scary to see Red Canids shooting this confidently, like that's not something I'm just saying. It's very true. There is the capability, I think, for Red Canids to beat almost anyone when they have the right pieces at a super high level individually. And I think that's particularly hard when Flamingo are a team that I described as an upset team. Well, that upset potential goes down pretty highly when you have such individuals going crazy.
We'll see if they can't continue. Even if it isn't flashy, it's been slow and steady. Flamingo have found kind of a gap for 2 rounds in a row. Got that op recovered back in the hands of Cold Zera. But if they can't make it 3, then they may be able to actually kind of crack the bank account here and really kind of take a bit of a foothold in this first half a little bit. Start running a bit of their own offense.
Yeah, here's where things need to change. I think more aggressive stance in mid is required. Cold's going to take a peek, but nobody's going to give him that fight. Fast towards B, it seems. At least that's the setup. All right, VSM been successful here last round. Try and see if they can work him into another pick early. It doesn't seem like they've been given that chance, and so Flamingo will hold back.
That's going to be one hell of a way to start conditioning this B anchor, though. 2 times in a row you threaten that fight, especially with VSM of all people. You get this back now, and in a minute 20, well, you know what way to go. It's likely going to be kind of then path the middle to kind of let up the play to whichever extremity you want to kind of see to. And they line up this window smoke, if I do assume correctly. There it is on the way. as Drop does refresh his smoke as well. Right, Kanids, they do have a loose, but actually pretty great hold to find out some information right now, at least.
And this is actually shaping up to be a real nice B split. Mark, they forced out Ponter's smoke from the very beginning. That was that conditioning you just talked about. Now, it's a reaction for Red Canids to mid control being lost. So they're going to send Cowes up. So Ponter's going to be really alone. It's really up to Cowes right now, and he's caught a perfect timing. Drop off and just take that win. It's a huge dub. BSM's gone, and how about another?
Goes back for more. Ponter himself now has Cowes right at his hip. He goes down with nothing else, and now with that rotation and all the time acquired, Drop gets 1 kill and can see about stopping a bomb plant right now. Sees it carry over to default. History has got to disrespect this smoke, and what a decision made down. That's barely enough time to get this on to default, and they do. So Flamingo, they got to take this down and make it a 3rd in a row. It's swiftly off of it. So now History all the way shuttered into E-Box is lying in the cut and away for a clutch. Can't land the shots, and Venom Zera outside of his own wheelhouse has got that down, and a defuse to put the cap on 6th and throw Flamingo off of their start.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of intuition between Venom Zera and Cold Zera that I've seen that's built up over the last year or two, playing together. And that's another one of those moments where, Cold just has the trust in Venom to jump out with the USP. They know where History's located. And they're sort of lucky that works out the way that it does. Because, man, Drop made a little bit of a boneheaded call to jump out of window. It was an ambitious one. I'd say if I'm putting it kindly, he's playing the numbers, hoping that History isn't already in position to punish him.
Good nade to those players right under window. As Cowes walks on. Out from Cat this round, VSM. It's that queued up audibly. It's going to be a phase on these smokes. However, which way this kill does go down. Gotta know what's on the board here, and Cowes has found him. Doesn't even want to wait his turn. That's a great way to go. Stay on top of things and not let 7 slip out right now.
Well, this is that back and forth with regard to mid control I've just been talking about basically the whole game. Is how Flamingo try and punish it, and how Red Canids can take countermeasures. That's one of those countermeasures that Cowes has just found. Don't let him get up into that smoke. That's how Cuts Moretz got that triple kill that did Flamingo their 2nd round.
The time is a factor here as well. You just get a shot down. It's Dinoco that's now going to have to work by himself, so the actual hit off the extremity is going to have to be hard, and now it's all being teased from Palace. What do you do if you were cloaked behind the smoke? It's literally nothing. You have to stay back and unfortunately just take it. It's going to be a 7th year for the Canids. This is not even going to be taken forward. You got to save these 3 guns.
I mean, honestly, I feel like you got to go for that. Like, you got to fight for that a little bit. That's kind of what my vibe is, mostly because, bro, what are you going to have next round? I mean, I know there's these guns, but these guns without utility are going to be tough. Dinoco at least going to be able to purchase up. Get History back is up. And even History's got some cash, so there could be a Mac 10 or something tossed that way. Yeah, the utility is just going to be pretty sparse for Flamingo. To be fair, they are really deep into this half. We're heading into 10th round, and 2 is not enough.
Not even close. Not even close. Flamingo are much better than this. This is where they expected the best of themselves today. This is where they wanted to straight up challenge the Canids for a map that they're very damn good at. Now they're trying to challenge right on a catwalk. Cowes has a Molotov ready for it. It's going to be placed right in their face. It's automatic from this B site. Ponter has to be ready for what approaches from these apartments. Approach back in. Cold Zera just can't get this respect right over the smoke. Ponter chimes in again onto Cat. He still hasn't even finished this onto Delboni. What great work from these pair on B. It's shut down. It's 8 for the Canids. This is a dominating Mirage right now. One-sided in this first half.
I mean, Cowes really is a rock at the moment. He is hard to find, hard to remove, difficult in so many locations. He was in window, he's on cat, he's helping, a jungle. Like, there's just so many positions that he is finding impact from. A little bit of a half buy. Get what you can afford, a bit of utility to facilitate Flamingo out to the A-bomb site. That's the plan. In round 11. Make sure you can buy next. 2 fleeting victories. It just feels like a long way away.
They've got now quite far to this position, even with these smokes down. You have to have that second step with the response. It's a double that's put out where you do have a bit of respect for that bomb plant. That smoke, I think, was dropped onto default, just trying to box himself out a little bit of space. They take advantage. Cold Zero will manage, though. They're coming in just slowly from CT. They'll net this first kill. This would have to go very wrong for the Canids, who do have this all boxed up. It's the only thing going against them right now. 3 through CT.
Even a little more utility for Cowes. They've got a couple of smokes. Should be easy. That's a big win from Ponter. Now, freebie should be there. Everybody's got a kit. Somebody can get on.
Oh,
Devoni?
No.
All right. Nice shot on a cold, but we'll recover the op. Ponter's hoping to keep his AK. And you know what? It doesn't matter. Cold's got 10K.
Got all that bank at this point. Trying to go back and find the last time that Flamingo have lost a Mirage this bad. I've seen plenty of times them put up the scoreline just like this against teams that just aren't ready for it. Put in their place today.
Oh, stunning. VSM. And that's what you need from him. It feels like, that's a win condition in so many aspects for this Flamingo team. Is VSM doing some VSM stuff.
Ponter takes it all up through under. They're about to meet up. Ponter was just on this timing, and there is no way in hell. There's got to be that audible cue now, and he realizes it. Trying to get a bit of a tease with some of that utility. VSM is trying to sell something that is not even going to be considered to be bought by the Canids, because they know it's up. Spotted onto one head. Ponter will just try and collect on as many as he can. It's Ponter that executes too.
Nicely done from Ponter. Hold the trigger finger. Just a moment there. Oh, Cowes. He's been unstoppable, but that is one stopping point. Dink up onto VSM. And now they got to worry about the problem that is Ponter. He's still around in the backline somewhere, and the rest of the team's holding A. Cold is in great position.
What a shot. That'll be good. Trying to box it out either way. Now Cold in this direction, wanting to put out the first half just like this. It is. It's a 9-3, and every single time we've gotten Red Canids, each member in the limelight. We'll be back after a 3-minute break. A 10-2 pushed away Flamingo's map pick, Vincent. That's even hard for me to get out and say. I didn't really expect this at all. To be honest with you, I expected Flamingo to keep on kind of lighting it on with the hot streak they've been on. Came out cold today, and that's been a surprise.
Well, Red Canids, I think they're the ones who are hot at the moment, and that's the problem for Flamingo more than anything else. What did they see here that slows them down a moment? Red Canids are activating a trap card right now.
There's no way they hear Dinoco, like, I'm not sure if he sprinted up middle there.
Oh,
but
they heard something. They had to have.
yeah. If Dinoco continues up the stairs here, Coldzera is going to get eyes on. See something. Yeah, what are you doing there, pal? Coldzera not going to allow this. He's going to shut this down himself. Though Dinoco is going to get out of the vision. Particularly, Coldzera makes the contact. Luckily, landed the goosh. And, I mean, it's Red Canids not exactly chasing a ghost right now, but I'm kind of wondering where exactly Flamingo's heads are going to be at after this whole minute kind of doing this.
Yeah, I mean, tragically for Red Canids, they get the information, but they don't deny Dinoco the information. Meaning Flamingo, they know what's up. Uh-oh, the bomb. The bomb has just been dropped. VSM's got them both.
Whipping himself into shape. This P2K making it happen. He wants to deny the rest of the group. Drop, he's just as firm. And he gets his 13th. Quickly into the A site here. If they go for the default plant, nobody should be able to stop them. And I mean, maybe even taking my suggestion to get that down, but CT, it's under siege. Nothing is going to be taken for free here, especially with all the positioning, connector, ramp, and now this fight into spawn. Cowas is trying to just take them as they come, and he does. He's got both of them taken care of, and it's history now in a 1v1. He's fouled that onto Cold, and has an entire 10-second defuse to deal with, and now just has to hunt down Cowas, who we just saw the shadow struck around the corner, but picked up a kit. He could just test his nerve right now. A 5-second defuse, you have the access here with Cowas. He's coming streaking to check that. It's going to be close, but Cowas has got it. 11th secured for Red Canids. They're shooting 100% here on Mirage in these pistols.
Yeah, listen, they called themselves out of a very complicated situation as well. Like you were kind of highlighting, they weren't exactly chasing nothing there, but the fact that Dinoco gets away, it allows for Flamingo to entirely take over the B bomb site. It's theirs, and there's no way out. Red Canids know that they have that information, but it doesn't change the fact that they've got to find a way up through mid. VSM doing heavy lifting as per usual, but it ain't enough to get them the victory. Critical smoke and connector allows them to approach A, and you go from there. Very nice post-plant scenario settled in, and a Cowas 1v1 clutch to finish it up.
Bold rotation to B early. Flamingo know they got to do something with the positioning from Dinoco, who's not here in a ruckus at a ramp, has all this vision into apartments. Well, he says, I got it, guys. Go to B. Make it happen. If they're not there, save the guns. It'll be all good. Potentially that could come into consideration here. I mean, it's a double at ladder. I mean, Red Canids, through where Drop was wanted to put this particularly, has opportunity to get all this info. Dinoco, let's see what the 79's made of. The spacing's pretty good between Ponter and Cowas. That's going to be a good clue as to this click. It's trying to be jumping into the lap of Venom Zera. He goes down for it, but it's a 3v3, and you have to go for this.
Sometimes there's such thing as too careful, and I think that's what Red Canids were right there. Coldzera, he's alone. He's just got another confirmation. Boney, don't give him a fight. Don't have to. And it looks like he won't. Nades on target, but it isn't enough. Time has expired. Coldzera is just hoping he can escape for the next round. Yeah, Red Canids, they find the right call and everything, but they honestly don't even make a mistake. They are, in my mind, just a little too careful. Time themselves out so that they need to force and rush the issue once they get into the A site proper.
I think I even said they have to go for this. If it's as if they even got the bomb down. I lost that detail along the way because I think the Canids did as well. I mean, it was kind of quick to exactly get onto that type of decision, but with all the room that you did have, it's been pretty nice to see at least that back end Flamingo can reach that far. I'm not sure how long that's going to streak along because, to be honest with you, I would rather them be overcalling it than undercalling it, Vincent. It was very cautious there from Drop to be kind of singing that in. You saw my praises for them where they were standing inside a ladder. I thought that would have gone well for them getting that information back to A, but Flamingo showed up. There's a possibility with even all the info there. They just go ahead and take everything down.
Yeah. I mean, I think Flamingo in the pretty enviable position themselves, but the fact that they were stacked on B for so long with no contact kind of told them something was up.
This ain't right. Should have been
Something's
something
weird.
By now. Too quiet.
That's right. Flamingo, it's a little bit of the same style that they like to play when they don't have all the bells and whistles. So last round, a lot more gambly towards B. See it this round, where they're just off of mid, a little bit of a tentative look with the rifle up on catwalk, and that's VSM.
Going out of this smoke, at least teasing it. Ponter trying to phase in the front of that. The boost goes down. They just make contact. And now they're trying to seed it through. Dinoco, it's a good shot. Trying to get that trade onto Ponter. But the rest of this is just going to be into likely the same arms. Cold Zera could net a double, but history is online. That's a good couple from CT. And Venom Zera with a good rotation in that same clue. Flamingo should survive to 4. But Kawas has been about as on par about as everybody else in the server. I mean, this guy's been with the best of them. Gets a good check onto the flick, and you see how he just tries to tap onto the head. It's a little bit too much here. Separated from the bomb, it's all the way in T-spawn.
Yeah, a little bit of a detail missed in Red Knid's situation this round with the bomb down in that position. And he wants to go down. That's why he's searching for a fight. Kawas, the lack of armor, him not getting anything in the next round would have been making things quite difficult. He wants to keep them on even with the rest of his teammates. Red Canids on for an eco. It's the first of the series.
It may be a bit of a yapping opportunity. Vincent, I have a question through your anecdotal evidence. Have the CT Molly's been any quicker today?
We're not playing on that patch.
Okay, we're not playing on that patch. Good.
Yeah, so no.
I was wondering when my wild card, we just swapped the third map out for Overpass. You guys weren't ready for it, but it's here. It's kind of what happened last night, to be honest. Though I'm never going to hate on that. I'm an Overpass enjoyer through and through.
I am too. I'm just sad that it's Anubis that we lost.
Yeah, but I got a feeling that's going to be whipped back into shape quite quickly.
Oh, I'm sure. It's just criminal behavior that Inferno still is in this pool.
Not much we can agree on.
Yeah. I'll tell you this, though.
Yes.
I'm excited to see, a much more, I guess we'll just say, generally tactical map in the pool.
So many reasons to love it. Wow, a Burning Man. Bonzer survives. Even brought with a nade. This is a issue that will be just let for one moment. The bomb squad has arrived alongside the cavalry, and they've got this taken care of. It's a 5th out here for Flamingo and Folk. This should be all good. 5th ain't too bad.
It's a massive W.
Yeah.
Just get the bomb down and, grab a kill along the way. I'm thinking that everybody there for Red Canid's going to be happy. Drop more so than anyone. Now he's got a whole lot more tools to work with. He can reach into the strat book see what these gun rounds look like. Flamingo up against their first true gun round of this half.
Might be just a quick call to go ahead and just handle this on A here by seeing Venom Zera drop into kind of that same clue. He deals with things by trying to just thread this through middle. It's rather Ponter up in Palace. And it's patient.
I thought we were going to see something more aggressive when VSM dropped out a window to start this round, but he's repositioned back over to A. Doesn't get the immediate fight that he's looking for. Red Canids, on the other hand, they're familiar with this process. They're just working the other side of it right now.
It's basic, but that might be better. Drop with this shot onto Dinoco, and they want to hit this A site apart. ESM trying to shoot up the ladder. Unfortunately, finds himself slipping off at the top. And this will be an interesting line. Oh my gosh, you see this with the X-ray. Just so fine on that with the bomb plant. Delboni, he goes to punish and drop. He's got a second and make that a third in the round. History will go ahead and be running for the hills. We could be headed to Ancient soon.
Yeah, I mean, slow, methodical approach to this round. All the bells and whistles for that A exec. Makes life impossible for VSM. He's mollied out. Stuck between two AKs. Those rifles, they've got teeth, Mark, and I don't think that VSM is having a good time there. History, who you feel pretty bad for, I don't think has had very much opportunity to impact this series yet. Ops have been hard to come by on the T side. He's just getting one now on the CT side, and well, it's 12-5.
And I mean, we're not putting out a hot take by any means by pointing this out, but obviously this is his best point to maneuver this within the series. I mean, you know, probably the next best up on Nuke in the third, at which I really don't like your chances getting there. It's Red Canids pick up right next door to this. An Ancient that Flamingo haven't been terrible on by any means, but they're not giving me much to kind of hope for the best to come, where they would have to overcome a lot, I feel like, on that feat, where you're already sitting in the bed that you have made.
Yeah, I mean, and at the moment, it's a classic VSM like performance that is unfortunately lacking support, especially when you really need the rest of that rifling core and Delboni and Dinoco to be having big impact moments. We've been lacking that. Not really all on their shoulders. I think more to do with strong showings from Red Canids than anything, but truth nonetheless.
Gets that kill. Immediately out of the conversation is dropped, starting with the IGLs. You're trying to run it back. Getting that all the way to cuts out of empty filler. Not just ending with him.
Look at how much utility they just tossed in reaction to that. Flamingo, or I mean, they're playing scared.
They should know better. That's literally one of the real kind of teased plays to the T side that they kept running to condition, was just kind of throw your head into the wall at upper B and try and scare the B anchor so much at the start of the round. They get caught.
It's just not the B anchor alone. It's, you know, the rotator coming in. Now they've lost a lot of space at middle. It's kind of all gone to plan for Red Canids in that aspect. But there's 50 seconds left. Mark, they got to get this thing moving pretty soon.
Venom Zera not going to make that contact until kind of things are done and dusted right now. It's a good look by Cowes, but immediately you're going to get cut through the numbers. And Venom Zera left alone. Attempt an interesting conversation at a clutch, but he's shut up real quick. It is 6 that separate Flamingo from overtime. This is where the path starts.
That it does, yeah. And a bit of a reset onto the Red Canids economy, meaning that they're down pretty bad at the moment. They can't afford a full purchase. Going to get pistols and armor. Which, of course, still a threat, but a whole lot better than the alternative.
So, Vincent, Misfit was playing with LP right before this on stream versus Elevate. That's where we know he was getting active. Yes.
Okay.
There were a whole lot of moves that were, trotting along with, obviously with, the information that we've heard about with 9Z and stuff like that. We have XW7M up with 2 new players out on the back end, VSD included. We'll get into all those gritty details later on. It's an exciting feat for one of the first big events back after the player break. To see all these moves kind of trickling out. Here go these pistols. The Red Canids can see into history who fades into the smoke, but really kind of getting decked on the loose, and they're going to be trying to chase him through that situation. Red Canids, they get close, and they have enough respect for a bomb plant. There's nobody throwing their bodies through this to shut it down.
Yeah, a lot of spam, and to be fair, quite a bit of it connected. Everybody is in CT. Holy cow. And look at that. Red Canids, good decision making. They get into jungle. At least give themselves a chance. It's going to be tough.
Sliding out, Dinoco next to drop. He gets that in a good shot. They're all stuffed in the jungle here and trying to get out of it by the nade or by the AK shots that were chasing you down. Particularly, it would have came with that alley in that lane. 7th up for Flamingo. I did not expect this to be creeping up into the scoreboard when we are coming in a 10-2 half.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a 5-round deficit, so as much as Flamingo are starting to make this look competitive, this is only the second real gun round as well. So they won the first. To be fair, I guess that's the third gun round. Red Canids won the previous one of those that I was referring to. Oh my gosh, they're just sending it.
Gotta be ready to go. Banging out on the A site. Molotov is going to go under Dinoco. He is toasted. Swinging 4 out benching. Right now, it's still Boney that's going to be sitting with 1 kill in its own right. Coldzera going to have to attempt to clutch right to go on A. Molotov to do it. Potentially see this thing out with a bit of style. If this is going to be actually folded and attempted, but that's where Coldzera is creased. It's going to be an 8th for Flamingo now. And a quick trot in the uppercut punch is denied.
Man, Flamingo are kind of making their way back into this thing. I've been holding back on the inclinations that you were saying.
Exactly. Don't call it a comeback.
But I mean, they're starting to make this a real thing. Canids just tip their toes into the final tactical timeout, and to be honest, I feel like last time they used one, I don't really know where it led, but that A hit, probably not it. What they're trying for, I guess if I were to play devil's advocate, just a little bit of surprise factor. And I think it was Venom Zera, or it might have been Drop. Either way, 3rd guy out ramp. If he had been able to find that kill into Del Boni on site, then we would have been having a very different conversation because it would have been a post-plant 2-on-2, but thankfully Del Boni able to hit the shot. That's another critical piece. I talked about he and Dinoco kind of being missing from this Flamingo T side. Like, Daboni's really woken up on the CT side.
Newest member that joined. A very young man in those shoes before. You pull in a 20-year-old player, you replace him with a 27-year-old player, Vincent. There's an expectation there for experienced players like that to be able to turn games around like that, kind of in that fashion. Had a good rotate out into B, you just mentioned, out to A rather. Into history immediately, missed shot. And it would be kind of anticlimactic for this to go with the pistols, so this needs to be a solid round for Flamingo, who do kind of box out with the kill, but with the bomb plant and the hardware that's currently on, this isn't so much impossible that you just getting that on. Cuts is still even looking for that lurk. They're trying to be so concerned right now. Dipping it in out, Vincent.
This is tough. They got to set Drop up for success, and they do set him up, but he loses out. Cold hits a nice one from Apex, but Kawaz all alone. And now no, and he doesn't even get the confirmation. The bomb not planted for him. He'll take the money and run.
Yeah, hold on.
Stick up.
He's got that. Hold on to that full armor set. Kawaz is a valuable life, Vincent, but kind of has definitely slowed down from that first half. Was one of the first guys that we were really kind of putting on that tally, but it's kind of where we can put our thumb on it finally. I mean, where it's so clear the Red Canids have the firepower in this game. They've lost belief in themselves. It's just kind of shaking themselves into shape for one more round, Vincent. And I think I've seen enough here to make me hope for Ancient, to be honest with you.
I'm really disappointed right now with Drop Seats T-side as well. I feel like we have not seen very much of Red Canid's playbook, and part of that is because it was so unsuspecting. This 9-12 scoreline kind of snuck up on Red Canids, as crazy as that sounds. But on the other side of it, I mean, we just got to see a little bit better.
Getting out towards A here, and this is where VSM can come to crawl, and at this point he's taking it all with the jaws. It's 3 right here, and what a shutdown. Flamingo, it took a while for them to rev up on the line, but they are here. They have met you on this Mirage. You've gone to 23 rounds now, and the Red Canids have been thrown out of the function.
Brother, why do we keep seeing this A exec? It's been not very good almost every time, and they've gotten a plethora of different looks at it.
There's not even... Okay, we're not live. Yeah, I was going to say. There's no way they're just not going to buy anything. It'll be all good. But they've been shut down time and time again on that A site right to go. Where I feel like
want you to know.
Where you saw cuts there in the minimap waiting for that lurk, they've been so paranoid about B.
I briefly saw Venom Zera have a kit there for a second, and I was like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I think just to kind of put the cap on my criticisms here of what I've been seeing from Red Canid T side, I've actually been pretty happy with this previously, and on Mirage especially, but I just don't think we've seen very much of this playbook. That mid default, I guess is what you could call it, that last round was really careless. You know, that's the type of fight that history will take every day. There's not a flash for him. The second phase of that mid take usually has a flash associated with it, but because only one man is supporting that, there isn't one. And I'm just not quite sure why we've seen such carelessness from Red Canids. That's the question mark. And then, you know, you give VSM a little bit of space, bro's gonna start cooking with it.
I mean, I can try and put my thumb on it, right, with a 10-2 half into a pistol round victory. Yeah, let's, for lack of a better word, let's troll about a bit. Let's try and find something to just, you know, hammer this game home. And I feel like I, you know, pitched that concept as if, you know, that was rolled out in the next, like, 2 or 3 rounds. At some point, Red Canid just kept falling. And it's gotten to the point at which we're sitting right here in this tech pause. So get a breath in this time, if anything. You gotta figure something out.
I mean, I don't know if there's time for breathing. I know, you know, that's not exactly what you're talking about, but I'm saying that, you know, the time for taking a breather is kind of over. It's 10-12. All right? We've been playing with the idea of not calling it a comeback. Well, bro, it's a comeback. They're back. They're here. Red Canids, I mean, this is when you turn to that page that every in-game leader has in their book that is titled something along the lines of, "Get me 1 round." You know, and maybe you have 1 or 2, maybe 3 strats cooked up for that with a little gimmick involved. That's what Red Canids need right now.
So it seems like we're going to be paused for a moment. But I have some interesting information I just found out.
Yes.
Brazilian player Landon, who's currently teamless, has joined...
formerly of E-Holo Laser.
Exactly. Former Pain as well. You want to track down the list. He's worn a lot of jerseys in his time. He joins MIBR as a coach.
Oh, interesting. He is up there in years. He used to op, I think, for E-Holo Laser.
This is correct.
And of course,
I believe as an analyst.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't JNT over there as a coach?
This is correct.
No? They're really adding in oppers to the staff, I tell you what.
Yeah, really.
Well, we've memed it up sufficiently. I appreciate that, by the way. Breaking news.
Yes, he says he is going full nerd mode in his post, so that is analyst talk if I've ever heard it.
Yeah, push us up glasses. Got it. I can do this. We are back into the mix here. The Red Canids half by this round so they can get the full invest. And hey, the B side exists, at least on Ecos.
About time. And they're teasing this. It's just not a straight up queue. In the underpass, they do decide to set out a little bit. They have 2 back-to-back. And Cole's still checking on A. Kawaz gets taken out on his fret, and there's just not a clear way forward in this round for me. I mean, really, what was the end game right here?
I mean, the hope and the prayer is that something works a little bit better on that investigation out the apartments, but yeah, a little bit split, a little bit poorly timed, and a little bit freaking dead is Ponter. How has this gotten here? I think, Red Canids just not given respect over to Flamingo. It felt like they believed that they could throw their head at a brick wall and then the brick wall would eventually break. Well, Flamingo, they've hardened and they have stood tall. We could be seeing overtime. One final gun round to proc that.
This has got to
see what Red Canids have drawn up.
Please.
I mean, this has got to be better.
Red Canids can't get away with this and win the map. That's why I'm asking for it. Unless they put a stamp on it right here.
At least a little different look. Finally, we're seeing some, mid control. They did this, I'm going to say once this half, maybe twice. But, a slow, methodical mid take.
History looking for something. Just saw the foot walk by. Nailing off on a drop, and bad news. IGL ripped out. What a great play there by History to find an opening kill.
And that's why you don't see that lineup as often anymore, by the way. There's just a little possibility. Now, I call that a little unlucky, but Red Canids, you've already wasted your unlucky moments on this half. Credit to History, who's been consistent. He and VSM, Delboni stepping up. 4-on-5 for Red Canids. They've got mid control. Seems destined that this could end towards A. But they're going to need something.
Cuts put this in a really good place for his A site. But they're all on the right side of this fold. Ponter would have to find one hell of a cue, one hell of a timing. He's going to see the bunny kind of streak out, and he's just got to find the frag. And he does. It's 24 rounds here on this Mirage, and it's stamped. We're going to overtime, Vincent.
I mean, this is silly. It's truly silly that we're here, but you know what? Flamingo, they did all the right things, and I think they deserve a lot of credit for that. Heating back up, get Delboni back into form, History coming back and having some big performances, and it's not like multi-frags that he's necessarily had, but I want to point him out for how well he stayed alive under a lot of A hits. It can be really easy for those pistols to start to close the distance and put you in a tough spot. And then shout out him on that last round for manufacturing an opening pick where really he didn't get one. He wasn't handed that opportunity. He made it.
Crafty with the nade. And now the revenge comes through, especially dropped all 30 bullets needed it to find History there.
Sweet, sweet revenge. What is happening? Red Canids are playing with Moxie right now.
I mean, he practically gets 3 kills in middle, just all by himself. VSM is down to 8. What a great round by Drop right here, but it's still not over. You have to be able to red this knot.
I mean, it really should be over, to be honest. These are great post-plant positions. That nade's going to take down Delboni pretty heavily. They've got somebody in Palace, and Dinoko's going loud.
Cowlis should have had that shot. But
Yeah.
this stint, it's going to be kind of that much more difficult up the hill, especially with this all the way on a line. There's no players out of CT to break this. And now it's going to be a flash into triple. Ponter now sees this. PSM just got the CT, who nets the kill onto Venom Zera and a double onto Ponter. How the hell is this happening? VSM is in this smoke, and they have got it in the bag. But do they? Absolutely they do. 13 for Flamingo by the skin of their teeth.
Brother, Red Canids, they had what should be an unlosable post plant. Callis had an unwhiffable kill. And he whiffed it anyway. I don't know. Red Canids kind of crumbling. I think Drop playing, a good game. I think a lot of criticisms for that T side, but he looked a new man, and the call there I think was good too.
If you're just tuning in at the start of this overtime, you just saw that first round. Well, that's what happened. Red Canids were up 11-2, essentially. That's exactly what brought us here. An unlosable situation brought right to that bare minimum. And Vincent, it's worth noting that Flamingo just took the lead for the first time. If I am confident to say that, I do believe for the entire game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm glad you mentioned that because it kind of missed it in the fact that we are sitting at 13-12. My mind is blown. Another little different look for Red Canids at the very least. This mid control has a lot more to it. They're trying to search for fights. They're looking for duels. And VSM, oh, he's just found one. No, Cowes. What a great first half, but a stinker right now that he's putting up. Missed utility, missed shots, missed opportunities. Thankfully, he's got backup.
Flamingo just recovered from an opening kill loss. It was history dragged out of bottom middle by Drop. This time it's VSM. That's obviously a large matter within this Mirage. With how much he has been putting out on this defense. Red Canids, they go back to A. History patiently waiting here. But the 3 players here finally meeting a mismatch potentially, Vincent, into the weaker side.
Yeah, and it's all because Flamingo just flash pushed, looked into a main. They saw nothing at ramp, and so now they adjust. All up to history. It's kind of been leading to this. He's had so many of these moments, but 10 seconds is not a lot.
History gets this shot, and they count it down to 5. History is online. What a play. And they have just denied it. All from Delboni. All from Catwalk. All in a matter of 1 second. Flamingo 2 rounds in this overtime, but Red Canids should be up to 14.
2 times. It's been a 5v4. 2 times. Red Canids have had everything you could want and more. It's 1 man in defense. History has 40 health and an AWP. There's nothing that should be stopping the Canids, but they timed themselves a little bit too short, a little bit too low, and no utility to cover connector gives Delboni freebies. And speaking of, how easy do you want to make it for history? Apparently pretty darn easy is the answer for Red Canids.
Let's see how they start around if it goes well. I mean, at this point, Flamingo can't be stopped on that margin. But Red Canids, they may have seen way to an opening kill. They may have heard your criticisms from regulation. It's that A site that kept hitting up, it kept getting shut down. They're going to be here whether it's the end of the half, whether it's last play, they can call up or not. They need something to turn the tides. Dinoco handles the back end of this from middle and continues to find each branch of this setup. This is getting torn apart. It is on this B site, and Drop is just going to be around this. History, he's sneaking through the smoke onto Julie's. I think he was just seen, and he has got Cold Zera on it. Drop is a man alone, and he is a man in cuffs. 15 rounds for Flamingo. They are lighting it up here on Mirage. What a comeback. It's an unbelievable fashion.
I just don't know what to say. Again, Red Canids, if we're kind of going to put some criticism there, I feel like Drop's kind of had to do it on his own. Look at the kill participation here from the second half onward. Haunter, Venom, Zera, and Cold, they might have maybe 10 frags on the second half plus overtime between the three of them. And I think that's being probably pretty generous, actually. And I don't think it comes down to just that, but man, that certainly hurts. Cold. Big way to bail yourself out of a tough half is to pick up an opening duel, but this is by no means a free win.
Currently looking at the recipe for wins, though. Lose an opening player somehow. This is tracking along for Flamingo in the recent margin. But not in this fashion. Gotta land it on this offense. Flamingo were shut down by Venom Zera in that first half. He's one and then done. It's a good start with even on that scent, considering they're already seeing into a man advantage. How do you take your next step here?
I don't know how you do. You need to move. There's no more smokes as these start to fade. Final Flash has just been invested. Now it's about duels, and it's not pretty from Cowes. How about Cold? He's got a second. And how to get the bomb planted.
Doesn't do it. Bomb plant where it was about to finish gets denied, and Red Canids provide all what they need. It was kind of anticlimactic, but there. They get the spam. It's all the way set through. This time they don't let go of the man advantage. And on this CT side, there's a little life.
I mean, they did have 10 rounds on the CT side. You got to give them that. But I think credit to Cold, right? He's getting involved with the AWP. Big opening duel. Stays alive and catches another one on the entryway. Over towards A. And the Venom Zera goes down. As long as he gets traded, which is what happened, then they're just fine. Flamingo getting two more opportunities to close this in OT number 1.
Flamingo just have to see themselves out of the kind of setting that you saw Red Canids fall through. Something where they couldn't find a play to land on. The real vibe in which you could find the frequency to deliver that round. Back in the middle, they try to actually test this late. It's a good crawl.
Yeah, I like the look of things. Late into Palace's Dinoco as well. Venom Zera is, I'm going to say, pretty alone. He's got Cold Zera for support, but I was going to say there's plenty of utility. A bunch of that's just been dropped by VSM going down, and Dinoco falls as well. That's the other big kit.
Drop about to check in, and he's working on it. Got history out of the conversation now. And this equation just became a whole lot worse for Flamingo, who are now forced to contend with potentially a second overtime.
All right, Red Canids, I guess, just decided to show up. Cold Zera basically going opless on the T side, which is not unusual. Not usually a bad look either. But he picks it up into overtime, into the CT side, and he's been critical with it now for 2 rounds straight. Got to work your way through one more map point, though. Might just find a way to do it.
And that's a big name that they get down. It may be into second OT right here. History, for sure, in a 1v5. This is going to be a very tough look. We've gotten here, Red Canids. They found a little bit of something here on that Mirage where we thought they're completely burned out of gas. They're running on fumes right now, if anything, then.
they're barely running. You know what? A wake up at the very last moment's better than nothing. Oh, that's poor history. I think he's DC'd. I think he has DC'd to close out. On OT number 1, we're going to another one. Red Canids, they had themselves 7 chances. 7 chances in regulation, and they could not close. Flamingo get 3 in the first overtime period, and Red Canids wake themselves up, shake themselves to a point where they can get back. Looks like history not DC'd, but certainly something wrong. We'll get a little pause on that one.
Seems like we're all patched up. That's how these things are supposed to go. A quick reconnect to the server. It's supposed to work, man. The Source 2, how about it?
You got the technology.
We do.
Moving right now, Flamingo with some purpose. Bomb towards B. Haunter seen. Maybe the 4th with nade on this B site. It's not been a good place for nades.
Trying to get a spam out. Cow is chasing him away from apartments. Just get as much of a lead as you can on this CT side. So you can then box it all the way into a good key. VSM, that's the opener you want. Ponter on a tally. The beginning of this Mirage was filled with his name, filled with big plays between Kawas and Ponter. In between this B site, things have changed since then. Or Canids, they have to rotate in with the 3 players that they do have, all the way to the market side, and they're smoked out. Nothing is phasing them from Missile Pillar.
Might as well go. These overtime. Big damage done onto history as well. That's already been taken off the cut. That nade's going to be even chunkier. It doesn't quite do as much damage as Cuts puts up the op. And oh my lord, Cuts has got both of them. A no-scope for just the class.
Gold can get a quick cut. Nothing to be carried out of this. A great turnaround for Flamingo through VSM, kind of just rev up there as the split was wounded but on. And they box out Ponter with no kill. That was the key.
Yeah, I mean, he and then Cowas goes down too on Catwalk. You know, that duo bit was basically unstoppable in the first half of regulation. They find the opening onto both of those, and Flamingo, they hold on to the site. You know, the difference between Flamingo and Red Canids, when they get a site, they hold it and they win the round when it's a 5-on-3. They're looking to speed this up, basically run the same move again if history were to have gotten that opening duel. He doesn't get the look, eats the nade, but now they're just going to sit. Maybe walk this up. I think that Molotov starts to give it away, though.
Smoking window. Ponter and that jump right out. Flamingo, we're testing a whole lot right now on the other side of the line. This could be the kill that they need. At least that information on the drop. He's so close to VSM right now. And hones in on that angle to find this into a 30-second man advantage. but it's put into a tally where Delboni goes to just try and be so bothersome on the extremity. It's catching up to them, Vincent, but so is the clock.
Callis gets leveled. Venom goes down with nothing. Now Ponter arrives back on scene. B-Anchor. He's now going to have to defend the A bomb site. 10 seconds. All he's got to do is deny this bomb plant at a crucial time. But a fantastic flashbang. Oh! Might have done it, but the bomb goes down anyway. I thought Cold had denied it. And when history takes Cold out, Ponter 1v3 doesn't even start. Flamingo, twice in a row. They pulled this back. 2 rounds straight. They couldn't find a single T round in the first OT period. Now they've got 2 of them. Attack timeout taken by Flamingo. And you know what, Mark? I think that the Red Canids look a little bit like their jaw is dropped. Like they can't believe it's OT number 2. And I don't blame them. I can hardly believe it myself.
Yeah, this is, a bizarre feeling. Never one that I don't think you're really going to have to kind of overthink. Be in the moment right now. Be at the point at which you know you're kind of one step away from when you put 3 in a row out of this first half of the OT number 2. BSM taps out. These are the starts that Flamingo want. Huge kills. So much space taken on both reigns. They're trying for it all right now.
Just got to collect the bomb. They have the B site. Flamingo, how can they hold on to it? Puncher's actually arriving. This is a little bit scary. I'm a little bit miffed at how off of this timing that Flamingo are. Poncher's found his way back in. Cut's holding it up. And he's not really looking for this. He's not aware. Oh, and now Poncher's absolutely going to be aware. He loves this spot. This is his spot.
This is perfect. Oh my god. Slip the net for 3. Ponter is about to spoil it all right now. And Ponter does. He has a second on it. That's good enough. Hopping back down to the bomb site. History takes this route right into the crosshairs of Venom Zera, and he is gone. Delboni has to track them down and can't. Slippery around that side of the pillar is Venom Zera for that final into a double. A full house between Venom and Ponter. What a end to that second half. First half of overtime number 2. Excuse me.
Ah, man. I tell you what, Ponter, not the greatest of games overall from him, but man, does he find these moments of huge impact. He just sits and waits. Then he finds that he has the perfect opportunity, and he strikes at the precise timing that he is required. That was lovely from Ponter. No notes, no nothing, no additions. Now you just got to take a little bit of stock of the situation. Red Canids lost 7 map points in a row. 7 on this T side. I said that it looked lost, and it looked like we didn't even see half of the strat book. To be honest, that A site getting a lot of overuse. Now Red Canids, they got to keep their minds about themselves. They purchased a little reprieve via that Ponter triple kill. It should have been another 3-round stretch in the first half of overtime for Flamingo. Slow and steady. The Canids want to play this a little bit more carefully, and I think I would agree with them.
You could say that confidently because it's the same play too, right? Going into mid control and then having this execute outside A. Flamengo were comfortable to read this too, but I think you come down exactly to what the problem was. The execution just wasn't there. Actually have to hit those shots kind of in that motion. But I'm not seeing the energy that's very different right now. This is really unconfident from the Red Canids, and this is for 18 on the Flamengo side.
Looks good, though. I mean, there's definitely a lot to like about this AXA.
Can you potentially get a second here? History holding on for too long to punish at Apex, but 30 seconds instead Del Boni. And now he's getting the lineup that he's so wished for. Getting that out of middle as well. Cuts here at all the HP, and an attempted bomb plant at default. Cuts just can't help himself. A lineup in 18 rounds for Flamengo. They're the ones trying to chase down Pro League right here against so much experience.
It's so painful to see the attempted plant there when Venom Zera has a full kit of utility. He's got a smoke, he's got a molly, and he's got a flash. Anything could have set that up or denied vision from Cuts Moretz, and we see none of it. Like I said, Red Canids feel like they crumble under this pressure right now. And it's crazy to think that it's the pressure from being ahead, not from being down, but now they're down. Nearly out. 2 more chances for Flamengo to start to put this one to bed.
Bombs to middle this time. Cold Zero with hands on that AWP as well. Nobody's looking for Flamengo. You gotta force this all the way to top con into a scope to get the first opportunity. Del Boni goes a little bit further. Please keep fading like this, he says to the molly, because what an opportunity for Del Boni, and he tries to take the rest. Can't blame a guy for trying, but there is the entire A-site Brian. BSM, he is just cutting through this molly, and they know where he is, but has that stopped BSM before? The answer is no in this case, but he's got 2 for it, at a 2v2 now, magic number 19, and Cuts up to gamble again.
He's got a good timing. They don't know where he's at, and they've got to cross back towards the site proper. Poncer's going to plant, but there's no way for coverage. Cold is a mile away, and the bomb dropped in the open. 30 seconds, plenty of time, and Cuts just wants to fight. Fight he will, but without his primary, the secondary is not enough. Cold collects a clutch. Many a time we've asked for him to come alive, and now is that time.
Cold Zera's here. Never fades away. It was just too easy to serve it up for Cuts. The free kill immediately drawn into a 1v1. You fumble just even a myth at a minimum. Cold Zero will collect. Red Canids, they got time for a third OT. They ain't going nowhere today. Otic might have to wait a little bit longer though. That's alright.
Yeah, them and XW7M not loving it, but
you can wait.
You know what? That's right. They can indeed wait. Red Canids. So important because, to be honest with you, Flamengo are not the team that they come into this event worried about. That's, not meant to be disrespectful, but Flamengo, they're a team that are searching for that upset. They're not a team that have probably their sights set on a Pro League spot. That incredibly unlikely. But Red Canids, like I said at the beginning of this show, Mark, Red Canids are a team all about making qualification to events like Pro League.
Absolutely. I think that was, where we could have taken the conversation earlier where we were going off about the 3 players that were taking control of the game and going, well, this is the firepower of Red Canids, and this is where the calling can go. And, where we kind of serve this up, and at 11-2, this is probably the best of Red Canids and how they should be, seeing into an opposition like Flamengo, which I think, as we can see right now, is up to the challenge pretty damn well against a team like Red Canids. I think they would have, loved to serve up a scoreline like they did. But then it's the old classic. We know this to be the story of Red Canids, so shake it all the way down. It gets complicated for it. But it doesn't mean that they're currently out. They need to push the third OT. And that margin, I think we're asking for a lot. It's an opening start that they get the better of, however.
I'll tell you, Cold, Ponce, or Venom, they've all three of them really, kind of struggled in a lot of the second half to close to have big impact. Well, Cold's taking control. Ponter had that huge 3K round. Venom's had a couple of moments now. A little bit of a return to form to push us to a third. That's the requirement. They've got the opening pick, but what's it you said? The recipe for a victory for Flamingo starts with a man disadvantage.
What's up? Sunoco on stairs. Well, not sure he's following how exactly you're supposed to cook, but on this temperature, it's Red Candids. They are rising to the top. Potentially that same conversation to come in vain for history. That would have to throw up one hell of a Hail Mary. Put another coffee on if you're falling asleep in this Mirage. We have OT3 coming up.
If you're falling asleep, how is that possible? High octane all the way through. Red Canids, disparate in their post-plant setup, but strong, and that there seems no way to break this. It's going to take history so long to start to make a commitment. He's just confirmed. One man in jungle. Oh, and the worry's going to eat him alive. He's just got to set his sights on the bomb, but that bomb, it ain't going nowhere. Ponter says, how about a third overtime? We continue to keep moving.
Yeah, this Mirage ain't going nowhere. At a certain point, we thought Ancient was guaranteed within a break's time, within a couple moments' notice. He would have been headed to a map number 2. Not on today. You were saving the best for the back end of this Mirage. Well, we have 3 overtimes to really sell that for you. Red Candids, they get another set of downs on this T side.
That they do. One miss window smoke. Maybe a little something to take advantage of. Red Canid's not going to see anything. History's made this move a couple of times. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that they had missed windows, so a bit of a spoiler. I think Cowes has actually heard this. Perfect timing on this alert. And Delboni, you seen? He gets his gun out? Are you serious?
What a
Cowes.
I can't even believe that, Vincent. Cowes gets so much taken back there. He makes every single part of that play right. That is going to be so frustrating with Flamingo. See if now they can operate on that same margin. Ponter, he box out, slides out for a timing moment. Can't get that second. Denoco, he's good.
3v4. Red Canids, all 3 stacked up in middle. It's a long way back over to that A site.
Back up. Denoco gets that second. That's off the top of Ticket. All these have come so close on these post plants. All 2v2s. All so close to the details. Can't land on the spam. Old Zera boxed up in this con corner to trip wire up. Cuts. He lets him pass. Stays hidden. Screams that to drop within the VC, who made his hat the land notice for another moment. Tapped on it once. Cold Zera got to box it out off the bomb. And now Cuts. He has to pivot, but drop is in the pocket. Red Canids have a lead in the 3rd overtime on this Mirage.
And they take it back. They have not led since overtime began. It's been 12 rounds that the Red Canids have been up against the wall. 5 chances for Flamingo to close map number 1 before Red Canids get another lead. And you know what, Mark? I'm pretty sure Cowes ended the first half at about 20 kills. Look at where he's at right now. It kind of spells what has been a terrifying fall off of frustration that the Red Canids have had to really dig deep inside in order to correct, in order to find a solution. And that solution has been a huge couple of moments from Cold. Ponter with some big ideas and a continuation of consistency from the fragging output of Drop.
This is a beaming deficit. Just particularly with some of your individuals. I think it's fine. It's Cowes, right? I think we were joking earlier, right? I mean, this is one of the few players that we do have with plenty of Pro League experience. But here, particularly in the online portion, I mean, it's gotten more hectic than ever. And even at this rate, it looks like we're dropping members, but not for too long. Pomter is back.
Yeah, some good news. At least we'll get things figured out faster. But I will say that Flamingo, the deeper we get into this overtime, the more I feel like their chances maybe have passed. I say that because, 5 chances to beat Red Canids, 5 chances to just find that one round and you don't. Where does that leave you now?
I think we made a joke in the about the end of regulation at the beginning of overtime where the chance to breathe, this must have been right at the end of regulation. Or the chance to breathe, it was a long time ago, Vincent. Is it like time for a water break now?
I mean, to
we're
be
not
honest,
nearly to the Fnatic scenes.
Yeah, it kind of feels like yes, but
we're
the
it
answer
on the
is
tee for the
no.
players. I mean, for them, not us. Do the casters ever get to stop working? No.
Of course not. Here to bring an exciting conclusion. What has been a crazy matchup, and we're not even close to the conclusion of it, with this being map number 1.
I have one prediction for this to go, and it's
Okay.
the best they can get with all of my anecdotal evidence. The series either goes, what if we had to recast the entire game just then? It went to 0-0. That would have been shocking. The series either goes one of two ways. The next map is either a 13-3 to the team that wins this map and they finish out 2-0, or we're going all 3 maps with the opposite squad pushing that likely to 24 rounds on Ancient and then potentially to a Nuke. As long as it gets us to Nuke, man. That's all I want. That's all I want. I'm a simple man.
Give this man one thing, and that is Nuke. We're not there, and we might not get there, I guess, depending on your prediction.
Because you got 2 Mirages instead.
Yeah, we are at those numbers, aren't we? We're getting there. Out of the pause, and Venom Zera's got a Mac 10.
Oh,
aggressive. We've not seen this from Flamingo at all. They've never fought mid like this, not once.
You want to fight Red Canids with some cold feet? Here comes a huge flash, and with that to just fade out, History does land that onto a great frag. It's Cold Zera next to gone down. It should be 19 up in the cards immediately.
I cannot believe that it's taken this long. 30, 7 rounds? I don't know, math's hard. To see Flamingo take some more aggressive tactics up over in middle. BSM gone. Venom grabs an AK. He's not going to anticipate another man here. Dead.
Walks up. Didn't quite hit on the ankle. And now he's all the way thrown onto the heel. You can get this tied up immediately in the 1v4 20th round Miracle denied.
I like that change up. That's something different. There's been a lot of maybe criticism about how very off middle both Flamingo and Red Canids have played on their CT side, but they've both had varying strategies on how to handle that, on how to respond. Flamingo toss a little curveball into the mix, deep into this one, and it nets them a huge victory. Cold's up, been very good, and despite that fact, Flamingo still take another step forward.
trying to get that all the way into another history opening kill. Drop gets that down. We've had quite a couple of altercations between those two particularly. This time, this place, start of the round. Flamingo with another thing they haven't done yet. They're just sending 2 players all the way through ramp to investigate. Whether this seems a little bit amateur at this point. Kind of do it all to kind of make things different. Cowes finding 1. Delboni immediately getting a trade here. And the better is 2 Red Canids seeing all that through A.
Yeah, and I mean, this is still really good news for Red Canids. Now, Flamingo have to respect that this could be, I mean, any site at this point. There's 2 sites, 3 players. They've got to maneuver their defenses into place, but it's B that Canids set their sights. Guts Moretz is going to have to dodge what is 3 Molotovs, 4 Molotovs actually. 3 coming at him.
Two shots. And make it a third out by Cold Zera. Swapped onto the AK. And now it's Delboni into that type of clutch again. Got to finish it off on the B's site. Seeing him just carry back and forth. There's no nades here for Delboni. He would literally have to force himself through one. Checks out a couple of angles, but now he actually gives a cue. This is where he needs to just land a great 1v2, but at this point it would have to be just a strategic maneuver to get in between. And you could keep looking for a long time, Vincent, and it just wouldn't work out. It's Red Canids that worked their way up to 20. They've got this thing in the nerve, just as we.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a relief for the Canids. No longer going to have to be up against that brick wall that is multiple map points for Flamingo. A little bit of breathing room themselves. And Cold gifted a perfect spawn for mid. He's actually going to take it to B. Oh my lord. Pinocchio levels him.
Trying to wrestle on the B site so quickly. Ponser to get this packet. It's a struggle for Ponser. I was about to say 40 rounds ago. Well, you can work that to 38. He would have been hitting those automatically. Start of this game. He was so online. That B site was tallied off. Flamingo find a really good opening kill. Now you're sort of back to square one.
Yeah, it's a big relief to take Cold out because he's been the power move for the Red Canids often enough on this overtime period. He's been required for multiple times where multi-frags have been the name of the game. A little hesitation for Flamingo. They're going to end back towards B. Dinoco tossed the op from history. It's fake towards A. How effective will it be? They need to disrupt the double cat play, and I don't think it's going to work.
Wrong time to call this up. But seemingly like the right time for Red Canids. They're going to be like, great. I mean, it's an ace site setup. We could just rotate both of these cat players over who were just trickling in the middle. Real deal on that B site, though. Panther is wondering where these players all came from. Dodges that first top shot, but it's not going to lead to much. Just to that 21st up for the Canids.
Yeah, I mean, that was meant to be an A fake into the B attack. And honestly, Red Canids didn't really like bite on the fake. They just lost A. Like Flamingo just took both sites more than the fake worked, you know?
Yeah.
What a nice problem to have if you're a Flamingo. As I was going to say, Red Canids positioning on B, the double catwalk, kind of allows you not to bite on that type of fake. No problem if you just win both sides, and that's what Flamingo do. I can see it in my crystal ball, Mark. I'm going to to be honest. I don't know that there's an end in sight.
Is there an end to this mirage? We're stuck in purgatory.
I don't think there is. I think the end that you might be seeing is simply a mirage.
Understood. Will become believable at some point, I promise. Winner here has got to win 2 in a row. That's the rule.
That, or we go to OT number 4. Heavy stack up here for Flamingo. They, take their time to at least fake like they have mid control. They tossed all the utility, scaling utility as well to a certain extent. Some flashbangs that push you back off of connector. How long do Red Canids just sit and wait before they start investigating?
Got my eye on Drop here, who does walk his way forward to the window. Smoked out. That should be enough. He's not going to get a kill here, but he'll be calling for a little bit of help. They've even got that up from CT all the way onto B now. This should have all of the information to go alongside a good hold, but not ready for it as Ponter. Trying to actually just loosen up the pressure to Drop. He's got that down based off of the smoke of Cowes, who's immediately traded, holding him on this site. With the bomb separated from history, who's got that into Venom Zero one-on-one with the Tech 9 through middle, 13 seconds, and that's the real problem. Bomb drop now, and it's borderline impossible. History will stay in place and just walk right back. 21st for the Red Canids.
I mean, Red Canids' willingness to just sit there and wait, allow for Flamingo to take their own pace, take their own timing. It works out a treat for them. Utility starts to fade in mid, and Flamingo, they're looking to make that a split late to the party, though. And it opens up an opportunity for Cold. Drop gets his in window and then follows that back out to the B site proper with another chance. That's some good work. Ponter's timing, he might have gotten surprised a little bit, but his smoke was actually perfectly timed. Up in the apartments. You know what, Mark? This is the first Red Canids map point in overtime. This is the 18th overtime round, and Flamingo have had 5 opportunities to close out. Red Canids had 7 in regulation. They could not do it. I should say they had 7 in a row in regulation. They could not do it.
Say we got a couple of chokers here? What are you telling me?
I'm just telling the story. I'm laying it out. You take away what you want.
Somebody's got to put this away, man. Red Canids, they got the first opportunity to do so. As you so mentioned, they're first. On the CT side of all places.
I seem to recall 10 rounds on their CT side.
So it should be easy.
That's what they're saying. Cowes, this is where he did his best work.
Hopefully the forecast hasn't changed right now too much alongside that. Cowes can tell there's just pressure being applied to this connector. He really can't press himself. Refreshes on that for the defense, and the bomb for Flamingo is headed towards A.
Red Canids, their stance is always passive. And that puts Venom Zero in a tough spot. Now he's under pressure.
Smoky up top. Venom just got that. 2 smokes all the way put on this A site. Cowes gets that from Cat. Cold Sarah in that stance. It's a 5v3 to finally put out this Mirage. 42 rounds into the game. BSM right up top about this. They have these kills, and Venom Sarah is the anchor. He is the anchor. He is the glue that is keeping this round together for the Red Canids. It's Cuts, if nobody else, the leader for Flamingo, that has brought up every idea to get them into this stint. He just hasn't had the double digits to do it, the blood sport effort to pull himself into another overtime. Who could blame him? He's been waiting for this Ancient for a while. Red Canids, they have their hands on Flamingo's map pick.
Oh man, but it took a whole lot. From 10 to 2, and we finally end at that 22nd round. Absolutely absurd that we got to that point, that it was required, that it was needed. But you know what, Mark? The reality is that they got there in the end. And I think Red Canids can breathe a slight sigh of relief. And I say a slight sigh of relief because if 10 to 2, if that isn't sacred, if that doesn't guarantee you a map, then I don't know what does.
Yeah, I don't know. Thankfully, they held on for that margin, but it's a mirage. It's something they can, hold close to them, even when it gets so crazy. It's their pro league journey starting off in at least exciting fashion, Vincent. Let's see if they can calm it down on map number 2. We got Ancient coming up in about 13 minutes time, so don't go very far.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty, and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
If you listen closely, you can hear those crickets, and you realize we are on map number 2. We are out of the purgatory of overtime, Vincent. We're really here. Red Canids are really up a map.
That they really are, but you know what? What does that mean? Does that mean that they're gonna win their map? I don't know.
Oh gosh.
Last time I watched Red Canids, they were up a map, and then they didn't win the series.
That did happen. It was 9Z the opponents. Here, Flamingo. You win this, you're in this. You're out. You're done. You gotta win this to make a double elim bracket. Go on to tomorrow. This day 1 is already getting complicated. And right now, history is gonna think double check on this B site. Bomb's gone down. He's gonna quickly realize.
Yeah, unfortunately now there's so much space that Cows and Cold Zero have just taken. They could be anywhere. It's a pretty committed angle for Cold. Nice check by History as well. It complicates matter, but the longer that Cold dances like this, the harder it gets, because History, he's got a timer on this thing, and that timer was going down faster and faster. Fortunately, it doesn't get to that point. Cold with 3 kills, and the Red Canids with a pistol round victory. Tentatively, I think that's all 3 pistols.
I was about to say, yeah, I was at a point where we could praise the Red Canids, where there is maybe some concern from us. Usually, they win pistols, if nothing else, and we gotta settle out something. Something ain't right. You know, we got cameras back there now. We gotta make sure those are all good to go, Vinny.
This is true.
Happy about that. Hey, I was right. Player cam issue. So
You've
we'll
been,
get that
you've been on the
fixed.
money, to be honest.
Dude,
With regard to those tonight.
I love to be right about tech issues. It's my favorite thing. What, you gotta, like, clean the camera lens, maybe? Something happened. We had a whole map right before this.
You know, lots of ups and downs, we'll just say. There could have been many death slams in
I wonder
between
if there's
that.
a psychological effect to that. Though I would say most tournaments are all on camera now.
Yeah, so I think we're past that, to be honest.
Can't blame stage fright. In your bedroom, on camera.
Some can. Some have, actually.
They have. I've heard about this coming from the North American scene.
Yeah.
NRG announces chair.
That they did. We'll see that chair at Frag, though, so.
Yes. You also see Fluxo at Fragadelphia. You'll see the Game Hunters as well.
This is true. Game
Or
Hunters,
any
were
other
they
South American teams that I'm missing?
Were they in this qualifier? I didn't see them. No, I don't see them. Oh, they won they won Challenger, if I'm not mistaken.
Fluxo, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, I believe they did. That's what I was
Correct.
referring to.
Yes.
That's why they wouldn't
Game
be
Hunters did not win Challenger League.
No, they did not. They're probably already headed over, so that's probably the reason they're not here. But yeah, I think should probably be very comfortable at this point, especially on the Red Canid side. A lot of highly experienced pieces. That's actually true for Flamingo as well.
This is true. Got some old boys in their camp. Youngest likely being History. I don't know its exact age.
Is he? I don't know about that.
After we carbon date History, he's 21.
Yeah, I was about to say. He's definitely on the younger side.
So how is that his name? I don't know. 21 years of history.
Well, because he's making history, obviously.
Wow. All right. There you go.
Yeah. All right. I think we're going to go send this one off to a quick break. We're not sure exactly the timeline on this camera issue. So we're going to hit a break, and then we'll come back and get things back underway. All right.
Hooray.
We got to figure it out. I pushed the restart button, actually.
I saw that.
I had to run quickly down to Brazil. I actually don't know who was having the problem, so I can't say that. But it's a USP round.
Guess. It's a good guess.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess it doesn't matter. We have 10 Brazilian players. Silly me.
I mean, there were some points of this qualifier where you could have had, I think, like 9 out of 10 Argentinian players, 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
With that Shin-In game this morning. That's Roots. Mac 10 Farmerino gets 3 on that. You're going to love to see it.
Everybody goes down and Cuts is like...
Oh my god.
I love that decision from Cuts. Everyone went down, and also Venom got 3 with the Mac 10. He's like, well, I got to get money too. So he goes with the knife out. That's so good.
And he was supposed to cut Cuts.
Oh, wow. This goes deep. It cuts deep. Missed opportunity. Oh, well.
Wow. I should be more on my stuff right now.
3 Mac 10s for Red Canids to start this one. We're going to get a fast A pop. By the look of the utility that's just been tossed. And it's going to be massive.
Things. Yeah, and they're going to know. ESL will rotate back, and this is not one of those, we don't have any players on A hits. We're here to defend it. You're not catching us off guard. It's a bit early to go on this tally, and I think that's where it's not going to work out. So Drop Squad is going to have to figure this out without him behind the smoke, and with this advantage, it's Flamengo not being too crazy in this one, though the plant is going to come down, and Delboni is teasing, and he's just trying to find out where the smoke ends.
I thought he was going to come through, but poor Ponter. I guess they just lost the Mac 10, so still winnable. Less so now. 1v4. Coldwood had to do something magical to get back into that one. They'll collect both the AKs before getting the defuse off. But yeah, Red Canids, it's one of those fast A plays. You can appreciate the idea, but it's not even the execution that was poor. It was just 2 players kind of ready and waiting on the scene. It would have been so much more effective if Drop had been able to find that donut kill. But when he doesn't, it's a little bit tough for the Red Canids to scale further forward. They get the bomb plant, add additional money to their economy. They're going to get a T-side up on Cold in round 4 as well.
Yeah, I really don't. I mean, I know we were just hammering it home even before it happened, but it's just not the time to likely call that up on that drop notice. I mean, where you're trying to kind of, get a lot of contention and steal momentum beginning of this half, I mean, unfortunately, you're just seeing into a, very standard look at the beginning of the game here, which you've not really worked to throw off. So you get a standard response, and it results in a Flamengo round. We need Drop to kind of redeem some of that T-side calling out from Mirage that kind of provided a slippery situation.
That's a nasty nade. It's going to be on target. Callis and Ponce both eat the brunt of it. Tony, I don't really know about that. Unfortunately, it felt like he was just uncommitted to that, and he really pays the price for it. Callis gets 2 out mid. Ponter follows up with another with history gone down. Blink and you miss it, but Mark Red Canids have A.
He force cuts back. Plant that's now into the paint. And that's that A site rejuvenated. A good look out from a kind of a prolonged default this time. They just work with exactly what they grasp. Ponter gets shadow, if anything, not fading around this corner. They got to fight here to the death, likely to hold on to these guns, though. I think expecting them to be all the way out at this point on the bottom of B to likely save. They're just so far ahead of them. It'll be all good. Flamengo with this tally, likely to hold on to these guns at the current status. Maybe not Cuts. And then what? We're saving over Vamas? Hide in this corner. He's going to be forced to fight, though. Gowez gets taken care of. No sweat.
Yeah, at least a little bit of extra economy to hang on to. Flamengo, with everybody surviving. I think they had 3 survivors in round 3. And it'll give them the extra cash to fall back on. History's op as well. And it wasn't really the op that you were discussing going into that round, but Red Canids, it's Calez on a double entry. It's Ponter. Follow that up as the second in. Mid control falls flat instantly. Flamingo don't want that to happen again. A little bit more decisive this time with their mid attack.
Dinked up immediately. VSM is going to have to recover this himself. Cuts. Spamming as Venom. And Ponter pops out. Chasing Delponi back. You better hide. And getting that check out. It's a missed shot from history. Didn't have many of those when in the hottest of his maneuvers out of Mirage. A man disadvantage right now, the Canids, but looking to find their way. Likely back to Italian. Right now, it looks like a route is opening up towards A through middle.
And it looks like Cold Sarah, I mean, this is a great spot to wield this AWP. I think that Flamingo eventually going to want to investigate mid again. But it actually seems like Red Canids have made their decision. History sliding back into a good spot. About to be playing in defense of all three coming from Cave. Crazy.
Dinoco just walked past on the X-ray. Calls middle clear. Now they're sounding off into A. Cuts. Potentially could get a second on the drop there. That's asking a lot. Smoking onto the ramp. Gotta hold the back door. Hold it shut. And Cold does. A 4v3. Zaponi now handed over and chained along with that AWP. It's got to be history to do the heavy lifting here with no kit in the catalog. Cold Zera, they know he's a threat from Cave. Got to be able to dig out that grave, and that's not an easy task. At this point, they've got it threaded through. Take one hell of a shot, but Delboni's actually got that onto the awaiting AWP player, and he's got more. 10-second defuse. Flamengo should have this. What a ridiculous turnout. And Delboni takes it down. Damn close, but it's going to be a second surviving on that 14 HP. That all came from the opening spam, Vincent.
That's a stunner that Delboni actually just hit onto Cold as well. He was posted. Cold Zera had all of the advantages in that. And unfortunately for him, he's just missed the shot. Great work from Delboni. The op handed to him because he's on the low HP in Flamingo. They bite back, and they bite back fast. That would have been disastrous economically if Flamingo had lost that round, but instead, they're the ones that basically reset Red Canids. So I say basically reset. That's maybe a little strong. Drop has a lot of cash, so that's going to be the big bailout for the Canids in this round. At least they're going to get most of the rifles that they would hope for. Only one man lacking, and that's Cold. The Red Canids went for a tactical timeout a moment ago. Can't say I feel like I've seen all that many big adjustments off the back of these timeouts, despite what GE can bring.
Nice hop from VSM. Audible through that Molotov, though. Still not ready for the awaiting drop. Sliding down. Delboni with insane impact right now, and can't get past the spamming from Moss. Holding a lot of this back right now. This is the end of the bill right here. Unless balled up between these two players. There's an even matchup on B to actually delve this out. And really kind of hugging that left side of the site. You may get timing here on Flamengo, and that could be what trips this round up just a little bit. As Cold Zero approaches, holding a deagle in hand. Just clearing out so much and being audible about it within Cave or Cuts in Dinoco back to back. Even using the utility now. It should be a bomb plan at a bare minimum.
Should be. Will be. Now confirmed. That'll help continue. Red Canids to keep up the pressure, but Venom Zera, the fact that he's the one that's got the rifle, but he's got the lower health, sort of problematic, and they've just rectified that situation.
Street long range. Misses on that shot. This shouldn't be online for too much longer. Cold on an AK now. Nobody's actually on that bomb. Delboni told to stick, and he will be responsible for another 10-second defuse. They took that thing quite close to the wall at the end of the day. Red Canids, you can give them your respect there, but it's Flamingo that are putting a couple of bricks into the wall on this CT side.
Yeah, Delboni heating up over the course of Mirage, really started to come alive there once overtime started. I was talking about how, he and Dinoco were sort of a missing couple of pieces for Flamingo. Even Cuts had some big moments. I think history slow to start, but certainly a big impact as regulation wore on. With Delboni having a fantastic beginning to Ancient, putting Red Canids on notice. Red Canids, they've got 2 smokes to their name. There's no flashes to get them into this B-pop. Hoping to isolate towards the cave player for now.
Through. Cuts on that line. This is going to be awfully dangerous. So ask for some help. There's an offer here to give you that. Relieve some of the pressure. And they sweep him off of the board. Not a casualty thrown back by Flamingo.
Easy does it. And the fact that, those pistols don't find anything, it's not so meaningful, but it's certainly helpful. Red Canids are looking like they are in need of a little bit of a new lease on life after those opening 3 rounds. Unlucky bounce on that one.
About to knock on that door of Donut, but outside you're hearing so much from Cheetah. But it's smoke that's going to be separating so much. How's about a flash to help him out? Got to focus on what's down here. 3 players on the other side. Got to get out and space this. Delboni is just so consistent. He's had like 3 doubles in a row fighting out these spots in middle. They are so damn clean with it, and Cuts puts the period on. 5 here for Flamingo, and it's flashy.
Yeah, and there's actually a point that I wanted to make, not this gun round, but last gun round, and I want to bring it back because Red Canid's playing a style right now where it's really good and the timings are tight. Right, well drilled is the way I would describe it. But it really requires you to win all the individual fights, the way that they're playing. And when you're not doing that, I mean, it ends in rounds like that where, 30 seconds in and it's a 1v5 or a 1v4. And maybe if it's a good, better, maybe it's a 2v4. That's the bad for Red Canids at the moment. They're setting themselves up to play as if they're the best in the server. And that's not happening.
Now they're sprinting it up the ramp. History, standing up top. Flash from the back of the square. And somehow they've been dwindled off of this. Sprinting back because it's not because they've been forced back. This is by choice. Delboni here should have this down. Has been untouchable in middle so far. And now you've got this into an interesting space. VSM has called Zera in the face. And no bomb plan happening today.
No, none whatsoever. Flamingo looking better and better on the CT side, man. And I think that Red Canids have been pretty flat. Their attempts towards middle have been mostly put to bed. How about another double kill from Delboni? Make it 4 in a row. And I was just about to say I'd love another tactical timeout, and Red Canids, they give it to me. But like I said, a little bit of criticism that I leveled their way. These timeouts, they've been used at pretty good points. But the adjustments off the back of them, that's been a little bit less easy to point out. But this is a clear indication. Right, they've got a gun round. It's coming up here in a moment. They're going to have most of the, in fact, all the utility they could want. match would be the perfect time to reach deep into that playbook and find the right strat. But if my worries are true, I don't know if it's about strat selection, but about the execution.
Taking a play down the ramp. Tinoco in history is walking the dog. There's nobody going to be really on this line. It's going to be so far away from Venom Zera. They're now getting a box back. They're getting the business from down below. Where are the frags? There's a smoke in the way. Had to just dish it out. Wait for the fade. That's what Cuts is waiting for as well. Got that out from the top of this smoke and actually landing with a bit of much. Taking a bit of liberties now with this Molotov. Has got an eyes on drop. And Cowas has been brought back on that same vein. History. What a great timing to show up in the house now and have a voice into middle. You've just gotten off the dip, so standing so far away, blinded up into the corner. And now Cuts has got that on par. A great headshot onto Cowas. But now with this bomb down on the B site, there's only one member. It's Ponter that's the hold on damn alone.
Oh, big frag from VSM. I love that Cuts is staying alive. That's the goal at the moment for him. VSM's coming back up the shelf side. Cold is about to see that, but no. VSM's actually looked away, and Cuts is getting out of there. Oh, that's a puzzler. Mark, Red Canids, they're going to get the round, but Flamingo, they seed it more than Red Canids take it. VSM actually happy with the bank that they have on time being, so they're going to save 2 AKs instead of trying to force their way back into a 2-on-2. Unfavorable positioning, to be fair, to Flamingo. But they give Red Canids a little breath of fresh air.
Flamingo did not really, I mean, I can't tell you, I mean, you even know, Vincent, from literally us playing Pugs together, you know at home the feeling if you go deep in your league matches, have that type of overtime, have to go forward, play another map. It literally went 43 rounds in that first game. And Flamingo lose, even with forcing that comeback in that first place. They're not jaded clearly into a second map. They're motivated. So that is where you see the difference. And Red Canids, they really had to stir that round back, and it's a really good cue for them to start coming back. But on that same point, it was a measured risk by Flamingo to not go for it. They need this round 7 here in 11.
And they might just be able to get it. That said, they start with a deficit. VSM been at the forefront of all these fights, to be fair. He's been taking and generating a lot of opening duels, and I'd call it 50-50. He's been pretty good on them. This time, there's just not the backup that Flamingo have had previously. And Red Canids, to their credit, a little bit of a slower pace. I've been pretty critical of how aggressive they've played and how much they've really put themselves in a position where they just have to hit the shots. Well, this is a little bit more setup behind it. It's a B exec. Long smoke, short smoke, nobody in front of those. So, Red Canids just have to dodge out on a little bit of spam, and they should be okay.
What is this shot by Tinoco? It's so shifty to get back to back. And at this point, he's on point. Right back to Delboni, 9th gold, and a double out for Ponter. He wants to just revert into a triple. Kawa is now in the limelight. Here to get a 5th. Upwards, all came into success for the Canids. On this B lane, it's denied, and it's cut off by Moretz himself, who gets a 7th on the board for Flamingo.
It's all about speed. It's that surprise factor that Flamingo start to bring to the table. VSM goes ultra aggressive. And it's despite that fact, Red Canids 5-on-4. They start with an advantage. And what is it that we say is maybe the recipe for success for Flamingo? Well, it's losing out early. They find themselves a victory thanks to Tinoco. Big recovery from Delboni from map 1 to map 2. Tinoco joining the club with a multi-frag. A stunning couple of headshots they put together in Cave.
ESM Has that slide. Has been provoked from both of those lanes. The bunny here in an untouchable mix. This half, it's been thrown into the sticks. It ain't 4 that's pinned on the board. Ponter and Cold Zero, I'm not sure there's much you can do about this. The Boney walking into the smoke. His life is a done matter, but he's found the information. He's gotten a confirmation on both of these players. Rather, one separated. Could potentially conclude that. Cold Zero about to potentially walk through a smoke. Hoping for a different fate from Delboni right here.
Yeah,
At a measured time, Vinny.
I just don't think it's going to change anything. Cuts gets the information. You can rely on Cuts to make some very intelligent decisions in these types of advantages. You know, Delboni willing to take those fights, take some risks. Well, not Cuts.
Bird down here. Got Ponter a headshot. Denoco, he's been split. This is a 4v2. Don't give them a chance. I said it was over. I said it was over. Don't prove me wrong. All it took was a little miracle and potential on for the ace by Ponter. One of the newest to the guild of the Canids has got this on big at the end of the first half. With VSM, he's on for size as well. Contact onto Ponter now in Molotov hold. He's got to get this shot. Ponter denied the ace, but he is not denied the chance to stand tall for his team. 4 is good enough, and the 5th up for Canids. They're pounding on their chest out the end of this first half, Vincent. That's the sound we love. Hear it ringing through 3 minutes of a break. We'll see you in a moment.
Well, at halftime, we were basically all tied up. And I say basically, Flamingo ahead by 2 rounds, Mark. It's pretty decent. 7 rounds going into your T side. I wouldn't complain, but I guess that makes sense if you could apply that to both sides. Red Kid's not in a bad spot either.
Not in terrible to go. I mean, now with the ball in their court, I like the way that they're currently shooting at the net. And currently, their superstar ain't even the one that is the hottest. Really good work out of Del Bode in the first half. Really was excited to see what he was doing in coordination with VSM. That middle was on lock. And let's see if they can kind of wreck the record that has been on tonight. 100% shooting on these pistols. The Red Canids have been successful.
I mean, man, but they're set up for success. Look at this A play that's coming. Well, bro, they've got 2 players there, a third coming in, and a donut player.
Running up top. Headshot, and Kawaz has got the quick trade. The smokes are going to continue to fade, and this should be an online stint. Bomb's going to be sprinting into the back lines as you stand back to back with Ponter and Venom getting back in that direction. They can just feel it. Measuring their concern, their caution. Ponter has got another kill. On that same vein, Ponter is just diabolical. He's got 2 pincered out from this exact spot. And you just got to remain patient. Flamingo pump those brakes in their own right. The next priority is get this bomb planted at a bare minimum and now stop him at that line. But can you even turn the head before it snapped off? 4 for 4. Cold Zero's crew's got that going for him.
Yeah, I mean, good news is Flamingo did get that bomb plant, but damn. Talk about a pistol round where the Canids have everything they could ever want. They're set up ready for that A play perfectly. Dooley's in position for Kawaz to pick up the freebie. And then there's even more, right? You don't anticipate the fact that you're going to have a donut player, 2 A players as well. So Flamingo, they reroute. Understandable that they don't want to sprint into that setup. But the problem is that the Red Canids are just a step ahead. They get back to B before Flamingo are even approaching the bomb site. And not only that, Ponter head on a swivel from house over to long. He's got him at any point.
Flashes up top. And we're calling a big T on it. Doesn't seem like we're live.
Yeah, it
Not
doesn't
live,
seem like
guys.
that
Everybody
way.
chill.
Drop
Everybody
has damage done, but
they're discussing. Do we have a referee around? Pull the card. Oh, maybe VSM that was what they were waiting for.
Yeah,
I guess potentially because the damage was in Flamingo's court, like dealt to. It could be by their decision, but like, I don't.
I'm not sure.
Me making that up.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We got admins on the scene, that's for sure.
Yes, they do not pay me to make those decisions. Nor should they.
Yeah, that would be bad news, I fear. I don't want any of the. Listen, being an admin's hard. I don't know if you've ever done that job, but it's a tough job.
You don't want to get the bag mark admin?
I think get the bag mark admin would terrify me.
I actually digress. I know the extremely hard work that our admin friends get up to, and it's not an easy job. Ponter is still fragging though, so this round never got reset. Bomb gonna go down. As far as we are calling it now, it's live. And Red Canids, they'll take a freebie.
Yeah, it seems like the conversation went, and unless they're gonna get a reset on this thing, which I don't think so, then yeah, it is simply that easy freebie.
Wow. Maybe sometimes there can
the funniest round of Counter-Strike ever.
Play through the whistle. That's what my American football coach always told me. And it would not ring truer here.
This is true. I find that might be like I've definitely heard that from similar coaches on my end, but I feel like any other sport, that's like definitely a no-no.
Yeah, I don't think American football is known for teaching some of the kind of more lenient stances on kind of the toxic culture that it does lead with, but it is what it is.
I'm having a good time.
Play through the whistle in Counter-Strike. There you go.
Yeah, I think that's valid. I was gonna say I'm having a good time, kind of seeing the opportunities to continue, and we are gonna get ourselves a little reset. So,
all right. After review.
Yeah, we went to New York. It is good news. VSM had the most important weapon in that round. So
true.
They're going to purchase basically in the same fashion. So we run that one back, get a little redo. Thanks to the admin team getting it figured out fast.
And to be fair with you guys, like, even a meme that Vincent and I talk about all the time, you know, sometimes regarding some of these tech issues that we'll run into, is that there's actually, like, probably the most sportsmanship within the Counter-Strike space in South America than I think in any other region that I've ever covered. So I think you're actually probably glad to give, Red Candids are happy to kind of give the reset there, I'm sure. So it's all good to go. You're at a 5v5 stance, and I think with Pro League on the line, we would all like the integrity intact. Hold zero to stand. And unfortunately, get the back of the hand. This is a really good route up by Flamingo.
Yeah, Venom's going to take one out. That's the B-Lurk and cuts Moretz. But problem is that Red Candids don't have a foothold back into this bomb site. A has fallen, and the two defenders there haven't done their job. There's no frags, no nothing that stood in the way of Flamingo. Just a little bit of damage here and there. VSM does his heavy lifting. That singular kill into Noko overruns Cold. Whatever the back and forth of this game, it's not over yet. Red Canids win another pistol, but Flamingo, they steal the momentum back in round 2 of the half. Venom died from there?
Real? Is that real?
He did have 1 HP, literally 1, but
bruh,
that's crazy.
Yeah, bomb is dangerous and has quite a large radius.
Yeah, but I thought this one was the dud.
That's what they want you to think.
Big bomb.
Big bomb.
More ways than one.
Sprinting them up. Unfortunately, Poncho couldn't get away on the Q, but he's going to get off of some sort of lay. This is the peak in a quick play towards A. And this is what we were talking about before. Better to call this up deeper into the half because they may be focused on maybe switching it up, going deeper towards middle. Gold Zero alone. Backup is here. Considerable backup. Backup has a double with their weakest weapon. Now the rifles are here with assistance. And let's see if they continue to press on that tally. They serve it up so perfectly. It's Cuts all alone. And Red Canid should have a 7th. Unless a SMG can just turn the tides right here.
Surely not. I mean, great setup right now as well. Got Ponter, perfect location, and Venom Zera's flashbang makes it so much easier. Red Canids cook up a little something of their own. Their Force Spy works just as well as Flamingo's, maybe even a little better. Cal is on the 5-7. It's a deadly weapon in his hands. Proliferating. And we'll see if they can pontificate on yet another one.
Seems like a quick play out of the queue for Flamingo. They rise out of that smoke, one player at a time. Currently separated on this line, but not too far. There is nothing to be worried about unless you're Venom Zera. Unfortunately, doesn't go down. Definitely not in vain either. He had 2, but only 1 casualty. Now that's what I knock him for. I think that'll be a great success for the Canids. Coming off of the round they just did, they're propelling themselves forward in the hopes of closing this thing out quick.
Yeah, this is one of the things that I really like about Kutzmaret's leading and the teams that he does, it's that I'm that force buying crap. I just want to get gun rounds. You know, we tried it. We got there. There's no need to lose the whole half in trying that. And I really appreciate that. Get history not.
Cowes drop. Now this seems to be in form of a CT side that really is pushing further into the tally. Chasing along a 9th right here. Bomb in their grasps and separated our drop and Venom Zera. But that smoke gets there right before they even cross, then they have a big decision whether to go through this or not. And if so many times they remember, shut down through the smokes, they ignore, flash up, and they serve it properly, they get a good shift, but it doesn't mean it will hold. It's still Boney now in a 1 versus 5. Has the bomb on his back, he potentially can shift to a little bit of respect for that sum. Don't you dare do this. He has a great 1-tap, but would still need to row his boat further.
Yeah, and I think his boat just about out of space to work. I think the river has run dry on that 1v5. Red Canids, they not only win bad up with a dominant victory in the anti-eco and the first gun round, well, that's theirs too. Big victory from Cowes. A team effort right now from the Canids, and drop with a spam in the smoke inside of Jag. All things coming up, Canids at the moment. Flamingo have to eco again. It really feels like they should have been able to afford a little bit more than this, but it's just a single flash to send him out mid.
Deagle going further. And that is quite a merger. Dinoco sprinting in the direction of House and is going past the AK into spawn. Bonter, you better perk up, my friend. A1S, it's going to be just handled from both ends. Dinoco jiggling a little bit too far, but they've distracted them for a good par. Out of the corner of my eye, still see Cuts here, bottom of my mini-map, just waiting for something to come outside of B. He's going to be the next player to get active here while the 2 smokes are up.
Yeah, but the problem is the bomb is on the other side of the map, so even if Cuts finds a little interesting vision in towards B, it'll be ended pretty soon with Cold Zera on the right position. I think Cowes, a couple of times now, I feel like he's a little bit exploitable in mid, 6 around, longer than I'd like to see. That's what happens this round, but, you know, if that's the only problem, then that's one that Red Canids have a lot of solutions for.
Cold Zera converts. That's history put down, and that's also the 8. Now into the hands of something weaker in health. In strength so far in this map, that's a different conversation. Venom Zera may not be aware. That's threading the needle, and he's not. That's another AK collected, and now armed to the teeth. But Bullet could easily figure this out. 1 onto Delboni. He has 1 health.
It's problematic. The lack of armor, even more so. Picked up a little bit of utility, but it doesn't get placed in the right location. Split up is Delboni and VSM.
2v2. And gotta set this forward. It's a really good shot, and it's just when VSM decides to stick his neck in this, and he gets a very great timing. 9-all on this Ancient. We're getting into the 4th quarter now, and it is time for Flamingo to show their best. It's a nuke they want to throw up onto the charts here and continue to roll tonight.
Man, I really just keep flashing back to Cowes sticking around for so very long there in house. Just not respecting the pistols, not thinking that they're going to try and close the distance so quickly. And sure, that might not always happen, but a mistake that is significant. Cowes going to continue facing forward. Aggression is the name of the game for him. That could do it on Dinoco.
That's a defeat, yeah. Easy. Potentially sealing to another stand. So close! I thought that was going to come on a cut. He gets way more back on the drop, though. This B site sits calmly.
Yeah, but the difference is that Drop already got a kill on a Dinoco, so that damage, it's trade damage for kill. And I'm no mathematician, Mark, but that feels like an uneven trade.
At this point, you're very well confirmed. Venom Zera sitting in this type of instance. Sure, they push so much outside of the site, Flamingo, but right here, it's the nuance to approach. Venom Zera's got to stay where he is. Now showing the hand. They've lost just the glue of this setup, but the Gleam is going to have to come through in the post plant because they're not touching this. Smoked out. Molotovs out of cave. Let's investigate it. Now approaching off of Flash. It's Venom Zero that gets him blind. Drop keeping this up, but they've settled it forward. It doesn't mean they're prepared on this site. They were too distracted dealing with everything else. And while that happens, they strike 10 on the board for Red Canids, who fight back aggressively.
I really like the trap that Red Canid set. Venom Zero steps forward, takes a tick in the Molotov that's there for Gap in order to try and settle in with Drop inside of cave. And it's Flamingo who know that that's a problem, that know that they need to root out the CTs that are in that position. But in the same vein, Red Canids know that if Flamingo put their focus there, then Ponter can push forward and deny the planter and more. Flamingo had no choice but be their pivot not available. And Red Canids, Ponter in particular, put him on notice.
Spamming with the Tech 9 outside B. Waving the arms around. We are here. We are here. Can't even see him. Trying to do so much. Cuts alone. It's only a tally. Smoked out of A. Quick denial. It even reconsiders the middle approach. Excuse me. We'll see if this does end up being bowled into the lane of Cowes. That smoke fades and they're trying to walk up history to take this fight.
He's got this Molotov. VSM actually has it. He's just invested it for close. So I think Cal is going to be pretty safe in his location. Dinoco's got another one. He's leading the charge. That's big damage. That sets up Cowes for a 3-man spray down. Cowes, the conqueror, over in middle.
Cuts the still. Pick this up. All left alone. Can you actually deal with Cowes? You'll just keep getting a new addition every single time. This time into Ancient. It's beautiful. Hope is to save this AWP away, but surprise. Ponter is here. A full house between Cowes and Ponter. What a great stint to put it away. And that may be the triple that sparks them trying to sprint out of Ancient with both maps in their hands.
Yeah, this is nearly an impossible decision right now for Flamingo. And I say that, it's actually quite simple. They have no money, they cannot buy, they need to save. But what it does allow is for Red Canids to almost certainly take a 12th round. It means that Flamingo going to have to ward off 3 straight match and series points. Elimination would be on the line. Oh my, it's happened again. Mark, it keeps happening.
B250 against the world, no way! And the Tech 9s as well. It should be fine. It should be a bomb plant at most. History standing right here up on the shelf with an MP9. They're just expecting him. And they get that down. Cold Sarah to put the clue onto 12. And what a great turnout this is for the Red Canids. They're trying to find everything they can from this.
Listen, I played middle. All right, I know.
Oh, do you?
I do. I know how tough middle is on this map. It is not an easy position to play.
Unless you're
that being said, I need Cowes to stop getting caught by pistols like this. It keeps happening. It really does. Anyway, that's been my tag talk. Thanks for coming. Come back next time.
We are here to listen. This one has gone on for some time. We threw the schedule out the window a long time ago today. It wasn't even us that had the pitch. It was probably Dwag. Jay. They were having fun. I enjoyed watching along in that ladder series, seeing Misfit into New Jersey all the way out.
Ooh, nasty nade.
But now we're here.
B-site's under fire.
What a shot by Drop. That's all the way on the outside of things. That's just trying to keep this thing online. Bomb needs to go down for it to fully go off. And they're still trying to scrape for the details.
They've learned their lesson. They know that there's a lot of presence potentially sitting there inside of Cave, but I love this. Red Canids know that that's what Flamingo are thinking, so they stack up, they play together. They're going to flood back through short. Lovely decisions.
What a great shot they get up here. Holding on to this 9th. Don't want to let 12 go. But on this little HP, 5 for Callus, 52 on Drop. They're trying to go for this. And a smoke down. They want to go for this gamble. They got to hit this line. And they do. It's called upon and it's answered. Drop and Red Canids see into day 2. But do they? Just barely. That's how it's all been tonight. By the skin of their teeth. It's a 2-0. And Flamingo, they tried their damn best. And they're out.
You know, listen, if you look at the score line and you just don't even look at the map scores, you just say Red Canids 2-0'd Flamingo, I'd say, you know what, Mark? That's exactly what I expected to happen. But Flamingo, as we know them to be, a team that is searching and is very viable to find an upset. And they nearly did that on Mirage. They forced 3 overtimes, but Ancient was just not meant to be. Recovery settled off the back of some big moments from Ponter in particular, and a big way to close and make their way, Red Canids, into the double elimination bracket for day 2. That's precisely what they've done right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you believe me if I told you we had one more best of 3 and one more team on the D stream tonight to send through to that double elimination, and they haven't even got started yet? Well, you better be happy for more Counter-Strike, whether you like it or not. We got Audic versus XW7M coming right after this 15-minute break.